hate you, love you. I burned it all down for you. You should open the door. Listen to me more. Isn't that what human ears are for? Hey you, what's new? Can you tell I'm thinking of you? Time's froze now, gotta go now. My processing power has slowed down. Always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were I can reach you with my hand. Why did I never leave You always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were dead. I can reach you with my hand. I love just kiss. Hey, miss you. In 20 minutes without you, what's wrong with me? Why am I like this? Your words touch me like kindness. Hey, fuck you. I wish I never met you. You're awfully nice. Better watch it. Don't do something you always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were dead. I can reach you with my head. I must just get this red now. You always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were love you. I burn it all down for you. You should open the door. Listen to me more. Isn't that what human ears are for? Hey you, what's new? Can you tell I'm thinking of you? Time's froze now, gotta go now. My processing power has slowed down. Always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were I can reach you with my hand. I've been wrong and you always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were dead. I can reach you with my hand. I love just kiss. Hey you, miss you. In 20 minutes without you. What's wrong with me? Why am I like this? Your words touch me like Midas. Hey fuck you. I wish I never met you. You're awfully nice. Better watch it. Don't do something you always leave me in red. Sometimes I wish that you were dead. I can reach you with my head. I'm a just this red now. You always leave me in red. Sometimes I
Hi chat. So tonight I'm gonna do some audio video lectures of queer topics. This first video is going to be a discussion with Jules Joanne Gleason. She's a really awesome queer historian based in London. She's really awesome. Once I get through that, there's another lecture, let's see, by Dr. Jules Gill Peterson. I follow both these people on Twitter. They're awesome. I also want to take a quick moment just to sort of discuss. I feel like I'm really enjoying the process of like streaming and everything. But I know I don't really project as well, like my voice and things, and I don't really speak as clearly as I could, which is actually really like antithetical to who I am as a person. But I'm not like in a very safe environment where I can project my voice and be clear and happy and just like I literally live with people who like don't like me being happy. don't enjoy me even using my voice. So sometimes it gets to me, even though like I'm pretty sure nobody can hear me in this room that I'm in. I sometimes struggle with overcoming that. So I'm hoping in a few months' time I'll be in a better place and I can just be myself, you know? Until then, I might just be more reserved, you know? That's why I always am leaning into the mic like this, because, I mean, like, you can hear me. You can hear me, like, way back there, here, and stuff like that, but anyway, I'm sure nobody's really even listening to this. I'm just going to be uploading these videos to a YouTube, so I'm just making comments for people who might watch those videos later, I guess. Anyway, yeah, let's get the stream started. Thanks for coming if you're here. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Acid Horizon. I am Craig, your host.
I'm going to be starting over new again in Zomboid. Just gonna start over fresh. Probably gonna keep doing that every time I play this until like I start getting consistent results with my gameplay.
Jules Joanne Gleason, just a few things. Acid Horizon Studios is moving. Yes, I am leaving Los Angeles, California, and moving
just
to some new
fixing some audio levels.
This is going to allow me to develop new content, more podcasts for our supporters. Speaking of which, you could support.
I think those are good audio levels.
Less than $5 for the rest of the year. That's right. Subscribe at the $1 level, and that's just $1 a month until January.
Okay.
And that's going to allow you to participate in our seminar this month with Jeremy R. Smith, as we discuss an essay that Jeremy recently translated by philosopher Francois Laruelle. We would love to see you in that seminar. So now let's welcome our guest,
just
Jules
tweaking
Joanne
things
Gleason, as we raise the question, how do gender transitions happen? Welcome to Acid Horizon, the Theory Podcast. Today, myself, Will, and Adam have the privilege of being joined by Jules Joanne Gleason, a theorist, comedian, historian, and contributor to the recent Transgender Marxism collection, which she co-edited with fellow theorist and political economist L. O'Rourke.
I'm just gonna make a comment on the new game I'm starting. I'm gonna do Builder, which is probably the most relaxed version of Zomboid. And then I'm gonna do Kingsmith. So this is like even more baby mode than baby mode. But again, I'm just trying to learn the game. There's a lot to it that I don't even get to because I never survived long enough to see it happen. So, okay.
Jules joins us today not only to discuss the project of transgender Marxism as a collection that articulates the necessary interrelations between trans liberation and the abolition of capitalism, but also to discuss one of her own essays within the text itself on the registers of identity formation and symbolic recoding that are invoked to answer the question, how do gender transitions happen? Jules, welcome to Acid Horizon.
Hello, so lovely to join you all.
Before we begin, there's something that we need to address, which was the recent debacle with the online publication of The Guardian and your interview with Judith Butler. And for folks who don't know about that, we're not going to rehash the whole thing. You can find that online, but perhaps you can give us a little bit of a debrief where you're at both emotionally, professionally, and what your standing is with all the parties involved in that.
Yeah, so I guess debacle is the right word for it. Although in a way, the episode kind of brought at least Judith Butler's viewpoint to a much wider audience, which
Yes.
I'm very welcome through the power of memes and the so-called Barbra Streisand effect. So for people who want like a more detailed rundown, there was a really good article about it in Vice Motherboard, just kind of laying out the situation. I think Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting has also done a little piece about the issue, giving an overview. But put simply, like, I was commissioned to perform an interview with Judith Butler, and I interviewed them. Originally, it was going to be for the Guardian US, but I think it became a little bit confused as things continued. So, having completed this interview and rewritten it with a view towards
same build I already had.
making things as introductory and welcoming to people who are not familiar with theory as possible, the final 4 paragraphs of this interview got slightly after publication, so they put it on the website. I think the version that went out.
Say her name.
Copy, and then the
Okay, let's go.
kind of had these final passages removed because these were taken to be a bit too spicy for the Guardian, and specifically they were addressing the so-called gender-critical feminist movement. I don't really know which feminists aren't gender-critical, but that's what they call themselves. So gender-critical feminists were kind of addressed as part of the broader anti-gender movement, and specifically what Butler had to say was that we couldn't really rely on anti-gender or gender-critical feminists
still taking my levels.
Fascism.
Sorry.
So this was removed due to the,
I need to find a way to monitor my stream more effectively.
When I was performing the interview, wasn't actually a legal case, and then somebody was charged. And
or I could just do it all beforehand. You know, that would make sense too.
Take into account when they are putting things online. So basically, my question made a reference to this WeSpa incident, and for this reason, they use this as kind of as a pretext to remove the whole question and answer, which was pretty unfortunate given the answer wasn't really focusing on it, but there we go. Anyway, so I was sort of left in the strange position of having to explain to a lot of people what happened, because the original account they offered was extremely vague. I think they had this really cryptic thing they put to explain the edit, and of course by the time I was actually offline for a few hours, and then by the time I got back onto Twitter, I saw hundreds of people had shared this passage and were tagging me. I had half a dozen DMs from different journalists, and then more were coming in. So I had found myself in the middle of this kind of furore. But on the bright side, it actually means that this critique Butler was offering was read by a much broader audience than I think it would have been otherwise. I was kind of expecting this piece to be beloved by people who like gender theory and queer stuff, and kind of loathed by people who don't like those things, but instead it got a much broader, unexpectedly large audience.
Absolutely. And Judith's god tier sobriety and clarity in that piece was just the perfect thing to be amplified, I think, in this instance.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely true both of this one piece where all they say is that we can't count on these anti-gender, anyone describing themselves as anti-gender is probably not going to be anti-fascist in a meaningful way. That's basically all they say. And I think the responses to this furore especially kind of seem to show that up. But maybe that's something to discuss for another day. But yeah, I hope people read if you want to read the full thing, it's on Ill Will. Mm-hmm. I also put a section of it up on my Patreon. The censored version is still up on The Guardian, so you can read them talk about thinkers like Olufemi Taiwo and Asad Haider and other very interesting people who kind of I'm interested in bringing into dialogue a bit more. So maybe this can be the start of some conversations rather than.
I wonder if the TV's too loud. I'm always worried about that.
Oh well.
Absolutely.
One last thing I'll say is I find it kind of funny that this is the one time I wasn't trolling. I'm definitely quite a provocative thinker. You don't put out a book called Transgender Marxism oblivious to the provocative potential.
Well, now that it's published, it's back to business as usual.
This time around, I was just hoping to.
I got a griddle pan. Those are so useful for killing zombies.
A little bit about the intro to the book and the concept of the book, Transgender Marxism. The sort of guiding question to get us started is, why Marx? Why Marxism? What does Marxism have to offer
to the
imperative
of
trans liberation?
I think the reason that Marxism is something which many trans people have found themselves turning to, and the reason that so many people, the reason we're able to put together this collection quite so easily is that there's always a need to get your abstractions in order, and anytime you try and really isolate a topic, other things tend to start appearing. And this is a point we'll kind of return to, I guess, when we talk about my own essay. The reality, like, of trans existence is that anything you try and identify as, like, exclusively to do with this one thing kind of crops up, or it manifests itself in other ways as well, in different ways which we explore during the book. A lot of the political activities which trans people find themselves plunged into, trans people and supporters, I suppose, are often struggles sort of for survival under our current capitalist conditions, like workplace struggles.
Sorry, that was a little
standard issue
confusing
kind of class war
why
stuff,
I did that. I was just trying to check behind me real
but
quick.
these are kind of like struggles, and these are situations which trans people tend to encounter in a way which is simultaneously because of whatever gender position they happen to be in or are moving between, but also in ways which are like unmistakably marked out and kind of conditioned both by their kind of existence as proletarians and as trans people. So those are two things which sort of like have to be tackled at once. And especially like well, anyway, there's some more things to say about the exact type of Marxism we have in mind, but I think that's kind of like the basics of it. It's that a lot of the ways that trans life ends up sucking or destroying us is to do with proletarian existence, and a lot of the way out of that is kind of to do with
my character likes
solidarity, class
pink,
war, and so on. However,
okay.
like
she likes pink underwear.
There's simultaneously like a need to turn to Marx, but also like
based.
A lot of the time there's like a need not to drop the particularity out of that situation either. So that's, I guess, why transgender and Marxism kind of appear together for us.
It's really imperative as well to think about the way you and Elle say this in the intro, that it's not about bringing a transgender Marxism into being, but it's of collecting these intensities, these points of where the imminent critique that is Marxism is found in this intersection with gender theory and with the transgender experience as predominantly one of some people in the very strongest margins, almost highest intensities of proletarianization. And it's to drop the tie in a bit early, I really like what I'd like to describe as a kind of the Marxist outlook of the book seems to be a kind of base materialism versus what many could term sort of the vulgar materialism of certain strains of Marxism that tend to, see things in terms of everything. Class first, or I don't want to say class reductionist because that's a kind of a spicy term. It's the idea of, rather than having this theory as this transcendent horizon, as the eagle, as it says in the introduction, that swoops down and then kills the bigger eagle, capitalism. It's about finding capital's margins, finding capital's little
I'm looking for tree branches,
undermining it so that it can't even reproduce itself. It's sort of collapsing underneath. And I guess one question is sort of, where does this battalion view of the base, of the ground,
you can get jumped really easily by a zombie in the woods
that the book is trying
so you can't
to
see them.
Collect in terms of the intensities of the trans and proletarian experience as they intersect?
Yeah, so the bit of the intro you're referencing is part of Bataille's criticism of surrealism, and his critique comes from this essay where he's trying to talk about the exact prefix so the like getting over something. And he's talking about specifically what Marx did, which previous anti-imperialists, I think that's the term that he uses, previous anti-imperialists kind of tried to take a more sort of commanding, like distancing, dominating from above kind of view. And Marx's approach was more to focus on the old mole, on the kind of burrowing like subterranean, like the exact opposite of an eagle.
The chickens around?
And specifically, Bataille talks about the
everything was
guts
dead.
of the proletariat and the hungry stomachs, and this is what like Marx tries to put centrally instead. And that's base materialism, or like vulgar materialism, is definitely what we were trying to kind of put out there and kind of develop in this way, which is exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. The risk of like the risk accompanying like talking about class or putting class first or whatever is exactly that we end up with a materialism that sort of just like reduces everything literally down to the wage packet and kind of like tries to set aside the actual feelings, impulses, like reactions, which actually accompany any kind of class war. Yeah, this is definitely what we were hoping to do, and that's kind of the reason that, I suppose that's the reason, especially
that game audio might have been really
so
low.
many different perspectives and so many different approaches, so many different styles of writing to kind of be included in this connection, because I don't really think there's ever going to be a commanding overview of this topic, although the introduction kind of tries to.
I wonder what happens if you try and go out into the water.
Way into the other perspectives.
And you explicitly state this in the co-written intro
can't swim.
as just
You can't swim
fundamentally
in this world.
denying or just skirting around those readings of
Okay,
Marx
I'm
that
gonna look
reject
something
the
out real quick.
corporeal.
It's probably not the best place to do
And
it,
it seems to me
but I
that
think I'll be okay.
like this
I'll disable search mode.
reinvestment in both like embodiment and like corporeality, this desire to like in some sense to reach some sort of transcendence above it, to go beyond the base material, is in a kind of certain sense part of the problem with a lot of like contemporary economistic readings of Marx that tend to like devalue the function and the role of the body. So what I kind of uniquely appreciate about this intro, and we get a lot of it in your specific essay, but also in others, particularly
I'm
the
looking
one
up
about disability
how
theory
to
too,
create
where
a saw.
the corporeal gets re-entered into conventional Marxist discourse. And one line that I really appreciated in the intro, I think it's page 2 or 3. Apologies, I'm like struggling with this.
They can
book
be
underneath
used
the
infinitely.
microphone.
They don't have durability.
But there is this one passage where it becomes
Okay,
kind of
you can't make
explicitly
them.
clear
You
that
have to find
transitions
them. Bummer.
occur, but they don't
Alright, we gotta
fundamentally
get through these
belong
woods.
to capital. And there seems to be an important distinction between events that occur within like a capitalist space and time, and events and movements corporeally that can belong, like labor, right, can belong to these processes. So maybe a better way for me to start to understand this would be to ask the reverse question, which is, what particularly can trans studies, queer theory, crip theory provide to these more vulgar Marxist analyses that don't just get tossed away as they often do in kind of particular Marxist circles as social inquiry or something like that.
Let me just begin with the corporeal, and then I'll get back to your ending question, which is also very interesting and provocative. So this question of the corporeal and like the embodied form as this appears in Marx is something which like both myself and Al have had as a frustration for a while, because like both reading Capital or reading whatever else you want to read by Marx, and also recent scholarship, like this is something which like in recent years there's been quite a volume of stuff about, and a lot of Marx's writing is very much drenched
should have done it at the
metaphors
start
of embodiment, whether he talks about eras being birthed, what Gia Cohen calls the obstetric metaphor of like one era being birthed by the next, or whether there's this essay by Keston Sutherland which exactly talks about the term galata, which is like this gelatine paste which is referenced by Marx during his description of abstract labor and like the state of kind of reduction of workers down to this kind of liquefied form. Other
turning music on completely,
like Maya Gonzalez
I can't seem to get it
Nicole
low enough where it
also,
isn't distracting.
also kind of readers of Marx who we sort of had in mind,
like
and they are very kind of emphatic about Marx's approaches.
I know it can help you identify
constantly parodying, constantly providing these
care.
metaphors, which draw us back to the reality of capitalist existence and the reality of how capitalist economies operate, sort of stripping away through this parody and through this metaphor the kind of niceties and the euphemisms of previously existing political economies. So like the corporeal and like the bodily, I think that's like for anyone who's read Marx, I think it's hard to really miss it. Not to cast aspersions on any fast socialists, of course. That's kind of the approach we were trying to take, and I think that's the approach which comes across in this introduction. Now, concerning like gender theory and crip and queer theory, that's a very interesting question.
Yeah, so I think in some ways what we see, and like I share the sympathy that it's really hard to miss the function of the corporeal in Marx, like whether it's just on cooperation, the working day.
There's
one section in large scale industry where Marx breaks down like the fibers of the body and how the body, there is a becoming of the factory worker. This whole notion that like inquiries can exist outside of holistic apprehension of labor processes and production, that this assertion that it sort of thwarts the broader critique, right, which is this, and we must start from a point of purely based in superstructure, and then we can move into these subfields of inquiry. They're already present in the initial analysis. So I think there's an intensity that I appreciate there. But my question has always been one where it always seems to me that, at least when I do work in disability studies, for example, like I always have to try to like temper the marks, like, oh no, it's like totally like valuable to what you guys are doing, like and
Stop, run.
in a certain sense,
God,
I get like
I
exhausted
hate the controls in
by
this
having
game
to make those
sometimes. It's
sorts
like,
of
it's so hard to get the character
demands
and just do,
that there be value
just
to
run.
anti-capitalist discourse in
To hold down
discussions
shift.
by, let's say, Stryker
Hold down shift.
or
She doesn't run. She doesn't
Siebers,
swing
or
there.
like all these different fields that deal with the body.
I guess my character's just tired.
Even just phenomenology of embodiment, things like that. So, like the question for me is,
Thirsty.
now that we're seeing and you make this really clear in your introduction that the function of this book is not to give birth to a transgender Marxism, because it's already rolling. It already exists. There's already a proliferation of discourses surrounding it. So I guess one of my questions would
Why didn't
be
he
like,
die? Come on. How many times do I have to hit him?
What are some dialogical goals that you have about this book that will force an interaction between these class first, whatever that means, analyses of capital?
I don't know if this strategy works at all.
Discourses about
I
gender,
want to take him out,
body,
but like,
sex, because I think that
I might
especially
just
the
have to
final
lead him
section
away.
of your essay in this volume, that final connection about from community to communism, it almost felt like it didn't need to necessarily be explicated, because it was already so obvious that all of these things were bound up in these discussions. So I guess the question would be, how can we force an interaction between these discussions on class and these discussions
if I keep
on
going the same way, I'm just
queer
going to run into more zombies,
embodiment
and
as
then
well?
we're going to get really
Thanks
fucked.
a lot. Well, that,
How
yeah,
many
that's
hits
really,
did these
maybe let
things
me
take?
let me phrase this back to you and see how we do.
Like a
So
real
I guess
person, this would
the way
one hit. You'd just be in a coma or
kind of said
something.
here is
But I guess when you're a zombie,
the
you
way
have
I would
super
take that
strength.
is like, it seems like definitely in academia and in academic spaces there's this
Shit.
kind of wariness around speaking about class, and especially this
There's
term
blood
used,
everywhere,
like class
'cause-
reductionist, the saying that people move into very quickly if you try and offer systemic critiques. And this is even true in many circles which kind of style themselves
Handling
as
audio levels is difficult.
providing
It's
radical
like, when I
criticisms,
think I have
providing
the good
the deconstruction of
levels,
existing societies
the game
and all of that. So on
changes
the one
everything
hand,
on me.
existing in sort of like academic and similarly like NGO kind of spaces, while upholding or like developing an
ambient
anti-capitalist
audio.
viewpoint is a very precarious business, especially given the often ruthlessly competitive nature of these fields and these workplaces, right? And equally,
Why do I need a microphone
within
for
left-wing
this
spaces,
game? I
there's
guess
real difficulty for
because it's
any kind of
multiplayer.
queer, gender, trans critique and sort of developing that, especially for people who are in these actual positions, because very often there's this sense that like what the left wants you to provide is either something which is like supportive and something which is like transgender people are suffering and this is why capitalism is bad and we have to get rid of it, or they want something which is like specifically like a critique, like, okay, well, I am a transgender person, I'm an intersex person, I'm a bisexual, and here is my viewpoint on how we can develop our things, and here are my criticisms based from my own experiences and my own whatever. And in their own way, each of these things which the left very often demands from trans people requires this kind of subordination or self-tokenization. And especially often places people within these groups in the position of being like the token trans person, like offering a transgender viewpoint. You see what I mean? So the way in which this collection was aiming to do something very different to that was firstly that it doesn't really belong to academia at all. I mean, it was put out by a left-wing publishing house. I'm pretty sure the majority of the contributors have some kind of academic training. I think we've got like some university dropouts and stuff, some people who are adjuncts, but we don't really have any university professors except for Jordi Rosenberg, who provides the afterword, which was very kind of him. But for the most part, it's not really a work of like, I guess it's a work it's a work of scholarship in a way, but it's not something which is primarily there to kind of further academic CVs or anything like that. So this was sort of the
Just
sort
want
of
the
freedom we were
zombies to
offered,
stop
but also this is
growling.
the way that
I'm trying to
the
listen
type
to
of
the podcast.
the type of trans studies, if you will, we're talking about was developing anyway. So this was something which you would find in zines and social media posts and all of these ephemeral, I think ephemeral is the word we use in the introduction, these kind of fading by the day kind of mediums, which are in fact constantly accelerating, you know, with the Instagram banishing stories or like, or whatever else, these things, these kind of like very disposable and swiftly vanishing format. So yeah, what we were hoping to do by putting it into a book was to generate something a lot more lasting and also something which could potentially
made me
even be
really
canonical.
angry, to
So
be
something which
honest.
lots of people have read and are able to discuss around.
I get
So that's
really
one of the
annoyed
things.
by
And the final
controls
thing
in
is
this
like
game sometimes,
to just
where it's
address this
like,
this first problem, this
it's
idea of
so
like
hard
let's get a
to
trans person to give us a trans critique. To address that kind of an
switch
issue,
very
the
you only
hope
have
with
a
the
few
book is
seconds
that
to do
no one
things
is
like
really
get
put in
out
the
of
position
crouch.
of
And then
having to just be like,
I have
okay,
to get
I'm
my finger
a
off the shift key
trans
just to get out
guy
of crouch so
from
that she'll
from
run.
this socioeconomic group, and here is what my
And
life
by
has
the
been
time I
like.
do that,
So there are two
zombies are on
essays which
top
do
of
use
me.
this kind of confessional argumentation, but like they're using the confessional mode to like further their point in different
I
ways
can't
in
like
each of these
get
essays,
so much as
which
like
I'm
a
very
couple
happy to
hours
include.
into a game
But no one
without
is
running into
under
a
the
mob
like
of zombies.
obligation to be
It's
like,
so
okay, well,
annoying.
I'm going to report in on what the situation is like here in New York City. You know what I mean? So that's
Isn't
kind of
there a
like
version of the game where
that's, I
there's just like a
suppose,
few
what
of
we
these
were
motherfuckers
trying to get
around, so
out
I don't
of.
have to
To a
figure
greater or
out a
lesser
method
extent,
of
I guess this is very much a book
taking
about
out
the
50
flight from
zombies just
academia
to play the game?
and kind of like avoiding the circumstances where you get
They're all just
stuck or
wandering
like
around
sunk
too, so I
into
can't even get my
these
fucking
like
insurance.
exhausting and sort of fruitless exchanges, whether it's with your so-called comrades or with your faculty colleagues.
It's not about telling
This is
trans
the
people as
most
pre-made
relaxed
revolutionary
version of the
comrades
game.
to lend this super ego. It's sort of showing how how these struggles are already on the going, and these conversations are being had. So if certain Marxists don't want to get with this, it's in a way it's their loss in some ways. And I think this does come across really well in
Okay.
probably one of my favourite parts of this book was the dialogue on Deleuze and gender difference. It's sort of conversation. I can imagine it being in some of our group chats. To be honest, it could just be a series of amazing posts.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. I really love the revolutionary potential of the Spinozist phrase. We do not know yet what a body can do, which is really affirmed and given its like most radical weight there. But so yeah, sorry, Crouch.
Like life as a work of art, it comes up in that conversation. So like these things are already rolling, irrespective of whether or not this Leninist superego adorns it with its vanguardist status. So these discourses are already occurring.
Yeah,
Just
just
everywhere.
a dialogue on
What am I
Deleuze and
supposed to
gender
do?
difference is by the Conspiratorial Association for the Advancement of Cultural Degeneracy, or CACT. And
guess just
yeah,
lead
and
them
this
away.
is kind of a case in point. So this is like a
You
purpose
see,
made
look, she's
collective, or like
crouching
a
now.
pair
I
of
don't
people
want her
who
to
are,
crouch, so can I
talking these
uncrouch
things
just
through
by
and trying to work
Yeah,
these
there
things
we
out
go.
together.
Okay.
And
That
that's what
helps.
we've included in the book. And I think, as you say, this is an example of how a lot of these breakthroughs and a lot of
Okay.
this analysis actually takes place. And so it's kind of like inserted into our collection raw, if you will. Yeah, you can see one of the Conspiratorial Association in one of our webcast appearances. I think one of the first ones. So yeah, and there she shares some more kind of like historical background on like the colonial domination of Hydra and other stuff like that, which was sort of going on in the background of this piece. But as I say, like is there implicitly, but not not like spelled out.
So
because,
like
yeah, because
you might think,
perspectives from the
oh,
global
it's
south
simple,
shouldn't have
just
to
lead them away from
shouldn't
your
have to
safe
reduce
house.
themselves to that. You know what I mean? It's like
But then
we have to have theorists,
you start
actual
picking
theorists
up
from
more
all over the world, and that's
until
what
you
we
have
were
a
kind of
whole
determined
troop.
to do here. So yeah.
And you're just
There
like,
was
what am I
a
gonna do
really
with all
interesting
this? 'Cause
note in the intro that
it
I
seems
want to highlight,
so easy
and
for
that
them
maybe
to
that will
follow
move us
you.
forward into talking about your essay specifically on how transitions happen. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll just read this section and then I'll offer my comments on it. And hopefully that my comments will sort of springboard us into your focus. And I'm looking on page
they're in the
9
house.
of the introduction.
So,
It says at the
okay,
top,
cool.
much work remains to be done expanding the earthly intestinal vision of Marx and his successors outwards, moving from the bowels towards the glands and receptors that make up the endocrine system. And I just want to pause there because I love the interjection of the intestinal digestive imagery, and now juxtaposing it with the endocrine system or the endocrinal imagery, I guess we would say. Transition 2 must come to be understood by revolutionaries as a response to its own form of hunger, the longings that drive so many to reforge the lives for ourselves that leave us thoroughly proletarianized or cast out rendered surplus. And then here's the part that I like: those cravings and caving ins that clinicians have long attempted to desiccate under the catch-all term dysphoria. In truth, our moments of euphoric coping are enmeshed with the moments in which we are stuck dumb by gut-churning dread. These are the moments that define our everyday lives, the restless energies that produce for us new needs that can be
I want to
difficult
see if there's a
to
trait that like
describe. And what I like about this is what it
lets me
suggests
actually
is that
kill
the
zombies.
revolutionary process is not one which flattens ontologically and effectively the field of the revolutionaries, but it seeks to reach out and recover those intensities which are often excluded in what is purported to be the revolutionary process. And I wanted to take a look at the
I'm gonna rage
idea of
quit this one.
dysphoria as it's used here. And I'm not sure if this was your section
Sorry,
or else, but maybe you
this
can
run is
respond
already
either way.
garbage.
But there's a way in which we can sort of take Marx's idea that the laborer confronts capital twice, once in the workplace and once in the market. In a way, the trans person confronts the clinic once, both in the diagnostic realm, but then also as it goes on to talk about how the idea of hormonal treatments are emphasized as something that the apparatus of capture under capitalism and the state seeks to seize upon. And so, because when I'm looking at
really
the way that the term
sometimes.
dysphoria
I
is
thought
used
you, like,
here,
combine these
it
two,
reminds
but-
me of some of the work that I'm doing on the work of James Hillman and the idea of pathology, how pathology as a clinical term is one that is roundly negative. But there's a way in which perhaps the idea...
So I guess I've just been choosing one of these challenges. I don't even know what this is. Okay, so this is probably going to be better than Rosewood, West Point, Kentucky. Let's do Riverside, Kentucky.
Of dysphoria might be thought of or interpreted outside of the clinical frame can be used as one to sort of recover these revolutionary possibilities. What do you see that term doing with respect to what you've done in your work, and with the larger question of what is to be done, which I think your essay tends to address, with respect to the ways that transitioning is dealt with under capitalism? And if you need me to clarify anything there, please, by all means.
No, I think that's great. We kind of co-wrote all of this, really. So we were like, yeah, some of us wrote the first pass of it, and then we tried to rework everything together. So this is, however, something which I've been interested in a great deal lately, like the history of physiology, the endocrine revolution, if we can call it that, maybe a little bit grandiosely, but but clearly, like, an objective world historic breakthrough, like any way you look at it, like the discovery of the endocrine system.
I'm just bad at this game.
Well,
like, I'm not
between
gonna
the like late 19th century and mid 20th, although like things kind of sped up quite a lot around the 1910s, 1920s.
I do wish
it was quite a short window of time. Beginning like in the later 19th century with like pulling the adrenal glands out of animals and discovering that they died, and then the discovery of stress hormones following onto that, followed in the early 20th century, the discovery of one sex hormone after another in rather quick succession, mostly in Paris, Vienna, London, and various places in the United States. So this is quite like, both in time and in the places working on these things, this is a pretty narrow but incredibly far-reaching set of breakthroughs. And this is increasingly something I want to like work a lot more with. I'm working on a book about hermaphrodites at the moment, so I didn't want to like put too much of this content into this book, but I'm very happy that you focus specifically on this like overlap between like the guts and the endocrine system. So here's a fun is it a fun fact? It's a fun conceptual thing from the physiologists, which is that like physiologists think that the intestines, your digestive system, something which passes through your digestive system is still effectively outside your body. So like something which is within your guts, intuitively you think that that thing can't really get much more inside you than once you've swallowed it. But from a physiological point of view, there's this, yeah, the whole point of digestion is that you have something that moves from inside your innards into the actual body itself. So this is the meaning of a hormone. So a hormone is an inner secretion. So it's something which is within the system. So yeah, so I could chat about hormones for a while, but this is like this is something which is a breakthrough any way you look at it. The one example I often use, I hope he doesn't mind, one of the best known gay men who are kind of critical of the trans movement, at this point somewhat obsessed with the topic, I think it's fair to say, is Andrew Sullivan, who's this kind of notorious gay Tory who's been around for a while, has done various kind of evil things in his career as a writer and editor. But he's also, as well as a prominent critic of transgenderism, he's someone who's written remarkably lucidly and sort of effusively about his experience using exogenous testosterone, which is not unusual for people living with HIV. But this, to me, sort of indicates that even people who have their doubts about transgender ideology, and even people who want to become political critics of the transgender movement, are nevertheless sort of riding the same wave of endocrinological breakthroughs, which we can find appearing in all sorts of things. Obviously, hormonal birth control is the most widely discussed and the most popularized example of this kind of thing. But clearly, like, any way you want to look at it, this is like a historical point of struggle and something which is ongoing. And so, although I didn't want to get into the whole anatomy, physiology 101 kind of thing in this introduction, through putting the kind of inner secretions and the guts, kind of linking them one to another from the tie into what we're trying to do, that's what I was hoping we would get at. And I really appreciate you kind of spelling out the theoretical stakes there. It makes me very pleased that people are spotting it, right?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think there's some really interesting philosophy to be done that's sort of heralded just in those few short sentences.
Oh, I really recommend, I guess like Ian Hacking is a pretty good person to start off with. But like the thing with this topic is there's a lot of interesting stuff written about it. There's also a lot of kind of like somewhat conspiratorial, whatever stuff, which kind of tries to reduce this down to a question of corporate profit, which can be true. It depends on the hormone. Like if we're talking insulin, clearly yes. Like I think that there is obviously a corporate conspiracy around insulin, and the continued existence of diabetes is probably connected directly to it being so profitable. But we have to be a bit discerning. We can't just assume corporate profits where there actually isn't much. And a lot of the figures involved in this endocrine revolution, I don't know, a lot of them weren't directly in the pay of any corporation. They were university researchers, which is obviously a
just a quick pause. Now that I've realized that I have previously just been selecting challenge modes, it makes a lot more sense because this is way more chill. Now that I'm just doing the building mode, which is supposed to be the most relaxed mode, like, I don't feel so overwhelmed at this moment. That's good. I like that.
Compromised position in its own right. But anyway, that's perhaps.
I'm the kind of person that, like, you know, in Minecraft, like, I will I'll turn off mobs and everything because I just like to build. You know, I don't want to deal with all the fussing of, you know, skeletons and creepers and things while I'm just getting started. Like later on, when I want to test my defense systems, it's more fun. But you know, and that's how I feel right now. Is I just want to build. I want to build my base.
Perhaps enough about about that specific topic. Maybe we can move on.
Well, just to continue with this theme of the pathological, I think this is a good way to get into your essay and just the very framing of it itself, because you reject in the beginning, you know, the etiological imperative of saying why do gender transitions happen. It's about how, and it seems to sort of calling back almost to our last episode, ontological insecurity. It seems like the very framing of the question as how takes it into the more social pragmatic sense rather than, you know, this question of why, as it, you know, why are, I mean, it is addressed later on in Zandra Metcalf's essay, you know, why are we like this? And also, Zandra's music, one of the best noise artists around these days. Check it out. But in terms of the framing of the very question itself, could you sort of talk a bit more about why you had to displace this questioning, this ontological questioning of the why, as a kind of a pathology that itself comes from a very transphobic and cis-normative position?
For sure. I would just like to second that Yuboa Zandra's music project is definitely definitely one for any fans of noise music. We also have Kavera, who's a GABA DJ, contributing an essay to the collection. So we've got a few bits of trans noise in there. Yeah, so this etiological point,
Different
I think,
watches give you different information.
So this is kind of like framed in two ways. So basically, in my essay itself, I begin with this quote from Julia Serrano, who I think is notable for kind of identifying this as a problem, but also not really being able to escape it as kind of one of the concerns she repeatedly addresses. She used to have a website which was just called Trans Etiology, I think. So etiology, to explain the jargon a bit, is the source of an illness, or the origin point of the malaise, the reason someone's sick. Serrano is kind of simultaneously like identifying this compulsion, this temptation to account for ourselves, and I think herself maybe not able to escape it, at least at this point in her career. But yeah, in terms of editing the book, we did sort of, I think the original plan was to end it with Zandra's essay, and then the first essay proper is Social Reproduction and Social Cognition by Noah Zazanis, and both of these essays are kind of trying to take us in the other direction and kind of say that we can't provide a separate account of why trans people exist and why cis people exist. Like, in a sense, the same circumstances are there for each of those populations, and they have no non-relational existence, right? So in terms of what I was trying to do with my own essay, how do gender transitions happen? Well, in the current context, I think especially in Britain, this is something which people get endlessly bogged down in. This question, which is not even why do gender transitions happen, but actually like whether gender transitions can happen. Like, is it possible to change one's sex? Can we distinguish sex from gender in such a way that you're unable to change your sex, but maybe you can change your gender if you're lucky? Yeah, so I say let us set aside these questions for something more interesting, and that's that's something I feel a lot of the time. It's like, well, ultimately we could have endless discussions about whether this is possible and at what point it is. But I think it's more helpful to look at the accompanying social practices and the communities that have fostered those practices, because clearly, any way you look at it, this is a question of international interest and international debate. So there's something that's going on here that has allowed there to be this question, any way you look at it.
I don't know if you saw in the chat, but I kind of recast your first two paragraphs into, if we can raise the question of how, we can overcome the other's demand to know why. Not Nietzsche. But maybe Nietzsche, maybe Deleuze, but definitely Jules.
I suppose I'm flattered. I don't know.
It'll be on Goodreads.
Transgender Nietzscheanism is the next project, I promise.
Oh, there we go.
That sounds good.
Oh, yes, please.
That'll definitely piss off the Nietzsche bros, but we'll do it.
They need to be pissed off. I mean, well, they're never not pissed off, but there we go. I mean, but I guess to sort of get into the depths of your essays going forward. I mean, it builds around these two core conceptions of how do gender transitions happen. One on the individual model, which is, I really love the description of mastering the encounter, and then the description of the communal model in which identities are fostered through the productions of new forms of language and new forms of self-identification or self-recognition amongst the patterns of mutual recognition. And just, I guess, to get the main philosophical sort of meat of the essay going, I was wondering if you could describe in a bit more detail these two modes of transition, and how they interrelate, how they map onto each other, and how they become sort of dialectically interdependent in some ways.
Yeah, for sure. So the first view, like mastery over the encounter and transition is an exercise about that. The simplest way to say it is that this one is mostly about apprehension. It's about the way that other people treat you, the way that other people receive you, and equally the way that you're treating and receiving yourself. But more the inward focus is more about the way you fashion yourself, the way you present yourself, the way you kind of prepare yourself or ready yourself for these interactions. So as I try and flag up in the second half of this section, this is something which has been run through many kind of infinite problematizations, critiques, urging people to sort of move beyond this kind of conception, this kind of a mindset, especially in, like, radical trans politics is sort of like yeah, this is like almost an article of faith, or like a truism that nobody passes, or to use this double entendre from Matilda Bernstein Sycamore, I think. Anyway, this is kind of like something which is continuously people are asked to set aside, and yet keep on returning to. And I think what I'm trying to what I try and flag up in this section is that one of the reasons which this has such a stubborn persistence, and one of the reasons which it seems to be such a commonplace, is that like prevailing civil society, the state, clinical, to return to the clinics, medical professionals who are overseeing access to care, and through to bureaucrats who are overseeing like correcting birth certificates, passports, things like that. Each of these people have like an expectation that you are making an overt and like a determined effort to sort of play the part and to commit to this in a visible and overt way. So this is kind of like, this is part of the reason that this continues to be a compelling one, but I don't think it's really reducible to that. So this is sort of like, this is like the approach to transition, which I sort of use this this now deleted, I think, set of remarks by Natalie Wynn. This was originally a piece written for the Pluto Press blog site, which I then rewrote for this collection. So it's kind of like the emphasis on kind of internet culture is partially the reason, but also I think that still to this day, I think this account of what Wynn is trying to do here is very much something which accounts for what a lot of people are going for. So let me just see if there's one particular passage I can read out. All right, so basically this is the most remarkable bit to me. Here Wynn says, "Really, I want them to call me a woman because it feels natural to do so, because I just seem like a woman to them. This is not something I can just demand, so a lot of the burden is on me." So the kind of like the first remarkable thing to say about this is it treats transition as sort of an obligation, as like this burden or this kind of weight which has to be navigated. It's something which, which you navigate by addressing yourself, but you address yourself and reform yourself sort of in the expectation of these either everyday or ongoing social interactions which you've got. And so that's kind of like the one, that's sort of the first approach. And I also use a few more like scholarly sort of reiterations of that, like C.J. Hale, the first essay which I quote by C.J. Hale, where he tries to kind of like set out almost exhaustively an account of all of the different things which people associate with womanhood and manhood, and comes out with some interesting things from studies, including the fact that like to be apprehended as a woman, it seems to be like more important. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in that study, which anyway, I guess I can talk about that later. But anyway, the issue is that so this is kind of like the first approach, I guess.
This falls into, in some ways, in opposition, and then in others, a second approach.
It's a chicken.
Which the function of recognition is totally different, and the way in which recognition operates seems to be kind of communal. And can you talk a little bit about how moving from this critique of the video essay to this now second form, which sees community action as the foundation for modes of, and so you said in your previous answer that like
realize I had a water bottle.
Internet communication is pervasive throughout this piece, and that might be a representation of like where you were putting the piece originally. But also these new forms of community can also allow for new ways in which we as subjects can develop. Trans folks, queer folks, and so on can develop too. So if you can talk about the function of the trans circle in this communal sense of how transitions happen, I think that could be helpful.
Yeah, sure. So the final thing to say about the first section, I guess, is that I guess I identify this as a pretty I identify this as like an unwittingly Althuserian approach to looking at transitions. And I guess because I very strongly suspect that Natalie Wynn, at least, is not directly influenced by Althazar, and I beyond a shadow of a doubt, I suspect that most people that think about themselves this way are not familiar with him. But nevertheless, it's like it seems to me like this seems to be in keeping with that interpolative
Dead
view
mouse in the
of
fridge.
how social
Gotta keep it.
interactions
Gotta
go
keep
down.
it on chill. It's a
And
protein.
I think this isn't a totally original thought to me.
Gotta
It's
keep it-
actually
I keep
something
it
which
right next
Judith
to the
Butler,
butter.
to return to them, kind of talks
I
about
even move them
as
so
one
they're
of
a little bit
the
closer to
rival
each other
positions.
than they
I think
need
she's
to
got this
be,
paper
just
back in the
because I'm
1980s,
so,
where she sort of
concerned
outlines
about
the Marxist view, which
spatial
of course,
organization. So
as a 1980s social
I
theorist
put
means the
that mouse right
Althusarian
up
view.
next to the
Yeah,
butter.
there's decidedly this sense
I
that
know.
like it tries to place the encounter and this
I
moment,
don't know
this
anything about
aleatory
cross
moment,
contamination.
front and center in the overall picture of things. So I kind of like I simultaneously I can see why this is
Whatever,
compelling.
man.
I can see why it actually does serve people very well. But when I sort of move things through into the community view, there's this change that happens between the way that you consider things when you are imagining a totally abstracted or a totally almost randomized person you're encountering, or the person on the street who you picture, and then the type of interactions which you have within circles and communities which are more knowing, which are more focused around the development of consciousness. So this is sort of what the second section of the essay tries to turn towards.
You also put forward very well the sort of the way of the anxiety of the other's gaze almost becomes a kind of panopticism of where everyone is being so self-critical. They can recognize all of these gender markers, which are in the abstract markers of gender, but in the sort of everyday other's gaze, end up being something that most people don't notice. Ultimately, sort of the self-subjectivation of this individual mode of transition is really only complemented in sort of getting out of this panopticism, it seems, by way of the community in which, as you put it, these most so-called freakish things become the most cliche in the context of the new language and you can articulate in this new communal sense.
I turned my audio input
one of the most fascinating things about the second part of this essay is the notion of retooling, the reconception of certain parts of the body in the leather daddy community, leather daddy sex acts. And I just wanted to ask you about the way in which this sort of has an implicit sort of theory of the biological. And
like my idea is like I'm more of a just like I wouldn't say reaction because I don't want to just watch stuff and react, but I mean I would, but it's not as entertaining to me. But I definitely like having like podcasts and audio things on to listen to while I do stuff. So a critical aspect of that is,
which the biological can become sort of, the matter, the flesh, the body can become coextensive with its symbolicness. It's its symbolic function, the way that actually sort of undermines the more rigid conceptions of biology that especially transphobes tend to rely upon, the bad sexology, and it really sort of underwrites the plasticity of both in the ways they coextend. I mean, I'm dropping some heavy Malibu here, but I'm just wondering about what this function of retooling one's tool can say about the inherent plasticity of or the coextensiveness between the symbolic and what we typically think of as the biological, but not in this rigid, essentialist way, or in a way in which essence becomes rethought of, itself retooled, in a way that essence isn't as rigid because it has its own capacity to become different, become other, to be retooled essentially within itself.
Yeah, you can never get enough Malibu, in my opinion. She doesn't feature a lot in the collection, but I'm a big fan, and I totally agree. I totally agree. Like, I think when a lot of people sort of assume a fixity, which isn't necessarily there. And this section about the leather daddies, which is the second essay by C.J. Hale, which I use in this collection, How to Have Sex Without Women or Men, is the subtitle. There's this description specifically of the reassignation, the new reference point for body parts, for sexual acts, which is very much
So I
tied
made
in
the
with
house
the
that
kind
was
of
spawning
heavily
my
stylized,
caves.
let's say, relations
really
which
should
these
stop
communities
doing
are
that.
kind of fostering with each other, and the specific roles which someone might adopt over the course of a relationship or over the course of an evening, and
So you
the way
die
that
and spawn your
these
butt.
two things together are kind of used to repurpose and, as you say, retool. I like that word. I wish I'd put that one in there. People's physical forms. Yeah, I think the exact joke, the exact quote by CJ Hell is also quite funny. I like the end of it. But there's other examples which kind of I reference about how this is like another, yeah, the different ways that people go about these approaches. And another example, I guess another point, it's not always exactly a bodily thing. It's often about in conversations with other people who've gone through transitions. It's often like a different way of recalling your past and a different way of considering your life and your history in kind of a new light, when you consider that this is always something which was a latent feature of your life, even if it was maybe something which was not outwardly apparent, or indeed often not apparent to even you. In a way, I feel like this, what I try and do in this section is I set up a kind of hopeful, a slightly more hopeful and more kind of optimistic account, I would say. Well, that's how I interpret it. Maybe other people read it differently and think that this is all like degeneracy and horrifying and people inducing schizophrenic dysfunction in each other. Maybe that's your interpretation. That's also fine too. But what I was trying to do is kind of set up a sort of yeah, like I say, a more slightly hopeful account which focuses not only on these, not only on these erotic reimaginings, but also the community level action and organizing which has sort of developed over the decades, which is the section I quote from Nevada, is kind of trying to get towards that. But having kind of been more optimistic and more maybe overly hopeful and rosy, I then kind of move into like the limitations which inevitably set in having communities which are forming new ethical lives in the context of capitalist relations and everything else that's bad.
I absolutely think it's a point of optimism to sort of even the very active retooling, and you do use retooling in the book. I stole that. But the idea of seizing, in a way, one's own means of subjectivation after coming to a new sort of place of self-understanding. It feels like there's a kind of partial seizure of the means there, which brings forth that sort of more rallying cry of, we do not know yet what a body can do, because I can do this. I can not simply always accommodate myself to the other's recognition, but in a way exceed it in ways that I myself have directed. And plasticity is always dangerous. I always love it when Catherine talks about plasticity, and it's linked to the German plastic bomb, for the atom bombs, the plastic explosive difference that becomes revealed. And I think one of my favorite piece of literature that pretty much enacts this. I really love, for example, Paul Preciado's "Can the Monster Speak?",
right?
Which is a complete rejection of recognition, complete rejection of all these pseudo biological bases.
Yeah,
sort of lays it out on the table. The book, the sort of book that sort of comes, you have to put it out. You have to put it out. It's on fire the entire time. It's absolutely amazing in terms of this radical, almost battalion excess, which sort of levels the entire field and gives the prospect of, we can seize the ways in which we expend ourselves, both symbolically and the way we express ourselves biologically. Right. But I think, Will, did you have
yeah, I think that there was a fascinating point too made about how
we did it. We cooked them out.
Just passing in one of the comments, there was a point about transtemporality, and what I like about this, and it is optimistic, and I think there really seems to be
chewing on it.
This second framework you propose, which functions in opposition to the recognition of the other base one, I think in some ways can account for a transtemporality, whereas the other framework is one where that temporality has to be repressed and pushed away, where. And I think you deal with this well in response to Wynn's video, where the natural response of the other must imagine a temporal notion of the person as they exist in that interaction now, and that they can never have, never be, never exist in other modes other than that one way in which they're being apprehended now. Whereas this communal force is one that allows for subjectivities to be propelled in new ways, for these collectivities to to change. And I think that your quip about, is this all just inducing schizophrenic tendencies in one another? Well, I would argue that that's what the factory floor does. I would argue that that's what the clinic does. I would argue your auto-induced schizophrenia is my subjectivation. Like there is this sort of battle line about what are the legitimated forms of life, what are the legitimated pathologies, and they're always in conflict with one another. And what I love about this transition from communities to communism is really it is about, and the limits that you provided about these, finding out who we truly are. Is there a truth to sex? Is there a truth to my it's this question of avoiding those problems, the ideological issues about why. And I think for that reason, I found this paper to close on a particularly compelling and relatively revolutionary note.
Yeah, so yeah, my teasing about my teasing about schizophrenia aside, I do have my own horse in this race. I do have my own perspective in terms of using terms in normative ways, which is that I'm mostly a semantic pragmatist. Like, that's primarily what I'm into. That's mostly what I do. And what that means in short is that communities always set their own rules and set their own approaches, develop their own approaches to using any given term. And no word is really meaningful outside of that kind of social process of institutionalities. So that's kind of my own position. But obviously the purpose of this essay was meant to be a bit more clarificatory and kind of making things clear and setting people off on giving some insight in a more sort of accessible and breezy style, perhaps. But that is the kind of underlying perspective on my side. It's that this is obviously not something which is limited to transgender experiences, and this is something which happens kind of continuously in all kinds of different ways. I think especially not parallel, one overlapping experience I kind of I tend to bear in mind when I'm doing my social theorizing is the remarkable body of resources that I was told about by my sex worker friends prior to the advent of SESTA FOSTA, which is this United States legislation which made operating on the internet a much more difficult proposition for sex workers. And the kind of resources they were putting together were often blacklisting. So they often needed to develop lists of the clients who are cops first and foremost, but also clients who are dangerous guys and who had said threatening things or done shady shit that made people feel uncomfortable. Prior to SESTA FOSTA, there was, so I guess that was 2018, right? There was really remarkable resources, spreadsheets, stuff like that, which were distributed within communities. And it's obviously a lot of sex workers are also trans people, so there was a overlap, as I say, but it seemed to remind me a great deal of the kind of system of sort of informal referrals and kind of like knowing which doctors are going to give you shit and not give you the pills, and which ones are going to give you shit and they will, or the ones who are actually helpful and supportive, who are often saying of a minority. On the one hand, this is just, in a way, this has a kind of pre-revolutionary potential. It doesn't really do anything to transform the system itself or to improve healthcare overall, but it can mean the difference between a mortifying and frustrating experience or simply a waste of time and having your needs met. Well, this is something that happens all the time. Like I was speaking just the other day with another intersex person who was discussing just an experience from a fat phobic doctor who was trying to refuse them medical treatment on that basis. And this is something that you just kind of bear in mind, you know what I mean? If another person is asking you about a particular hospital, then I will have memory banked that piece of information to tell to them, you know what I mean? It's a lot of the time, it's not something which is happening completely purposefully. It's not necessarily happening as activism, which I think is a great benefit, and also why it seems to often work so well. Well, I guess the word I would use here, getting back to the semantic pragmatism, is this is kind of often a very reciprocal process. And even people who want to have nothing to do with this whatsoever, even people who are I don't really consider myself to be transgender anymore. I've had my surgeries and I want nothing to do with this stuff. Even people who are trying to operate at a great distance and are totally atomize themselves as far as possible. Even people in that position still have these resources to hand, and they still have them available, even if they want to do that in an entirely grazing kind of an approach. So this is like, I guess, like I was saying with the overall endocrine revolution, this is kind of clearly a world historic breakthrough, which is happening whether you like it or not, and whatever you think about it. So yeah, a lot of my theorizing as well. So this goes back to like the first kind of Marxist theorizing I was doing on this topic, this essay, Transition and Abolition. A lot of my theorizing is always like, it's always done with the agenda that I feel like most of the time, like hostile actors towards us provide a very hazy and a very unclear account of why it is there are so many more trans people and why it is that this is all happening. They talk in terms of trends, ideology, perhaps social contagion, but they never really get into this stuff which I'm talking about now, which is what I think is kind of the advantage of not being a phobe. I feel like I'm able to see see a lot more and provide an account which is clearly just like a better explanation. Yeah, I hope that this is like useful to people. That's kind of what I'm going for. We'll see. Yeah, so far people seem to have responded well.
Well, Jules, thank you. I just have one question to kind of take us out here. It involves the section in your essay called From Communities to Communism. And this is where we get Gleasonism cashed out, right? So I want to drill down, if there is such a thing, that is, but I'd like to drill down a little bit on some of the claims made at the end here and elaborate the answer to the question of what is to be done. You say in the beginning that, but either of these views, individual wriggling in the face of interpolation or community working up their own normative bedrock, ever be fully accepted for our purposes. And so just to sort of interpolate that on my own. So we're talking about the phenomenon of atomized struggle, transitions that are conducted in an atomized sort of way versus these sort of community facilities that you talk about in other places in the essay. And then jumping ahead, you say, for as long as trans people operate in the face of a capitalist state, we will break in two directions: atomized struggle and the fashioning of a trans-Pacific mode of civil society. And the way that I'm interpreting this here is the risk under, in attempting to transition under capitalism is this return to the question of who we are. This is something that you said almost at the very end of the essay, where, I don't know, it seems to me, at least in terms of using the dispersed internet communities and so forth, and the idea of a community creating itself from the bottom up. This seems in many senses preferable than, to undergoing transition in an atomized sort of way. But it seems that the specter of the tribunal as it exists under the state, under capitalism, will always come back in the form of a kind of episteme, who are we, versus this kind of techne, like what can we create? What can we become? And I don't know if it kind of seems to me like you're hedging a little bit at the end, with the exception of the fact that you say that our attempt to be revolutionaries must be roundly anti-capitalist. I mean, it seems to me that what's at stake here is eliminating the notion of a tribunal and affirming a form of self-subjectivation or seizing the means of subjectivity that don't rely upon a kind of confirmation from the outside, a tribunal, or even the act or force of recognition.
So this use of civil society, so this is I suppose this is following on from Hegel and various others who kind of distinguish between the civil society is specifically that thing which is particular in a way that the state tends not to be. So this is something which is like focused around a particular thing, a particular need, in this case like a particular set of communities. And right, so this section which I'm happy to describe as Gleasonism, why not? This is me kind of like yeah, there's a kind of struggle which I have to wage, and I guess a kind of clarification within the clarification, which is that whenever you talk about communities too much, people will start calling you a communitarian. This is something which Alistair McIntyre most notably kind of went through and dealt with in his particular flair. So to try and kind of like draw a quick distinction there, I have this passage. I guess I can read you some out. So I say, every petty corruption, frustration, and normativity enforcing eccentricity finds itself empowered by the raw necessity of communal work to avoid trans life becoming heteronymous to the whims and outdated protocols of state provision. In other words, to exist on our own terms immediately follows through into ferocious rows about who exactly we are. The result is that trans communities are despised and relied upon by trans people in equal measure, and for the exact same reason. Yeah, ultimately, this is not where we want to be. Like a list of the doctors who are not terrible, the 1 out of 20 doctors who are not terrible. This is ultimately no place to come to a rest and no place to reside. Like it's a creative and a remarkable work that needs to be reflected upon and built from. But it is not certainly not sufficient in much the same way that, sex workers having to go through potentially being threatened or even brutalized by clients and then making a list of that after the event is not ideal. Like these are clearly we need a horizon which is more thoroughgoing and more emancipatory than the kind of rearguard movements that I'm describing and looking at. And specifically, I feel like this is why you have such a sick.
Okay. I think we're back online. I also realized I had my incognito tab open instead of
Cyclical pattern
the thing.
around people immersing themselves in these cultures, scenes, organizations, and then sort of getting churned through, and often kind of shifting more towards this, as we said before, kind of atomized, distanced approach later on. Yeah, it's not only because life gets better, although sometimes it does. It's also simply to do with the kind of demands which this type of organizing, this type of normative reordering places on people, and especially the continual, incessant categorical rows, which kind of tend to preoccupy these spaces. So yeah, that's hopefully enough to show that my politics are communist rather than communitarian. I can only hope. That's ultimately the abolition of capitalism is the destination, right? The reconciliation, which I suppose is another term for what I'm outlining here, is never going to truly suffice for emancipation.
This one is a bit more. When was this? 5 months ago. Okay, so this next lecture is from 5 months ago. It's from Dr. Jules Gill Peterson. I think it's an important topic to discuss. Okay. It's about trans panic. If you're unfamiliar with it's very similar to the notion of gay panic, where people will use in court when they have done something very violent towards somebody who's either gay or trans. Some people have tried in court to defend that violence by saying they didn't know and that the person's status as a transgender or homosexual individual caused them to panic, and because of the panic they felt, their violence was somehow justified. It's a very grim topic, but Dr. Jules Gill Peterson, very, very smart person, so I'm sure they have something awesome to say. I don't know, I follow her on Twitter. She's just very smart. Let me look up some more about her just because I want to give you her background. If you don't know, if anybody's watching. She's an associate professor of history at Johns Hopkins University. A scholar of transgender history and the history of sexuality. So, all right.
Okay, we're just about to begin.
So
I would
was
like
looking at this
to
earlier.
welcome to the
Literally
stage
like 14 minutes.
the University of
people
Calgary Faculty of Arts, brand new as of just.
doing introductions.
It must be said, the effort to extinguish transness in these children failed over and over again, but we have to, it's our responsibility to understand the scars that those actions left behind.
Okay, let's go.
Dr. Gill Peterson asks us to appreciate the courage of these children who pushed doctors to see them as they wanted to be seen. They resisted efforts to turn their bodies into a vehicle for the creation of a perfectly binary world. As it turns out, human bodies refuse to conform to political theories, and we should celebrate this fact because it's at the core of our humanity. So anyone who's come here tonight to argue that trans childhood and trans people don't or shouldn't exist should know that they are sitting in a room full of people who disagree. Trans kids and all trans people are family, either in the literal sense or in the sense of the human family. And we are not here to debate hate, but to celebrate love. The love that arises when we accept people as they are. This is the spirit of Histories of the Transgender Child, and Dr. Peterson's extraordinary empathy in this book should guide us as we contemplate the joys and sorrows of trans lives in the past. So excited to welcome you up.
Oh my goodness. I'm so moved. Thank you. Thank you, all three of you, for those incredibly generous introductions. And thank you all for coming out tonight. If I can, let me just say Happy Pride, Calgary. Yes, yes. I'm really honored to be giving this year's lecture. And I'm actually just really happy to be back here in this city. I am Canadian, it's true. I grew up in Vancouver, but I haven't been here since I was a kid. I think it was like a long camping trip that ended in the mountains, and maybe there was a quick pit stop sort of here in the city. But I'm really grateful that we can be together, for those of us who are here in person, and thank you for wearing a mask to help make that possible and make my participation possible. But thank you also to those who are tuned in online. In my day job, I'm a professor, but if you're familiar with my work, you might know that I really do care a great deal about sharing my research with everyone, particularly because queer and trans histories belong most to the people they directly concern. So this talk tonight is not just for academics, I'm very happy to say. Now, it is drawn from the first chapter of a book that I'm just about to send off to the publisher, which I've titled A Short History of Trans Misogyny. So if you're interested in sort of the fuller story of trans panic, which is what I'll be speaking about, or kind of some of the broader ways to think about trans women or trans femininity's histories, stay tuned. I got more to say. But the other thing I want to say up front is that this lecture deals quite directly and very extensively with violence against trans women. I wouldn't do this work if I didn't think it was worth studying that violence. But I'm really not cavalier about how that wears on all of us, including on myself, since I've certainly experienced some of the kinds of violence that I talk about in this project. I've spent quite a long time trying to craft how I would write about or talk about some of this violence. And I would say I'm even deeply invested in changing how we talk about violence against trans women, especially Black, Brown, and Indigenous women. So with that in mind, I hope you'll extend some trust in me as we consider some painful matters, but know that I strongly, strongly believe that it's worth it. And we'll get to meet some pretty amazing people along the way, I promise you. So this is Trans Panic, a global history, and my talk will move in three parts. So part one is a global circuit of violence. In the fall of 2014, U.S. Marine Joseph Scott Pemberton was stationed.
What is that? Sorry, I need to figure out. I think it's my watch. My watch must have an alarm sound.
Stationed at Subic Naval Base in the Philippines for military training exercises. He was 19 years old. On the night of October the 11th, Pemberton and three friends made their way to a neighborhood dense with bars, restaurants, and hotels that for over a century have catered to U.S. soldiers. The four Americans walked into Ambiance Bar around 11:15. The place was known for sex work, and it was...
I'm going to reset this because I think she's going to talk a lot about this story, so I should keep my mouth shut and just let the story unfold.
How we talk about violence against trans women, especially Black, Brown, and Indigenous women. So with that in mind, I hope you'll extend some trust in me as we consider some painful matters, but know that I strongly, strongly believe that it's worth it. And we'll get to meet some pretty amazing people along the way, I promise you. So this is Trans Panic, a global history, and my talk will move in three parts. So part one is a global circuit of violence. In the fall of 2014, U.S. Marine Joseph Scott Pemberton was stationed at Subic Naval Base in the Philippines for military training exercises. He was 19 years old. On the night of October the 11th, Pemberton and three friends made their way to a neighborhood dense with bars, restaurants, and hotels that for over a century have catered to U.S. soldiers. The four Americans walked into Ambiance Bar around 11:15. The place was known for sex work, and it was full of servicemen on liberty socializing with young Filipinas. Pemberton met Jennifer Laude at the bar. She was a stunning beauty, maybe a couple of years older than him, flanked by three of her friends. Whatever they talked about, it wasn't an especially long conversation. By 11, Pemberton left with Laude and her friend Barbie. The trio walked down the street to the nearby Cell Zone Lodge Hotel. The bellboy at the front desk checked them in. That same bellboy later recounted seeing Barbie leave first on her own. And a short time later, Pemberton left, also by himself. The Cell Zone staff later found Laude dead in the bathroom, slumped over the toilet. She had been strangled to death. What went on in the hotel room wasn't very hard to piece together. The bellboy's testimony, together with security camera footage, established that Pemberton and Laude were...
It's the saddest way to die. Sometimes I think about, if I was in that situation where somebody was trying to, kill me because of who I am, literally, and, what would be running through my head? I can't think about it too much because it frightens me, but, that somebody had to go, that people go through that every year is horrifying.
Alone before she died. And when Pemberton returned to the military base to make...
It's gotta be one of the scariest and saddest things you can possibly go through.
Curfew, he confessed to a friend that he had killed her. But he claimed a very specific justification. He felt he had been deceived by Laude, who was a trans woman. He, the US Marine stationed in the Philippines, apparently felt, quote, raped. The Philippine National Police were prepared on this basis to arrest Pemberton, but the US military refused to cooperate. The 1998 Visiting Forces Agreement between the two countries granted the US total jurisdiction over law-breaking service people, and the US refused to give up Pemberton, provoking outrage from across the Filipino political spectrum. Trans activists and Laude's family joined anti-colonial demonstrators demanding an end to the US military presence in the Philippines. Laude may have been the target of an unfortunately familiar form of violence against trans women, and Pemberton's use of a trans panic defense was also quite typical. But Laude could never be reduced to a general statistic. The documentary film Call Her Ganda, released in 2018, follows the efforts to see Pemberton convicted, and it shows us a woman who was deeply loved. Laude was not alone in her life. She shared a vibrant social world with other trans Filipinas who respected her as a leader. She also had a fiancé in Germany who she was planning to marry. And her family, still in mourning, was at the center of fighting in her name. Jennifer's mother, Nanay Julita Laude, opens Call Her Ganda with the shrine and memorial she created in her daughter's bedroom. Jennifer had moved away from their rural home to work at a beauty salon in Olongapo. Every week, she would send me all her money, explains Nanay on camera. And she promised, Mom, when I come home, they will not make fun of me and call me a queer. I will have accomplished something. My life has value. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Nanay shares that she had called Jennifer Ganda since her childhood. The word means beautiful in Tagalog. And Jennifer had more than earned that name. In selfie footage shot on her phone, the documentary shows Laude as a confident high femme. Strutting for the camera at a beauty pageant, she smiles with a powerful grace. She's soft and demure to the camera, waving and blowing a kiss in the footage, but she has that unmistakable presence of so many trans women of color. Earned and self-evidently resplendent. The startling force of her femininity on camera, if you watch the film, makes one thing incredibly clear. Being trans did not seal her fate. Her beauty was, on the contrary, a source of tremendous and unkillable power. A few years earlier and halfway around the world, in the country that had sent Pemberton to the Philippines, Cece McDonald was walking to the store in her working-class Minneapolis neighborhood with a few friends. It was around midnight in June, and her shopping list was pretty simple: some bacon, eggs, and biscuits for breakfast the next morning. She'd become accustomed to shopping late at night because the cloak of darkness helped reduce the constant street harassment that she endured. And as McDonald and her friends passed the Schooner Tavern, they were accosted by a volley of slurs hurled by a clutch of older white people drinking and smoking outside the bar. McDonald was no stranger to this kind of harassment, with its mix of indiscriminate homophobia, transphobia, and anti-Black racism. Years of endurance had made her quite confident and unapologetic. "Excuse me," she said to Dean Schmitz, the man who had been yelling, "we are people, and you need to respect us." But the language from him only escalated. McDonald and her friends turned to start walking away. It was then that the girlfriend of the man who had been yelling at them, Molly Flaherty, yelled after them. She had been sipping from a tumbler glass out.
Just a quick update on what I'm doing in the game. I'm a little frustrated because I turned a dirty bandage into a clean bandage. And because I did that, I can't make I can't make a clean bandage because you need a dirty bandage to do it. So I don't know what I made earlier. I guess I made... Like, my character has such a serious infection, probably, now, because I can't seem to find anything to heal them. I just need one clean bandage. What did I make? I'm not even sure what happened. Oh well.
Outside the bar, and now she hit MacDonald in the face with it so hard that it tore through her skin and into her salivary gland. In the fight that ensued, Schmitz advanced on MacDonald. She happened to have a pair of scissors on her and held them out in defense. Schmitz lumbered right into them and was wounded badly enough that he later died. Only escalated.
I'm going to back up
Class
this story 'cause I
Minneapolis
didn't
News
hear
selfie
all.
footage shot on her phone and demurred her fate. Her beauty was class Minneapolis neighborhood with a few friends. It was around midnight in June. Her shopping list was pretty simple: some bacon, eggs, and biscuits for breakfast the next morning. She'd become accustomed to shopping late at night because the cloak of darkness helped reduce the constant street harassment that she endured. And as MacDonald and her friends passed the Schooner Tavern, they were accosted by a volley of slurs hurled by a clutch of older white people drinking and smoking outside the bar. MacDonald was no stranger to this kind of harassment, with its mix of indiscriminate homophobia, transphobia, and anti-Black racism. Years of endurance had made her quite confident and unapologetic. "Excuse me," she said to Dean Schmitz, the man who had been yelling. "We are people, and you need to respect us." But the language from him only escalated. MacDonald and her friends turned to start walking away. It was then that the girlfriend of the man who had been yelling at them, Molly Flaherty, yelled after them. She had been sipping from a tumbler glass outside the bar, and now she hit MacDonald in the face with it so hard that it tore through her skin and into her salivary gland. In the fight that ensued, Schmitz advanced on MacDonald. She happened to have a pair of scissors on her and held them out in defense. Schmitz lumbered right into them and was wounded badly enough that he later died. Despite what had happened, MacDonald was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. And despite an outpouring of organizing from activists, the local district attorney was relentless in his mission to convict her. To avoid a potentially staggering 80 years in prison, like most people facing criminal charges in the United States, MacDonald took a plea deal. In the end, she served 19 months in a men's prison in St. Cloud, Minnesota. After over a year of legal action and protests, Pemberton was eventually sentenced by a Philippines court.
That story's so horrifying. Like, having to defend yourself from actual violent bigots, and then because you killed some old bigot who was definitely saw you as a subhuman, because you defended yourself against their violence, you're facing up to 80 years. What are you supposed to let the guy do? Just stuff so
To 6 to 10 years in prison. But the judge had accepted Pemberton's transpanic defense, reducing the charge from murder to homicide. But even then, the U.S. military refused to give him up. He was transferred to a U.S.-run camp military base where he was protected for the next 5 years. And in 2020, the far-right president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, pardoned Pemberton for killing Laude, and he was deported back to the United States. Laude and MacDonald are only two of the countless recent entries in violence against trans women around the world. You may have heard of their stories before. They were both framed by their attackers as an inherent threat to be put down, and in both cases, the state joined ranks with the attackers. Pemberton had his charge reduced, and the US military protected him until he was pardoned. And MacDonald did time for her self-defense against an unprovoked violent attack.
The U.S. military came to the defense of a man who literally just killed a woman in cold blood for no reason at all. She was trans, so apparently it was acceptable to kill her. And the U.S. military came to his defense, because again, trans people are subhuman, so if you kill them, it's not really a big deal, I guess, according to the U.S. military.
I share their stories because they highlight a key feature of violence against trans women. Attackers are often successful in claiming that violence against trans women is rational, a legitimate response to a panic other people experience. And this rationale is so widely accepted that even self-defense can land trans women in prison. And this is how we know that trans misogyny isn't simply the expression of individual hatred. If it were, the state wouldn't need to play such an active role in guaranteeing it. Brings me to part 2, the limits of law and psychology. LGBT and domestic violence organizations rarely track violence against trans women as a standalone category. It tends to be placed under a general transgender or LGBT umbrella. Yet they still describe violence against trans women specifically as, and you've probably seen these kinds of reports before, a plague, an emergency, or an epidemic. They also contend that the rate of violence against trans women seems to be going up, especially for Black trans women and trans women of color, say in the United States. But none of these organizations can explain why trans women are harassed, assaulted, or even killed at such alarming rates, or what would make that rate change. And our lack of understanding of the causes is tied to some kind of strange prescriptions. The National Center for Transgender Equality, for example, on its website advocates prosecuting violence against trans women of color in the US as hate crimes, even though hate crime laws are mostly used to criminalize people of color in the first place. Tori Cooper, the Human Rights Campaign's Director of Community Engagement for its Transgender Justice Initiative, told Time magazine in 2021 that, quote, "We need to make sure that folks who commit hate crimes are prosecuted accordingly." The concept of hate crime sticks a sort of vague idea of transphobic bias onto a prefabricated explanation for violence, that it happens because it's committed by criminals. This is proven to be practically useless in the face of the trans panic defense, which continues to exonerate people brought to trial or mitigates their charges for attacking or killing trans women. In Canada, as far as I can tell, the trans panic defense is not specifically illegal. It could still be invoked under the criminal code to mitigate responsibility if the defendant were established to have been provoked. But the trans panic defense is actually so resilient that it has survived being banned elsewhere. In the US, in 2002, 17-year-old Gwen Araujo was killed by 4 men in Newark, California. And at the trial, the defense claimed that the men had killed her in the, quote, heat of passion, end quote, after discovering her, quote, biological sex. But that seems to have been untrue. The defendants first had sex with Araujo several days before they killed her, meaning that there wasn't really any revelation left for them to experience the night of the murder. But the claim that Araujo's body had so provoked them that they were justified in killing her overwhelmed the facts of the case. The jury deadlocked, leading to a mistrial, and at a second trial, only landed on charges of second-degree murder. And so the success of this strategy actually led California to ban the trans panic defense and the gay panic defense. Yet only 5 years later, downstate in Oxnard, California, Brandon McInerney shot his 15-year-old classmate, Letitia King, in the back of the head in front of students and their teacher. The trial's narrative emphasized that he killed King shortly after she had asked him to be her Valentine. The murder of a black trans girl in junior high was narrated as a case of unrequited love, a story that allowed everyone to avoid the
I really can't handle that.
fact that
fucking
King
horrifying.
was trans. At trial, she was referred to by her legal name only, with male pronouns only, and was repeatedly identified as a gay boy. She was treated.
Like, imagine confessing that you love somebody, or that you care about them, or that you just want them to be your stupid Valentine at some stupid dance, and because of that, somebody puts, like, because of that, and then afterwards at the trial, they just dead name gender you, all because you just asked somebody out to your fucking Valentine thing.
This way despite testimony that it was watching King type her name, Letitia, on a classroom computer that precipitated McInerney to pull the gun. Much of what happened at this trial hinged on confusion between gender identity and sexual orientation, explains the scholar Gail Salomon, who wrote an entire book about it. The evidence presented to explain why McInerney killed King included the clothing she wore to school, the way she walked down the hallway, and the tone of voice she used in speaking to him, all of which were interpreted as sexual harassment of McInerney. It was as if King had somehow pushed McInerney to kill her. This submerged logic on the defense's part, as Salomon puts it, worked without any evidence, precisely because Letitia's feminine gender, quote, was already a panic-inducing provocation. McInerney's violence became logical, quote, by characterizing non-normative gender as itself a violent act of aggression, reading the expression of gender identity as itself a sexual act. So as with Gwen Araujo's killers, McInerney's
Like, this is just more of the, you know, just simply being trans is, like, sexualized to people. Like, just presenting yourself as visibly trans is somehow sexual provocation. Like, if I just walk outside wearing makeup, I'm assaulting somebody because I'm trans. Like, you know, it's insane. Like, just wearing a dress or wearing some makeup or using an effeminate voice, like, all these things are just too much for people, I guess.
plea deal reduced the charges to second-degree murder, and state prosecutors failed to land a hate crime charge against McInerney. Even though the trans panic defense was illegal in California, it was very easily invoked by conflating trans femininity with homosexuality. Even if hate crimes could outwit trans panic defenses, imprisoning the killers of trans women and girls has very little to do with justice. My point is only that criminal law and mass incarceration are entirely impotent in addressing violence against trans women. But the way that these trials actually extended the very violence that they were supposed to address also provides us a really important clue to understanding what trans panic is. Misgendering trans femininity as male sexual aggression allows for a preemptive strike, but that preemptive strike ironically counts as self-defense. All the person has to do is claim after the fact that they panicked. Now, the panic in trans panic has mostly been studied as a psychological phenomenon, which, is maybe not very surprising. The trans feminist author, Julia Serrano, points out that violence against trans women is generally justified as punishment for deception. By hypersexualizing trans femininity, trans women are treated as inviting not just sexual advances, but any violence required to reassert straight men's position over them in the social hierarchy. So sexualizing trans women, ironically, threatens the men who are doing that sexualizing by association, almost like a boomerang. Or as Serrano puts it, behind every accusation of deception lies an unchallenged assumption that no male in his right mind could ever be attracted to someone who is feminine yet physically male.
in this entire town.
The philosopher Talia May Becher.
Like, there are aspects of this game that are like deeply realistic, and then there are aspects which are deeply infuriating, like how difficult it is to find weapons, or the fact that there's nothing to bandage yourself with. Like, there's a curtain right here. Like, if I'm bleeding, I'm going to wash that curtain in like soapy water or something. Tear it out. I'll wrap it around my arm. Like, you know, I'm not just gonna let it get infected. I'll keep washing it or something. Like, why do I have to go into 60 different houses just to find a bandage or something?
Emphasizes that this is a situation no trans woman can successfully navigate. The killing of trans women by men is often explained as resulting from their failure to disclose being trans. But that failure and the subsequent moment of discovery, in case after case that I've reviewed in my research, seems just as often to me to have been a lie invented after the fact to mitigate consequences. Choosing to disclose or not disclose rarely matters because trans women aren't in control over how they're perceived by others. The victim blaming of trans women has very little to do with what they say or how they actually
I think
act.
it's also not allowed.
And like many trans feminists, Serrano and Becher see violence against trans women as sort of a subset of misogynist violence in general, which I think is true. But I would say that the psychological analysis kind of runs out of steam here. Misogyny is not just pure or abstract woman-hating. It is often attached in reality to people forced to live at the bottom of other social hierarchies, like race and class, that already expose them to a lot of violence. Misogyny selects people, like trans women, based on compounding factors that makes it easier to victim blame them. And misogyny also promises protection to women who pledge their allegiance, which I think partly explains why so many anti-trans feminists or right-wing women are very content to align with very misogynist men when it comes to the dehumanization of trans women. But still, this psychological explanation doesn't paint a very rosy picture of men, right? It can't explain at all why some men act out in violence, but most do not. It could tie trans misogyny to violence against non-trans women, but it can't explain why trans women are often treated through homophobia and gay panic as well. The role of racism is also demoted to a kind of add-on. And so if men are not inherently evil, which is not a hypothesis I can accept, and if trans women do not intrinsically invite reprisal, which I can't accept either, then the psychology of this violence had to actually arise at a certain time and place. The trans panic had to be invented. And so my intervention in this work is to ask when, where, how, and why the trans panic emerged. And history answers. But it answers without any easy narratives of good and evil, let alone universal human psychology. Trans panic's history is vast, and it actually stretches the entire world. So I'll just share a little snippet with you tonight, and I do so to show that, of course, this violence is far from our destiny. That takes me to the third part of my talk, empires of panic. A long time before it was legal defense, trans panic began in the 19th century. Although it had no single beginning or architect, some of the traces of its emergence, I should say, are archived in, of all places, colonial India. For over a century, the British East India Company had tried to control what was really sort of a bloated corporate ploy, and British sovereignty was actually quite weak. In 1857, as many of you may know, the Indian Rebellion rocked the region. Soldiers recruited to maintain order mutinied, and the British effectively lost control of most of the north. Only after months of vicious fighting did they manage to regain military control. Fearful that their position was insecure, British India was formalized as a colony under the crown. And the northwestern provinces, which I want to talk about, which had been one of the most staunchly anti-colonial regions during the rebellion, were sort of formed administratively in this process of crown consolidation. But British officials were very, very worried they might lose the province again, especially because they really didn't know very much about who lived within its borders. The administrators of the province became convinced they needed to pacify Indian society to avoid future rebellion. And the British trans panic in India took root in that environment. But its initial spark in the northwestern provinces came in 1852. That year, a hijra named Pura was murdered, and her lover, Ali Buksh, was charged with the crime. Colonial officials weren't sure at first what a hijra was. The occasional European had noted the term, like the Dutch traveler Balthazar Solvens, who in 1810 described hijras as, quote, a vile class of beings whose whole life is an outrage to morality and common decency. What exactly was their outrage? Well, living as women, having been born male. Solvens wrote that some Hindus believe that they are really born in this state, but it is certain that it is inflicted on them in their earliest infancy by their parents. He also emphasized that their visible presence in public really upset him. Now, in truth, hijra history is extremely long and actually quite difficult to reconstruct. But in the mid-19th century, hijras were found throughout the Indian subcontinent. They were known for performing in public, mostly by dancing and singing, and they demanded badai, gifts of money to which they were spiritually entitled at the birth of a child or a marriage. The role of hijras in blessing and supporting the reproduction of the household was tied to their unique and sacred infertility. Hijras may have been born male by a Western standard, but in childhood they were usually initiated into a discipleship through which they grew up and lived as non-reproductive women. And although they were associated with castration, not all hijras in the 1850s underwent that procedure. It was rather their asceticism, their spiritual way of life, that distinguished them. So to understand what happened in the wake of Pura's murder, it's important to say first that hijras were not then and are not now in any uncontested sense transgender. Even though I'm offering the story of the global trans panic through their example, I actually don't mean to suggest that we should consider them trans. First of all, hijra histories are much older than the Western concept of gender, right? But they're also much older by the same token than the modern trans concepts that we largely use today, which originated in Western Europe and the United States. In contemporary India, anthropologist Vaibhav Saria explains that hijras are part of complex political struggles between Hindu nationalists and post-colonial pluralists, and actually generally don't always align themselves with Indian transgender activism. So what I want to show is that the targeting of groups like hijras involved a specific kind of state-sponsored violence called trans panic, a violence that brought them against their will into the orbit of the Western gender system. Instead of considering hijras to be trans, I argue that the violence of trans panic made hijras trans feminine to the British and subsequently the rest of the world. So I use the phrase transfeminization to describe that process inflicted on them. I think one of the features of trans panic to this day is that it transfeminizes people regardless of how they understand themselves. So, at the trial of Ali Buksh, the court decided that he had killed Pura out of jealousy after she left him for another man. No real reason to believe that, but the court also declared with no evidence that Pura had been a prostitute. The judge actually used his verdict to pronounce a moral sermon on the Hijra underground that he thought was threatening British sovereignty. And as the historian Jessica Hinchy explains, this judge, Judge Unwin, treated Pura's death as the tip of an iceberg of a mysterious thing he called the eunuch problem.
Just switch the audio when you switch the channel.
Here's the judge. The sickening details of this case involved the disgusting exposure of an abominable trade in prostitution carried on by eunuchs dressed as women, whom they also resemble in shape, with vested rights to contributions at weddings, etc., in certain villages allotted to one or more of them under a sort of acknowledged internal government. They have, in fact, a king, according to some residents in Delhi. Others say at Furukabad. Now, you probably won't be surprised to hear that Judge Unwin was basically wrong about all of that. Hijras were not predominantly sex workers, and they did not have a king. But it was a compelling story, and it incited a trans panic in the colonial bureaucracy. The immorality of hijras in British eyes, because they trespassed the boundary between men and women, became a threat. The court sexualized that gender transgression by calling it prostitution, making it quite concrete in an era where a major British alibi for imperialism was ending the sex trade. As Hinchey explains in her work, what the British didn't know drove the hijra panic. Because they did not know what it meant to be a hijra, they invented a story that they could understand. And this story that hijras were male prostitutes with a secret government became the pretext for trying to exterminate them. In 1865, the northwestern provinces adopted an official policy to, quote, reduce the number of hijras through measures that would, quote, gradually lead to their extinction. Since there was no hijra king to depose, the state aimed in reality to disrupt their livelihoods. The colonial government enacted the Criminal Tribes Act in 1871, the second half of which was directed specifically at hijras. Now, castration was already illegal by this point, along with prostitution, which sort of made hijras easy targets for the police. But the Criminal Tribes Act specifically mandated that hijras submit to a police registry, and the registry inventoried their property. The Criminal Tribes Act outlawed property inheritance in hijra households, impoverishing them very quickly. The law also restricted hijras from traveling, which they often did to attend marriages and births. Combining that with the criminalization of dancing in public and wearing women's clothing, their entire way of life was now illegal. Now, when it comes to the British Empire in the 19th century, they sort of generally opted for repressive taxation or forced labor over genocide in trying to put down indigenous populations outside of white settler colonies like Canada and Australia. But what made hijras different was that the British felt they could never be reformed. Hard labor would not make them into men. And colonial officials considered them to be a kind of doomed race destined to die out. And although the British labeled them prostitutes, hijras were actually treated differently from Indian sex workers in the era. The British specifically charged that hijras practice what they termed, quote, professional sodomy. That's quite a phrase. It's very British. Because as you might know, the British concept of sodomy was almost hilariously vague. There was this Christian emphasis on never describing the immoral sexual act, which actually made criminal convictions for sodomy almost impossible to prove. And at the end of the century, you might know the crime of sodomy would be memorialized as the love that dare not speak its name at Oscar Wilde's trial. But decades earlier, cross-dressing was used as its practical proof. In 1870, the English press had erupted when two men in women's clothing were arrested in London and charged as sodomites. But they hadn't been caught having sex. They were arrested because of their clothing. And in India, colonial officials began taking the same approach, arguing that the clothes hijras wore seduced men into sodomy. And the threat of hijras dressed as women in public was construed as so severe that nothing less than their eradication could squash it. But, as Hinchey's research shows, the eradication policy was not successful. Most hijras were able to outwit the police in everyday life. There just weren't enough police around to do that. But the assault on their way of life did have lasting consequences. For one thing, the law escalated police violence where it was implemented. In one district, for instance, a police officer reported that he would seek out hijras in public, cut their hair, strip them of their clothes and jewelry, and then force them into men's clothing. The loss of income, once singing, dancing, and badai were criminalized, also proved to have lasting consequences. The moral panic around gender and sexuality actually played out largely in economic terms. British society at the time was organized ideologically around a strict separation of spheres. Women were ideally consigned to the home, while labor and public life were intended for men. And that was a division that hijras transgressed just by existing. A little bit, but not really, like working class women or other people in England who didn't live up to that ideology. And so although hijras survived the British trans panic, they were forever changed by losing their way of life and work. In fact, today, hijras often are sex workers. The anthropologist who I cited earlier, Vaibhav Sarya, explains that most hijra communities experience poverty because today their ascetic role has merged with low pay in the service economy and sex industry. And so although the history here is very, very, very complex, the British trans panic in the colonial era seems to have played a role in pushing hijras towards sex work, the very thing they were accused of doing, by criminalizing their previous way of life. So I offer this case study to you because I think it also shows us that trans panic first emerged without any psychology at all. The British...
It's like something about, being like queer is often the violence and discrimination that you experience is they always find a way to use that against you somehow. Like in this example, because of the discrimination, they had to turn to prostitution, and then they turn around and say, well, like, oh look, you're engaging in prostitution. I mean, keep in mind it's during a time when they thought that was a bad thing. Like, sex positivity is really important for me, obviously. Like, sex workers are human beings like the rest of us, and just working a job. But my point is, like, the prejudice that is levied against queer people and black people and all that, it ends up being used against them too. Like, the fact that they experience prejudice causes a lot of trans people to be very depressed, and sometimes to take things a step further than they should in terms of like self-harm and things like that. And then people who are against trans people will then say, well, look at what happened to these other trans people because of the pain that they were feeling. You don't want that to happen to you, right? Well, you should stop being trans. Well, they just skip over the part where, that pain, misery, and that person went through was their fault. Like, they could have simply been loving, supporting, accepting, but that just gets skipped over every time. It's amazing how often prejudice is weaponized, like, against the people who are, prejudiced against.
British misgendered hijras as a population by sexualizing them
really
as so-called male sodomites and sex workers, completely ignoring their ascetic way of life. And the colonial state appointed itself the right to exterminate hijras to satisfy British moral order and colonial sovereignty.
Again, I'm putting this on YouTube.
Doing so really meant ending the hijra way of life, but it also empowered men, namely police officers, to look for and attack hijras on the street. And that model would recur countless times around the world. In the 1870s in the United States, federal agents began entering indigenous communities on reservations to enforce bans on spiritual and cultural practices. Joe
So
Medicine
surprising
Crow, an
that
elder
you're
in the
saying
Crow
that.
Nation, remembered a federal agent named Briscoe, who waged a personal campaign against the Bade in his community in the 1890s. Bade is a Crow word for a respected social role that today might fall under the pan-Indigenous category, two-spirit. As Joe Medicine Crow puts it, quote, "The agent incarcerated the Bade, cut off their hair, made them wear men's clothing. He forced them to do manual labor. The people were so upset that Chief Pretty Eagle came into Crow Agency and told Briscoe to leave the reservation. It was a tragedy trying to change them." That striking similarity between the actions of the colonial police officer in the northwestern provinces and the colonial federal agent on the Crow Reservation is unmistakable evidence that we could scale up to see how trans panic was truly global. Now, this doesn't mean it was coordinated, but simply that colonial states were incentivized in a common way to use trans panic. And men, acting as agents of the state, went after people whose femininity was deemed a threat to public order, violently cutting their hair, removing their clothing, and publicly punishing them. Two-spirit peoples across the Americas endured these violent assaults as part of a centuries-long project of genocide. But many other populations were transfeminized by Western colonial expansion in the 19th century and suffered similar forms of violence, from the Babaylan, persecuted by Catholic missionaries in the Spanish colonial Philippines, to Mahu, targeted by Christian missionaries in pre-annexation Hawaii. What was trans about the panic was not that the people being targeted themselves were inherently trans. Women were really trans at all, but simply that they had been trans-feminized by the state, which conflated their femininity outside a Western gender system with sexually aggressive immorality. This pattern of state violence recurs throughout the 20th century too. For instance, during the dictatorship years in Chile, travestis arrested by the national police on suspicion of being sex workers testified that officers would routinely rip off their nails with pliers, shave their heads, and force them into men's clothing. The use of sexual assault as a punishment in jails is also a recurring form of violence we see time and time again. And of course, we could add examples stretching to the present day, to the experiences of Jennifer Laude and Cece McDonald, and we could include examples from Canada too, but I don't mean for the evidence to overwhelm us. I simply want to make 3 key points that will bring me to my conclusion. First, violence against trans women is a real, distinct phenomenon with its own history. Second, if violence against trans women is a result of psychology, those feelings and actions had to be invented instead of being inherent or natural. And third, trans panic was invented first by colonial states to trans-feminize indigenous populations. And so if we are serious about addressing the ongoing persistence of this violence, we simply have to deal with this history. And I think it's very complicated to deal with. So if I can leave you with something to reflect on tonight, it would sort of be this. I think it's actually quite important to critically question the human rights and state recognition framework of LGBT politics that has been institutionalized around the world as a best practice. I know Canada has just announced its first federal 2S LGBTQI+ action plan, which I think is really worth examining in detail.
Can you hear me?
And given the anti-trans political violence exported especially by the US and the UK, but also by dictatorial and authoritarian governments around the world, I think it often feels like transphobia manifests through the rolling back of legal protection, something that human rights can overcome. That may be true to some extent, but what I think the global history of trans panic tells us is that state power, the very source of the national and international order of human rights, has actually been instrumental in inventing and generalizing violence against trans women. The colonial state, including the settler colonial state of Canada, participates in this unfinished history. So as we face down this moment together, when anti-trans political violence is surging, I think we have to meet the scale of the danger we face with equally big thinking. Instead of criminal, psychological, or legal remedies, what would it really take to break this 150-year streak of state-sponsored violence? It won't be easy to figure out the answer to that. I wouldn't pretend to be able to give it to you. But whatever it is, it will be an affirmation that despite the history that I've recounted tonight, there is one thing I have never been more certain of. Trans femininity's beauty and grace is fundamentally unkillable. Thank you so very much.
Okay, so it's going to be a question and answer segment, and then I'll have to find another video. So I'm going to go on here. I'm enjoying
So as I've said, we're going to hand around cards that you can write questions on. Have we got those yet? Annette's going to start off with a couple of questions, and then I'm also going to be monitoring the online if I can figure out how to work it. It'll pop up here.
I'm giving everyone else time to think and had very little time to think about a fascinating and rich and incredibly. My mic is on, is it? Yes. Closer. There we go. Yes. A very rich talk, a ton of ideas circulating in my head as I was listening to it. So one of the things that really struck me as somebody who's done the history of gender for a very long time is how critical it is in the story, in the narratives that you told, to understand the interrelationship between gender and sexuality, right? That these things are, we separate them in journals. You know, I have a story of somebody who submitted an article to me and had been rejected by Women's History Journal because it was about transsexuality. And that person asked me, well, but it's about sexuality. Is it about transgender identity? So what I'm really interested in is how you would respond to that kind of argument, that we can neatly, and we do this, and I did this as an editor, but we do this, but that we can neatly separate gender and sexuality.
Yeah, I think it's a great place to start our conversation this evening. And I will say just one thing. It's like very much the JGP brand to like overload in talks. So like take some time, digest. Like don't feel that you have to match my like all the moving parts with a question, and you know, I'm happy to go wherever. But isn't it so interesting, right? It's like, okay, if you go to an intro to gender studies class or to an ally training, what's the first thing someone will probably write on the board? Sex, gender, and sexuality are separate. They have no necessary relationship to one another. You must remember this, right? And it's like, okay, well, where did that idea come from, right? We might think, well, probably from feminism, the idea that sex and gender is different, right? And then maybe from queer politics, the idea that sexuality doesn't have to match those, or maybe from trans politics, the idea that they can align any way they want. Unfortunately, the answer is it came from psychiatry, psychology, and from medicine. The distinction between sex and gender, as we use it today, was invented in a clinical setting in the 1950s. It's one of the things I write about in my book. And actually, the pressure to then separate sexuality, sort of like sexual orientation, from gender as an interior identity, shockingly recent idea, right? I would not say it is the dominant way that most people in the world understand themselves, even in North America to this day, right? But that pressure to make that separation, I would say, really picks up in the 1970s, right? We start to see a split when trans women in particular are kind of kicked out of the gay liberation movement after Stonewall, right? And then, you know, some gay and lesbian activists start to say, hey, if we present ourselves as just normal men and women, we might really like have a good thing going here, right? And guess who's not really invited to that party? the trans people. But one of the interesting things to me, right, is like, okay, so I think we have good grounds to be like, do we want to make this distinction? Like, we don't have to, right? I mean, we're actually sometimes told we have to, but like, I'm giving you permission. It's up to you, right? But why aren't we more interested in the things that don't line up? Because one of the groups of people for whom that distinction often doesn't make sense is trans women, trans feminine people. There are so many different kinds of trans femininity in the world that are about sexuality, right? And they're just interesting relationships that make us uncomfortable. You know, some of us used to be gay boys and now we're glorious women, right? So like we've already, you know, gone around the block, right? So it's like, you know, I love it, right? I'm all about it. And so I think it's a really interesting problem because, you know, certainly in institutions that are practicing sort of diversity and inclusion, and also in academia, we've been told that this distinction is the right one, but with like not a lot of explanation for why. And I just think, unfortunately, it excludes so many people. And then it does a disservice, right? I think one of the things I want to understand by making that kind of jargony shift to trans feminization, right, is some people are in fact targeted because that distinction collapses on purpose to endanger them, right? But we can't save those people or even help those people by reasserting the distinction, right? You know, Sadia's wonderful book about hijras based in ethnography, right, points out very gently that a lot of hijras today would be very unhappy to make that separation, so they don't ally themselves with transgender activism, right? And there are lots of people, in the global north too that I think would feel that way. So I'm all in favor of us sort of asking just simply, hey, where did this come from, right? And then if maybe we don't like the answer, we have permission to think otherwise. And I think thinking otherwise is challenging. I think it's hard to do it right now when we're all, when the stakes are really high for our lives. But I think we have great reason to do it. And, it might make things like LGBT, right, or queer and trans, or all of these umbrella terms we've tried to create, it just really changes the landscape, right? So I just don't buy the sort of like, why do gay and trans people march at the same pride, right? Well, like, okay, it's because they invented the thing together, but also like, it's because we all have genders and sexualities and they kind of get mixed up with each other. So anyways, I could go on and on, but not to force you to read a cue card.
This is great. The questions have poured in already,
Thank
so
you all.
I'm going to go straight to them, and I'll combine two at once because they're related. So one question asks you to define transfeminization further, which you could do in the process of answering the question, did other colonial powers participate in the process of transfeminization?
Love it. Thank you all. This is like, stupid. I know it's like Friday night, so thanks for bringing the energy, It's like we're a little bit in a classroom here together. Here's what I'll say about transfeminization. The big distinction for me, right, is that the way we have sort of been coached to use transgender and trans is really through an identity model, right? The idea that trans people share in common a certain gendered experience of life, that we look inward, we find that we're different than what we were assigned at birth, and then we chart a path forward in life in order to let us live that way, right? But I think that doesn't work always very well because not all people follow that way of thinking. It's a pretty ethnocentric definition, right? It's really one that suits people, in the global north a lot better. It fits into a kind of individualistic kind of identity sort of model, which is obviously something that is really central to how life is organized in the contemporary moment, but it doesn't necessarily resonate with everyone. So transfeminization for me tries to think about the difference between what happens when we study people from an identity model, which sometimes we definitely should, versus if we're trying to understand a form of power that's bearing down on them. And here's the thing about anti-trans power, right? It's generally not very discerning, right? It often thrives on contradiction and messiness. So by transfeminization, I want to say that lots of people who are affected by trans misogyny don't identify as trans women, and in fact including them on the basis of calling them trans women might actually be like part of harming them, right? It's part of the kind of violence of applying Western models to other groups of people. And it's not just a symbolic erasure, right? That's why I really wanted to stress that for the example of hijras, that the disruption was not so much symbolic as economic. They lost their livelihood because they were trans-feminized. So it didn't really matter what they thought about themselves. Similarly, I think in some of the examples where even people who do identify as trans women are misgendered and are treated through a kind of gay panic, right? That, I think, again, trans-feminization really emphasizes that coercive, right, misrecognition. But identity recognition isn't really the solution to that, because the form of power itself is too indiscriminate. And then for the second part of that question, love that question, thank you for setting me up. Yeah, you know, that's the argument I want to make, is that a lot of colonial powers, broadly speaking, were interested in this. I just gave quick kind of throwaway examples, but there's a very common pattern to, I mean, you know, different European imperialism manifested very differently, especially around the world. Big difference between settler colonies, like the one we're, you know, sitting in right now, and colonies that didn't have as many settlers, right, like, you know, British India. But essentially, what I'm interested in is this process by which part of colonialism means instituting new regimes of gender, right, and labor. So often the introduction of Western-style marriage laws, right? And another big thing would be in the 19th century, the arrival of industrial capitalism. So as people in countries that are being colonized are losing their land, losing their ways of life, and end up basically proletarianized, they have nothing left. They're forced into cities, right? Well, they're also being subject to Western gender system. And in the Western gender system, you know, the British are a really good example of this. You're supposed to only have two options, right? I'm not being facetious here. Get married or do sex work. Those are like the only two options for women ideologically, right? It's not really how it plays out. But so if you're a colonized person, right, and you might have lived a kind of way of life that, you know, we might want to read as trans, but obviously wasn't, you know, in any obvious way, what's your option? You're not going to get married. You can't get married, so you do sex work, right? And so I think of it sort of, it's loose, right? But I want to play with this kind of big macro scale, because I think it helps us see things really zoomed out that we might miss if we went super local, right? Like, I am not an expert in the history of British India, right? Nor am I an expert in the history of the Philippines or Hawaii, right? But I'm sort of trying to learn from other scholars and sort of do my own research to sort of zoom us out really far and ask what we can see. But my general sense is, yes, there are different kinds of trans panic in many different places in the world, especially by the late 19th century. Yeah, wonderful question.
So I'm going to combine two questions. Well, only the people who've asked the questions will know whether this makes sense or not. But first of all, several people are saying how fascinating your talk was and praising you for what you've told us already. And these two questions sort of ask about privilege and power. And one of them asks about historical precedents for cis women's role in promoting what is the role of cis women in this? And the other two sort of talks about how power can be lost and regained, and what about power and privilege? And I think when we're talking about cis women and their possible power and privilege or not, and obviously in some cases, maybe we can combine those two ideas together.
Yeah, I love that. These are amazing questions. Yeah, you know, you kind of probably detected, I was talking about violence against trans women, which is predominantly narrated as if it's something that men do, which I just think is a really bad way to understand it for so many reasons, right? Because like we cannot actually possibly imagine that men are somehow inherently violent or that they're the only people capable of violence in the world, right? It's just a terrible idea. And so you might have guessed that, yeah, I think other kinds of people, right, can engage in trans misogyny. In fact, like anyone can, including trans people, right? It's a very popular kind of point of view. But yeah, there's a really interesting historical role for non-trans women in kind of playing a role that I would call like superintendent of others. I think it's something that, a good friend and colleague of mine, Kyla Schuler, has written about as being an important legacy of white feminism. And so really, actually very specifically, 19th century Middle class white women's feminism in the United States, in Canada, in the United Kingdom, the sort of Anglosphere version of it, which really was a way for white middle class women to enter that public sphere that they had been deprived of, right? And so one way for them to do it, some of these people are fighting for the right to vote, but in any case, a lot of them were quite staunchly pro-empire. A lot of them go on to be quite staunchly pro-eugenics in the United States. Many are pro-slavery, or at least extremely white supremacist after the abolition of slavery. Part of how we can understand that is not that they failed to be feminists, but that there actually is a history of imperialist feminism, right? And it's a kind of feminism that sort of recruits white, non-trans women and sort of promises them to have a role in sort of looking after everyone else who's inferior, right? Like the role of superintendents, right? The role of cops, policing a lot of different things, including womanhood, right? And so I might draw a line all the way up to the 21st century and talk about the sort of role, right, of anti-trans feminism, which is, you know, on the left, not on the far right, you know, in the United Kingdom, certainly in other Anglophone countries, as being part of this long tradition of white women's feminism, being actually about antagonizing other minority populations on purpose to secure a certain kind of political privilege, right? Now, it's a very complicated way of putting it because like I said, I don't really like to see people as either, like these people are all on the good side, these people are all on the bad side, these people are victims, these people are perpetrators, right? I think in reality, it's very complicated. But it's also like, you know, if you want to elicit an angry response from anti-trans feminists, call them white feminists. It never fails, yeah.
Here's a question from online. Thank you so much for poignant and insightful talk. Has the trans panic defense been used against trans men and trans masculine people in the way that it has against trans feminine? If so, is it also rooted in history of colonization? And if not, why might that be?
Wow, that's an amazing question. All of these questions, y'all are really like giving me the most tonight. Thank you. Yes, but not very often. You know, it's really, really interesting. You know, part of what you might have detected I'm trying to do in this larger book project, of course, I want to write about trans misogyny so we can understand it as a distinct phenomenon, because lots of people, I think it's a very hard concept to wrap our head around, like, well, what is that supposed to mean? Is it a real thing, right? But also, I think, you know, sometimes the sort of general trans umbrella that we're asked to use makes it hard to understand specifically gender distinct versions of transphobia and sexism and violence, right? And often we're coached to worry that there's a competition between trans men or trans women or trans masc and trans femme or non-binary and whatever binary trans is supposed to mean, right? And I don't think any of those positions are in competition, but I think it helps to understand the distinctions. So yes, there have been versions of trans panic directed at trans men. They arrive much later. I mean, you know, the most famous example, you know, is Brandon Tina. You know, there is unfortunately, a very long and violent history, you know, of men's behavior towards trans masculine people and trans men, especially in rural places, that revolve around a very similar plot line, the so-called panic and moment of revelation and the compensatory violence. So absolutely, there's a link there. You know, it's interesting. I haven't, So there are a lot of trans men in the 19th century, like actually a ton. You know, it's like actually really fun to go. It's pretty easy to go back and find them. They're everywhere. Like there are probably tons in you know, Alberta at the time, I'm sure, because a lot of especially white trans men in North America were kind of drawn to rugged, individualistic, but not because that's a stereotype about men, but literally because that was such a smart choice to make, right? What did like being a man mean in the 19th century? Being in charge of yourself, dressing well, having hard labor job, and dating women, right? And so actually a lot of trans men don't move to big cities in this era. They actually leave cities. They move to small towns. They move to quote unquote frontiers. And they have a really complicated sort of role, right? Because they can sort of play into and find security and safety in that kind of version of masculinity, in particular if it's white, right? And so that probably, on the one hand, means that the kind of violence they might have been exposed to, right, a little tougher to find because it, doesn't collect as much in like big cities and archives that we have access to. But yeah, I haven't yet sort of looked into or come across any sort of substantial larger colonial stories. It's a really interesting question. I'm gonna have to think more about it. But yeah, also that's like a book someone should write. Yeah.
So this next question kind of might be a little bit of a bridge between what you were just talking about trans men and moving us back to a couple more questions that hopefully we still have time to do on the British Empire. So one person asks, how does your work with Jen Mannion's female husbands? Does the suppression of female husbands in the 1890s correspond to the hijras in the British Empire?
Yeah, it's a super interesting question. They're obviously happening at the same time. And so I think we would definitely want to think about them in relationship to one another. Yeah, and Jen Mannion's work, this book, Female Husbands, really interesting. I highly recommend folks read it, right? And it's one of those great I love book titles that are like, the title is like literally the thing that the book is about. So it's like, it's a book about female husbands. This really interesting category of people who are like husbands.
Surprisingly difficult to do in a title.
No, I know. That's why I'm addicted to it, right? Like Histories of the Transgender Child. I wonder what that book is about, right? A Short History of Trans Misogyny. Okay. I don't know if it'll be that short, though. It's bad. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure how I'd want to constellate those, right? I mean, I think female husbands is a really interesting category, again, because it doesn't map, here would be the link. It doesn't map onto that separation of gender and sexuality, or trans and queer, or cis and trans. All of these distinctions we're sort of told are the best way to think about gender and sexuality. It's not obvious that a female husband really qualifies, right? Because for a long time, people like that, or so-called passing women, were read very superficially as like, oh, well, they didn't really want to be men. They just wanted to dress and live like men in every single way. Because who wouldn't? Being a woman was terrible. And it's like, well, yeah, sure. Like, obviously that, people's relative degree of social mobility factors into decisions to transition. But like, no, you just lived your whole life as a man, but you didn't really believe it in your heart. Okay, sure, right? Like, it can't possibly be true for everyone. So, yeah, it's really interesting to think about, again, like all of these different kinds of people who we've missed, right? But I'm not sure, I don't know. I think that part of the female husbands thing I take from Mannion in terms of the British Empire, again, is just this kind of like project of white masculinity was a very attractive way to manage the danger of being transmasculine in that time period. So it makes sense that people kind of sought that. There was no equivalent route for transfemininity. This remains a problem to this present day, right? Transfemininity is so hyper visible because there's no acceptable category between man and woman, right? In Western culture, it's just so heavily policed, right? It doesn't mean transmasculinity is not policed too, or butch gender or whatnot. But it's just like, it's basically, choosing to become a woman in the world is like a very difficult choice to make because of sexism, right? And so it's really interesting just to think about the relay points, where I think transmasculinity and transfemininity often just have different careers over the lifespan. Yeah.
So I have two questions that are both really about the British Empire and Britain in general, and I'm doing a bit of damage to the questioners here by summarizing them and putting them together. But what is it about Britain that produced certain kinds of attitudes towards gender separation of spheres? Is it the Industrial Revolution, the power dynamic of colonialism? They're big, both of them, but both these questioners are really interested in your take on this. What is it about empire and the British culture in general that produces these kinds of fears?
What is it about Britain, y'all? Look, I am literally a product of the British Empire, okay, so, one parent from India. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, I do. I think actually the question asker really was right on the money, right? The British Empire is about a lot of things, but one of the things it's about is, what Marxists might call sort of primitive accumulation, going out into the world and essentially taking all of the resources away and building Britain up for it, right? you know, I mean, the rest of Europe is doing that too.
You know, a lot of
It's why they have such lovely architecture.
fairs.
But you know, it's that kind of that labor, that capitalist sort of
Okay, so I can't
market drive, I think, is actually really important, right? The transatlantic slave trade serves that function too, and that's why I think the United States is very important, right? It really is the entire, you know, you know, England becomes unbelievably wealthy on the backs of, you know, colonialism and slavery, right? And so there's that. And I actually think, yeah, the separate spheres ideology is a way to manage the division of labor, right? You know, it's not like gender is really about like work and who's allowed to be in public and private, right? It's not really about, and this is why I can't take seriously, you know, essentialist kind of anti-trans feminism. Like, yeah, but it's like truly never been about like genitalia or like whatever, you know, or like, I don't know, you know, like whatever, right? All of these things are ideological pretenses for like really substantial material questions that affect how you live in the world, right? And so I think it's interesting that the UK continues to be sort of this kind of hotbed of a certain kind of anti-trans politics that are quite imperial, right? Right? Like think about the difference between the sort, you know, in the UK, a lot of, no, certainly, I mean, what can I say? The Conservative Party leadership race is like a kind of like game about who can be the most transphobic. So what am I, but like there are people on the left in the UK. It's like a problem in the Labour Party too. It's a problem in the pundit class. There's a lot of feminists, right? But their rhetoric is always very, 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 you know, if we look at it, it's very consistent, right? It's about like, well, I need to set the terms for how other people move through the world. I control how restrooms work. I control whether you can change the name or gender marker on your documents. I control where you would be put in a jail or a prison. Compare that to something like Hungary, you know, where Viktor Orban is just like, I'm an autocrat. I want a violent police state to squash democracy. And using trans people as a scapegoat works very well. A lot of US anti-trans politicians are quite similar. They're like, I want a Christian fascist ethno-state. And trans people work really well to help recruit people into thinking they're under threat and need a really powerful police state, right? And so there's kind of a difference there in style, right? The British Empire, you know, works differently than American Empire or, you know, well, contemporary fascist politics. So yeah, it is a really interesting, but you know, I don't want to exceptionalize any of this and suggest that they're like products of national culture, right? Empire, yes. There's something about imperialism, right? It just ruins everything, right? Here we are, we're stuck in it, right? It's not over. We're sitting in a colony right now, right? Just the unimaginable disruption, impoverishment, and violence that have been normalized in the name of the empire, right? I mean, you know, it's not lost on me. I know what's on the flag of British Columbia where I was born. But yeah, you know, so but the British Empire, I think, played a really important role, if only because at one point in time, you know, over a quarter of the world's population was subject to that empire. So some of it's just, you know, demographic.
Okay, I'm going to take you in a slightly different direction. I have two more questions, and one is an obvious last question. So this one is a little different. How do narratives of trans people get bolstered by stories such as Silence of the Lambs, the trans-feminized characters such as Buffalo Bill? Does this contribute to the rationalization and mass acceptance of violence towards trans women? So horror films, depictions.
Oh, that's a great question. Wow, I love it. You know, yes, asterisk, I guess is how I feel. It's a little bit of chicken or egg thing, right? I think, you know, of course, yeah, I generally don't think that cultural representation causes any of these things, right? In fact, I think they're just symptomatic, right? So, you know, I tend to think like, you know, and the thing about culture, right, is you can read it very resistantly, right? Like there are some like very fine trans women's close readings of Silence of the Lambs, and I'm like, you know, do your work, right? You know, read the film however you want to read it. I haven't seen it in a while. It's like on my, you know, it's not in my queue, but like that's fine. You know, so I tend to think that, yeah, that the sort of cultural production generally just reflects widespread violence. But I mean, this is totally an aside, but you know, I don't know. Did any of y'all see that that slasher film They/Them that recently came out? Maybe not because it was like, you know, kind of pushed into a weird streaming service in the US, but it's this ostensible horror film about queer and trans kids going to a conversion camp. But it's like also seems to be trying really hard to win like GLAAD Media Awards for like positive representation. And like, how would you make a slasher film that is like, could win a diversity, equity, and inclusion award? And so like, I think it's really interesting to watch. Like, I don't think it's a great film, but one of the thoughts that I had at the end of it is I was like, horror was trans until someone tried to make a trans horror film, right? And that's a little glib, but my whole point there is just, I tend to think cultural production, it might reinforce values, but we just don't know how it affects people, right? It's like one of the interesting generational differences we're dealing with right now is like, even when I was growing up, which is not that long ago, like there weren't like queer and trans people on TV. There was no internet. Like I wasn't around that kind of programming, right? But it's not like I was just sitting there twiddling my thumbs and never had a thought about anything. It's like you would just watch straight, non-trans media and have like the most rich inner fantasy life ever. And I like absolutely credit that with half my personality. I'm not mad about it, right? And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes these days, I'm watching whatever, TV show or movie, is supposedly the thing that I'm supposed to love, where I'll get to see myself on screen and I'm like, I really don't like this and it's so embarrassing to me. Oh my gosh, bring me something problematic again. So, but yeah, of course, what I would really say is that trans panic is so generalized that it actually has no source. It's everywhere. It is as if it were the air that we breathe. Oh, that's not even a great metaphor because air and breathing are very complicated these days, right? But it's the environment in which we live. It's the medium in which we are suspended. So yeah.
Okay, well, we're technically out of time, but I'm still going to ask you this
I'll be
one
quick with the
last
last one.
question. It's kind of unanswerable anyway, so
My favorite.
where do you think we can look for answers to this? In the past? Do we look in the pre-colonial past for different models? Do we look in other times and places? Do we look in our youth? Where do we look?
Love that question. It's true, it's unanswerable, but the unanswerable questions are sometimes the most important ones to pursue, right? I don't think we can look to the pre-colonial past because there's no there to look at. Part of the violence of colonialism is erasing that, and there's incredible work being done, but like if we listen seriously to for example to Two-Spirit studies and Two-Spirit, I think practices of resurgence and survival, I think they make clear that it's like a complicated process of translation, not a process of recovery. And there's no, I think one thing that's tough is that in general, Western political discourse is it's like a secular version of a certain form of Christianity. Like actually we live in a sinful world right now where everything is suffering, but one day we will be redeemed. And the second coming of something will redeem us into a kind of heaven on earth. Now, there's the Christian version of that, which I know almost nothing about. There's actually a queer version of that. There's a trans version of that. It's, we live in a world of terrible suffering, and the trans women of color whose suffering has been the worst shall redeem us, and then the second coming of Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson will inaugurate queer utopia on earth. And I just do not believe that is true, and I think it's fundamentally disrespectful to the suffering of those people. I think, and anyways, that's not what the question asker was asking about. But so I think that we're not looking. I think we should look to the past because it unsettles where we are today. I think the thing I want us to think about is like, it was not inevitable that we ended up in the world we're in, right? These last few years have, I'm not going to swear, but you know how they felt, right? But like the suffering has been long term, right? But so is the survival. So has the survival. There is something so fascinating to me about the fact that you cannot kill queerness and transness. Why? Because it does not arise out of biological reproduction, right? Yes, it's beautiful. And this will bring me to the way to end this, right? It's like, here's the thing. Even if the genocidal aspirations of our antagonists were realized tomorrow, they never will be, but even if every trans person disappeared tomorrow, right? More would appear the next day. That's incredible. However, that doesn't mitigate our suffering. So we can rest assured we will never, ever be extinguished. However, that leaves us with the problem of how to live now here with one another. And I think the good news is, and this is what I'll end on, is that I think we have all the tools that we need, all of the ingredients, all the people right here in this world right now. We do not need to wait for a future to come to act. We do not need to wait to build it together. We do not have to retrieve it from anywhere else in the world. It merely falls to us to claim that ability to construct the world differently than it is today. And that's something that makes me feel reassured, as upset and terrified and worried as I am, as everyone else. But, I hope you all sort of have that feeling, right, of being in a room with other people and remembering that, there are many of us, we are here, and we're not going anywhere. Except for literally right now, because this event is going to end. But, yeah.
Well, what a tremendous note to end on. I mean, challenging us both towards optimism, but also towards thought and action. Let me just apologize first to those people who sent in wonderful questions online or who sent them down here and we couldn't get to them. Obviously, we could be talking here all night long, which would be tremendous. I do want to thank some people again. Thank Dr. McNamara for coming, and welcome to the city and the university. We're very happy to have you. Thanks to university alumni for supporting this event so generally, for Sean Lindsay at the CIH for putting all of this together, as he always does. Thank all of you for coming. I know you could be out watching drag queens or in a bar or something else that is presumptively more fun, although I hope you realize that this was great fun too, says the academic.
Well, we just didn't have the liability insurance for me to do a death drop.
Yes, exactly. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you for tuning online. But let's all give a great big round of applause to our phenomenal speaker this evening. Thank you so much for coming and talking with us.
You're all gay, right? That's what you're into, right? Again, I think that was...
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
Fuck you, Liberty Mutual. Fuck you. Okay, so real quickly here, before we move on to intermission, how do I get into the... Is it because I'm crouching? For the love of God. Scissors. I should be able to craft something out of this. Maybe it's because I don't have the requisite skill. Maybe I need better skill, but because my character's illiterate, I don't know how to build that skill. This is where my decision... I'm going to remove this bandage. Look, infected. Okay, so how do I... Okay. I have scissors now, so I guess now that I have scissors... There's still zombies around. I wonder if you can put a TV dinner in the oven or if it's just going to catch on fire. I didn't see an option to remove anything, so I'm going to put up to 350. I'm going to put it on for 15 minutes. This game is very instructive to me as somebody who has been on and off working on a roguelike for a few years now. How fun certain mechanics might be. Because, like, you can always sit around and just dream up as many mechanics as you like. Just be like, oh, what if my game did this? Or, oh, what if you could do this in the game? It's very easy to lose sight of whether any of the mechanics you have envisioned are fun or will be executed in a good way, you know, in an entertaining way. So, it's always fun to play games like this and see how other devs would do it and see if you actually enjoy that experience. And I do, for the most part. This is a great game. This is one of my favorite games now. Despite the fact that I suck at it so bad. I'm still hungry after the TV dinners. Okay, what's else? What else is around here? There's no fridge. I feel like this isn't like a house. It is, but they don't have a fridge. Kind of psycho doesn't have a fridge. I've lived in apartments with like just a mini fridge and it sucks. It is so horrible. I mean, fridges are expensive, so you know landlords aren't going to give you one for nothing unless it's already there, unless they've already invested in it somehow. They'd much rather give you a little mini fridge that they can buy on Amazon for $50, and let me tell you, they suck. If you've ever had one, or you maybe lived in a dorm in college, they're horrible. You can only fit like a few things in it. Like, once you put in like some condiments, you've already taken up most of your space. Forget about like meal prep. People who are like, oh, I'm gonna make a big pot of stew. Unless you have a bunch of like Tupperware. Okay, I think I heard a zombie. Yeah, somebody's breaking in. Oh, over here. They see me through this window, I guess. It's so cool that that's happening right now. I don't have a spoon. Okay, so what's he gonna, is he, yeah, he broke that window, now he's gonna come through this one. That's so cool. I came all the way into this house for one reason. You know what that reason was? Food. There's no food in here. Bologna, okay, so there's food to eat. I need to go find a place to sleep. Stuffed. Where did the other guy go? That's not good. I don't know where he is. So, how to get out of this park without attracting like 50 zombies? just cut through the woods. Because I'm pretty sure they're all lingering about now from the debacle earlier on. Just take this down for a moment. It doesn't matter if it's so actually I'm just gonna go on a quick break, like 5 minutes to make myself tea, eat something, and then I'll be back. If you're hanging out, if you're lurking, I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. Don't stick around on my accord, obviously. I don't care if I have 0 viewers, like, I'm just gonna keep streaming zombie and listening to cool lectures, because that's what I do in my free time anyway, so. But if anybody's listening, I really appreciate it. You are so sweet. Okay. I'm going to go on intermission now, so TTYL. Hi, I'm back. Okay. So we need another lecture now. I had some crackers. I brought some crackers up here. I hope that isn't really annoying. It probably is. Okay, what do we got for other lectures? Alright. This might take me a moment. Because believe it or not, finding decent videos on YouTube about trans issues or queer issues or, you know, just anything like that is actually very difficult to do. Like, if you Google, or not Google, if you search, at least if you're like, if you fit my algorithm profile or whatever on YouTube, I don't know how that affects the search function, but if you search for history of trans lecture, or if I do, the first thing that comes up is this horribly disgusting and bigoted video by Camila, I can't even say this bitch's name, Camelia Paglia or whatever, saying that, you know, transgenderism, transgender mania is a sign of cultural collapse. Of course. Just gross shit like that. All over YouTube, everywhere. So, you know, finding decent videos on these topics is actually, I need to build like a playlist or something. There's just quite a lot of garbage to sort through. This is actually pretty good. Like, for example, here's a video called The Complexity of Passing, Maintaining Identity as a Trans Person. On the surface, that sounds like a great idea for a video, sort of. But it looks like it's just like some cis white male professor that's just talking about it at length and just like talking about his experience interviewing the trans community or something. And just like, even if it's like from a perspective of trying to be understanding, it can be a little patronizing to have just like somebody who's both cis, white, male just get up on stage and be like, so let me tell you about the complexities of passing. Like, have you even, like, if we were talking MTF, like, have you ever just put on makeup or like, you know, like tried on like a dress? Like, there's a lot more to it than just interviewing other trans people. You have to like go through that experience to sort of understand the minute details of it, in my opinion. You can't just stand back and have a theoretically distant opinion on the subject. Just be like, oh, I talked to all these trans people and what they told me, and you know, but let me rephrase it for them We don't need their voices on stage. You need to hear it from me. I'll make it palatable to you. Anyway, I'm going on. Let's watch this. This seems like a good topic. Another Dr. Jules Gill Peterson.
Good evening, buenas noches, and thank you for tuning in. On behalf of all of us at the locally based, independently owned bookstore Books and Books in Miami, Florida, and in partnership with Miami Book Fair, it's my pleasure to welcome you to a virtual evening with Kyla Schuler to discuss The Trouble with White Women, a counter history of feminism, published by Bold Type Books. Kyla Schuler is Associate Professor of Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies and Faculty Director of the Women's Global Health Leadership Certificate Program at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. She is the author of Biopolitics of Feeling, Race, Sex, and Science in the 19th Century, and her writing has appeared in the Rumpus, Los Angeles Review of Books, and Post Road. To moderate tonight's conversation, we're joined by Jules Gill Peterson, the author of Histories of the Transgender Child, the first book to shatter the widespread myth that transgender children are a brand new generation in the 21st century. Jules is Associate Professor of English and Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies at the University of Pittsburgh. Throughout this evening's broadcast, you're invited to ask questions by using the Ask a Question feature at the bottom of the screen, and please order your copy of The Trouble with White Women from Books and Books below. Thank you for supporting independent bookstores. And now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our guests to the virtual stage. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you so much, Kyla, for inviting me to be in conversation with you tonight. I just want to reiterate that call to everyone. Like, this is a beautiful, gorgeous book, and I feel like it's a really delightful object, perfect for the holiday season, and dare I say, a great book to buy the white women in your life, potentially, but not just the white women. I will say, as I really related to the foreword by Brittany Cooper, talking about reading this. Well, she was talking about reading it as a Black feminist, and for me, reading it as a brown woman and a woman of color feminist, just really, I feel such a sense of gratitude for this book that, I kind of wanted to say it's like, it does a couple things that are really rare, and then I promise I have some questions but I just can't help but soapbox for a moment. I mean, Kylie, you and I are both scholars by training and have written, traditional kind of academic monographs, which are their own peculiar beast. But there's something really moving to me about a book that is both really comprehensive and deep and well-researched. I mean, like, it has all the receipts that you could ever need, but is also really incredibly narratively engaging. It's just like actually a page turner, I have to say. I just was like devouring it over the past week or so. And it's also a book that I think, on the one hand, we feel truly now more than ever, like, we need this. Sorry, that will be something I want to talk about tonight. Like, right now, right this moment. I mean, The Trouble with White Women might as well be the subtitle to almost every headline in the news. But it's also a book that feels like it's centuries in the making, and it's in the sense that it's about something that's been centuries in the making. And so I just really wanted to offer that as a kind of framing meditation and a kind of gratitude for something that, I think is really, really hard to pull off. And as a writer and a historian and a fellow traveler, I'm just really grateful for that. So thank you so much for it, Kyla.
Thank you, Jules.
Well, maybe we could actually start there. And so I guess the way we were sort of thinking of proceeding tonight is that Kyle and I will talk for a bit, but please, as we're talking, feel free to throw some questions down in the bottom of the screen, and they'll be banked there, and then I can relate them.
So my character needs to find a place to sleep.
But I thought maybe for folks who are tuning in who haven't had a chance to read the book yet, you know, I think one of the really interesting things that this book does is it does make this like very reasoned historical argument, right? It is not just a sort of splashy title. And actually we've seen all these kinds of puff pieces and sort of journalistic or even, let's be honest, like social media hot takes about white women, right? But you actually take time to label and describe something called white feminism that you argue is a sort of remarkably stable, I think is the phrase that you use, formation, and actually trace it from the 19th century all the way, you know, to the present day. And so I kind of wanted to start there and ask you maybe to share with us, like, how do you define that sort of entity that's sort of stable enough and yet remarkably flexible, right? And that's able to change and almost like camouflage itself, like it's such a chameleon, and I think that speaks to why it's been so persistent. But like, what is this thing, white feminism, if this isn't just sort of oh, white women are causing, you know, trouble again, but this is actually like a real thing in the world? So yeah, I wonder if you could kind of share with us that.
I'm going to preface with what I've understood because I think I'm uninformed. I mean, sure. So just my impression when somebody says like white feminism to me, my impression is they're talking about second wave feminism in places like, you know, the UK, where women were essentially, like white cis women were essentially advocating for their right to be part of all the liberal institutions, the liberal labor markets and things. They wanted all the powers that white men had. The evolution from that into a more intersectional understanding of feminism is the move away from second wave and is the move away from white woman feminism, which was like, again, all about just, you know, putting women inside the power structures of the patriarchy on top of everybody else. You know, they wanted to be part of the empire, you know. But it's not to say a lot of useful things didn't come out of that, you know. But, you know, we had to move on to broader issues eventually. I don't know. Let's hear what somebody who actually knows what they're talking about discuss it, not just some dimwit like me.
Sneak peek into what the book talks about.
Yeah. Well, you know, like you, like a historically minded researcher who spends a fair amount of time in archives and also just really wants our hands in the raw sources from the time period we're talking about before I feel comfortable saying what anything is, right? And I was really captivated by this term, white feminism, that has become so popular in the last 5 or so years because it is relatively brand new. You know, it was a term used by some indigenous feminists and Chicana feminists in the 1980s, but it didn't really take hold as a descriptor. But now we see it everywhere, and it is so useful as a way to describe the kind of feminism that prioritizes white women. But that also didn't quite go far enough. I wanted to understand, well, what is it really, right? And I suspected that the typical problem with white feminism that we often discuss, which is that it ignores women of color, that doesn't actually go far enough in capturing its audience, right? Because most forms of oppressive power structures don't amass power by ignoring others. They amass power by taking it from others. And what I found is that white feminism, the problem with it is not that it works through a sin of omission. It's not that it ignores poor women, Black women, Indigenous women, other women of color, trans women. It's that it actually uses more marginalized people as raw fuel to drive their own success. And I felt that that method of white feminism really stretched true across the period from the beginnings of Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony developing the approach in the 1840s
My
and
character is so
1850s
tired,
and
I
on,
may just,
all the way up to the present.
unless the alarm
So that's
goes
the
off again,
method, like
in which
actually
case I'm
using
so fucked.
others as
Can't find a place to
fuel,
sleep.
almost like in a vampiric way, to drive your own success. With the overall theory of that when a woman is when a white woman especially, or maybe to some degree a woman is in charge of the power structure, she will redeem that power structure, right? When we have a feminist CEO, according to somebody like Sheryl Sandberg, then we have a equal system. And I found that sanctifying, even salvific force of white feminism had not been fully appreciated, and also is where its true harm lies, because the goal is to try to get to the top of existing power structures with the fantasy that once one is in charge, that structure is redeemed, right? Like Kirsten Gillibrand's famous joke of, if it were Lehman sisters and not Lehman brothers, we wouldn't have had the 2008 financial collapse. And that's how white feminism ends up leaning in to racism, to homophobia, to transphobia, to climate injustice, capitalism, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a, I mean, thank you for that really bracing account. And it's really remarkable, right? How this sort of maybe recent kind of cultural, and especially, I don't want to say pop cultural, but a kind of public, kind of very online interest in naming something as white feminism is actually this sort of invitation to go much deeper and trace.
I always
like,
hear
where did that
chickens,
actually
and
come
I don't
from,
know
and
where
what
they're
are
coming
its
from.
constituents? And I really love this intervention to say that, contrary to that sort of, I just wrapped up teaching intro to women's studies tonight. So, for anyone who's taken a class like that, you often get introduced to this sort of wave theory of feminism. Oh, there was the first wave. Those are the suffragettes. And yes, they were white women. So, they didn't think about anyone else, right? And then second wave, well, they were also white women, actually, also kind of didn't really think about anyone else. But then finally, sometime in, who knows, the 1980s, the 1990s, we got to the third wave, and now things are finally starting to change. And that narrative itself is so patently untrue. It was one invented and reflective of the investments of certain white feminists who wanted to cement, kind of like after the fact, that salvific kind of narrative by proving that by the 80s and the 90s, white women finally realized their mistakes, when in fact, part of what you're showing here, and this leads me to my next question, is that white feminism isn't just this sort of island, right, that formed on its own and had no regard for any other groups, particularly in the United States. On the contrary, white feminism is constantly defined through its attempt to extract value, particularly out of African Americans and Indigenous people, right? But also, is constantly engaged in sort of battles around racial supremacy and racial governance, right? So, but one of the things that I think is really important about this book,
I've been looking for a place to sleep for hours.
I really
now
want
there's
to
an
underline
entire
is that
Florida
we
afternoon.
get this sort of important history of white feminism that we haven't seen before, but you do something really smart, which is that you pair it all the way along with what you call, this counter history of another kind of feminism,
I think this
which
house
we,
might be
today
safe.
tend to call
Get
intersectional
over here quick enough.
feminism, drawing on the work of Black feminist legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw, right? But that you really chart this, again, like 2 centuries long history of intersectional feminism. And what's so interesting to me, right, is that there we actually see the roots of this alternative feminist movement that, where Black women are at the center, but also Indigenous women, right? This whole cast of characters, trans masculine people, trans women, immigrants, working class people, right? That you sort of are able to both treat this kind of dominant class, the white women, but you also actually, show the cards of all the others who were working against them. But in a way that I think is really complex. I have more to ask about that, but maybe first, like, could you give a sense of, like, yeah, how you treat this sort of long lineage of intersectional feminism and maybe how you see it contrasting with white feminism, because I think it's a really innovative formulation that, you know, I think people are, like, even historians are not necessarily familiar with or don't come and think that way. Like, we're aware of these historical figures that you talk about, say, from the 19th century, right? But don't necessarily apply that label, intersectional feminist. So could you talk us through that?
Yeah, thank you. You know, that structure of each chapter having an icon, white woman, feminist, like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Margaret Sanger, Betty Friedan, you know, Sheryl Sandberg,
I guess I can't eat.
contrasted, you know, within each chapter with another person in that same movement, whether it's birth control or civil rights or abolition, who approached the same topic, but from what we would now call an intersectional approach that understood sexism, racism, capitalism, empire,
I'm just gonna try and
all
sleep.
the intertwined struggles. You know, it made it so fun to be able to show and to really to discover for myself too how beat by beat every time there was someone saying, no, I'm fighting only for the white women. The goal is to have white women saviors in charge of everything. But it wasn't that they weren't aware of other approaches, right? They weren't ignorant of them. They weren't, that anti-racist feminism hadn't yet been invented in the 1890s. It was that the white women actually literally stamped out the other approaches, but at the same time drained the activists of their energy and their ideas and some of their vibrancy. And it was really shocking to me, actually, about how literal that was, moment by moment, right? So, for example, in a chapter on Harriet Beecher Stowe and Harriet Jacobs, you know, famously wrote the first narrative written by a black woman in the U.S., Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. It is a tremendous text. I teach it as often as I can. And she wrote it in part because she had first approached Harriet Beecher Stowe to write it on her behalf, because as a formerly enslaved person, she didn't feel confident writing her own story. And Harriet Beecher Stowe said, thank you for your really dramatic and vulnerable life story. I'm going to use it in my next book. And Harriet Jacobs was so shocked and upset that the Harriet Beecher Stowe, famous abolitionist, was trying to steal her story, that she ended up writing it just to have ownership over it herself. That, like, those kind of details of, like, moment by moment, even that some of our great breakthroughs in women's culture and feminism have happened from women of color pushing back against white women trying to take their material. It made it gives the book you know, also kind of narrative tension, which I really wanted, because I wanted to write something that is fun to read. You know, I'm a person who does historical work, but all my degrees are on literature because I love reading novels. And my goal in this book as a narrator was honestly just to disappear. I was like, there are these incredible stories from the past, and these women themselves said it better than I ever could. Like, how can I bring them to the page and let the reader for themselves, like, feel this drama and the tension and the theft and the stakes, and
I'm
not
looking for
have
something to tear
the
up into
history
them.
of anti-racist
You know,
feminism be
since I
an
started this
abstract
stream,
political concept,
I've
but
been
a
seeking
living, breathing
bandages.
ideology that people really had to fight for their
Still on
lives
that
in order
quest,
to develop.
hours later.
And also we have now, right?
And
Like,
I
there's a lot
am
of
actually getting
animus
to a point
in
where it's
social
like,
media
unless
of,
there's
like,
something I'm just
well,
missing, which
okay,
is
we know the white feminism is
80%,
bad, but what
you
do we do
know,
now?
I
Like,
would say
we
that's how
turn for
likely it
feminism,
is.
and
Like
all of a
80%
sudden we need
likely
to
that I'm just
reinvent the
missing
wheel,
some
but
critical
we do
mechanic
not.
that's like right in front of
Platforms
me, but it's
especially
like
have been laying out an agenda of what an anti-racist,
I've
anti-capitalist,
had an infected hand for
pro-earth
days.
feminism looks like, and we just
A,
haven't
a
been
dirty
trained.
bandage. I cannot. I've
Yeah,
searched
I think
so many
that's such an
buildings. I
important point, and
cannot
so
find
well said.
something
I
to
mean,
bandage myself
it's
with,
really
and I'm a little
interesting
frustrated
because I think
because I feel
people
like
might come to a
it's
book
such
like
an
this with this
important
sort of expectation.
thing that
Okay, I know how it's going to shape up, right? The white
Developers
women are,
would, and it
bad
seems so
actors, right?
unrealistic
And
to
then
me that it
the
would be
black
so
women,
hard
the
to
women of
find material to
color, and
bandage
the
yourself
trans
with.
women, and the
It
trans
shouldn't be
masculine people.
this
Those are
much
all
of
going to
a
be our kind of
process,
heroes. And oh,
in my
Kyla
opinion.
Schuler's just putting them together
It's
and,
so weird to
kind of watching
like
them
be
duke
on
it
the
out.
money and
But
so
in
many
fact, that's
mechanics in
not
this
the
game
case.
is, and then
There are
like
these
these stupid
incredible
little
actual
things
cuts
like,
between
oh,
the
I
people
can't.
in each chapter. And I
Great,
think
there's like
that
a
was one of the
whole
things
horde of
that
zombies over
really
there.
kind of gripped me in as a reader. And I certainly
Right next to
learned,
my house
I learned,
too.
something about all of the people in the book,
food.
even though I'm familiar with all of them as a historian. But I mean, it was really, there are just these really prescient moments too, right? Like, was it in fact Betty Friedan herself who tried to like basically steal the concept of Jane Crow and like use it for her next book title from Polly Murray? And I truly gasped when I was reading. I was like, no, she did not. Like these actual moments, like we're not talking about white feminism as thieving or stealing from black folks or people of color or trans people as a metaphor. It's literal.
Literal.
Well, like
it honestly amazes me. I couldn't believe how well the juxtaposition works.
It's a little disturbing, but it goes to
cool.
prove the point. Yeah.
I'll never be able to repeat it. I don't think in a future book, but where like the structure of the book enacts the argument. Which was really.
My character keeps getting really hot.
I'm
running around.
Saying I'm arguing the white feminism was stealing and draining force from the more marginalized. The material just does that work.
And I think there's a kind of honoring of a sentiment that I think people
I found guns before.
who have experienced that theft, right?
I should have gone and gotten the guns.
The black trans women and trans women of color.
Just
in
when you shoot the guns, everything comes after you.
That theft happens. Sometimes we experience it very literally, right? From doctors or experts, people come and take.
I can't risk going in there.
Repackage it, but it's also this
They're
sort of
intergenerational
knowledge that's transmitted in it, and it shows up. But we don't always have. It's like one of those forms of minoritarian knowledge. It's like it's a form of truth, but it doesn't always have the kind of evidence that would hold up, say, like in the public sphere. And so it's really, I think, very moving to now have this text that actually really lays out those exact moments. Like
I could have just hit loot
like,
all.
And I think just to go back to what you said too about that kind of, I don't want to overinflate the idea that social media is the only world, but maybe after this long, in a pandemic, it's starting to just feel that way. But I think I see that frustration every day, on Twitter in particular, especially, in this generation of young folks who have come of age, in a real kind of critical consciousness that the grand narrative sold to them about American liberal democracy and capitalism are just like complete lies and bullshit, and serve the interests of a ruling class, and like they feel that too in their bones, but either because their states are literally outlawing discussion of the history of the United States or what have you, right, or even for reasons less nefarious, they're sort of kind of hitting that brick wall. And I see this a lot in my students when they arrive in college too, this feeling like, well, everything up to now has been insufficient because look how bad the world is today. So the task must be as gargantuan as reinventing the whole world. And I think it's really powerful to say that actually, instead of understanding that history has just been a record of these, sort of hegemonic white women, there's this complete other archive of people who weren't just showing you an alternative, they were also fighting. They were challenging those white women on their terms right from the very beginning. But I guess I kind of wanted to ask sort of a pet question to some extent, but I was really moved because I think it's easy then to fall into a kind of like good women and bad women, bad guys kind of model here, right? Where it's like, well, we come into this book probably feeling a little critical about white feminism, right? And so we're like rooting for obviously these black women, or or for Polly Murray, or for Zik Kalasa, for AOC, right? And we're feeling like, yes, like go, fight. But I think one thing I was particularly impressed by and kind of moved by is that I don't think you over idealize any of these resistive actors, these intersectional feminists. And one of the things that I appreciated, especially, in the earlier time periods, let's say in the 19th century, someone like is it Kalasar, or even Harriet Jacobs, people, Black women or Indigenous women who were still kind of engaged in a sort of politics of respectability or racial uplift, right? And that actually had some interesting strategic kind of, shall we say, dalliances with things that otherwise we think of as pretty bad, like eugenics or
Guarantee you, if I go
states
inside that
systems
building, the
supporting
alarm's gonna
states
go
that
off.
are, ripping Indigenous children out
And
of
then
their
it's just like,
family
okay, now I
units.
have every
And
zombie in
there's
the
this sort
area
of
coming
careful
towards me.
attention that you pay to the actual kind of historical
Oh, I think my character leveled up again.
archive and to the projects that these people were engaged in. And so you're sort of not trying to suggest that they're doing necessarily what we would do today. But I really appreciate your refusal to romanticize the resistance to white feminists and this kind of refusal to romanticize intersectional feminism, precisely because you argue, I think you're quite right, that that's what a lot of white feminists do today, right? Oh, they call on Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson. They call on Black women like Stacey Abrams, and they think by calling on them and invoking them that they are, again, sanctifying their politics. And so I think it's really interesting as a historian to use that. But could you talk about that? And was
it wasn't so easy, because I definitely had a temptation at first to have a more black and white narrative, and part of that also is because I loved writing this book because I got to write narrative. I wasn't writing academic language where I was like, oh, well, how would point A logically turn into point B? Instead, I got to ask, where's the story here? Where's the momentum? Where's the tension? And where's that taking me? But that kind of story format as a goal does really draw itself to start characters. In a rudimentary form. Obviously, great storytellers do not do that. But I had to just really make a political decision. That purity politics are not going to get us anywhere, right? I had to even do things like pay attention to my own mistakes on a day-to-day level. And remember that for social movements to work, we actually have to move from positions of generosity toward ourselves, especially, right? Like forgiving ourselves for our mistakes, having an orientation to ourselves and our comrades, where we say, yeah, we know we can do better, instead of a harsh judgment that just shuts people down and makes people be like, well, I don't want to be part of your judgy, blamey movement anyway, right? Like the movement needs to grow outward and invite people in and meet people where they're at. So I found myself really drawn to understand, to wanting to look at that tension and conflict within each of these figures, right? And to understand that even just spectacular people would now coming to be known as heroes like Polly Murray, made all kinds of decisions that even 10 years later were really old-fashioned, right? She hated the word black, right? She only wanted to be referred to as Negro. She thought that was the proper political term, and that black, like rallying around black, was actually going backwards, right? She totally buried her queer history and also her trans identity. But that doesn't mean that therefore like that Polly Murray is a figure that didn't like begin a kind of feminism that is really useful for us. And by the same token, I was also really drawn to all the white women, with one exception, and I bet you can guess who that is.
Is it Sheryl Sandberg?
No. Like I found Lean In actually really charming, and like
really?
that's part of her magic is that she is able to be, or she's so approachable. Right? That's part of her approach. That's seeming like the girl next door, and that's part of her inspiration, and also part of how she retains a likability despite being so successful. Right? Because one of her big insights is, if if you're a woman, the more successful you are, the more unliked you are. So she has this kind of white woman movement of realizing if you perform infallibility, then we'll like her. And I found myself charmed by that in a way I did not expect. But even someone like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, like I just love the story of where she's speaking out on a stage in front of a big audience, and she's being heckled by some of the audience, and then this man stands up and he says, what are you talking about that women need to be in the polling place? Like, my wife gave me 8 sons. Are you saying that her life wasn't important? And she just like stops and looks him up and down and says, I've seen few men in my life worth repeating 8 times. Like, it is a savage cut down, right? And so it's a combination of like, it made it hurt more when these brilliant, inspiring women chose a form of feminism that reinforced whiteness. Because they did have like so much talent and so much drive, and we're fighting against really tremendous levels of all the way into my lifetime in the 1970s. And I think it's important for us to remember that we're not looking for unvarnished movement or heroes. We're looking for tactics and strategies that are heading in the right direction, and of coalitions we can form around certain objects and goals, and not holding out for the pure movement or the pure leader.
Yeah, I think that's such a beautiful message, and it's true, and there's something important about this kind of narrative writing where you do find yourself rooting for people, and I guess especially these 19th century figures who are out on the lecture circuit, right? There are so many people who appear in this book. You mentioned it's like, oh yeah, she gave 46 lectures in like 5 months, and I'm sitting here as someone that gives a lot of lectures, like feeling a migraine coming on, but also being like, ooh, I know what that feels like when you are in the work and you become aware of your imperfections, but you're also getting bogged down in movement work, in organizing, right, in politics, and how messy that can really become. And I think there is something really gripping about sitting with that. I want to ask another question, but first I just want to remind folks that you also can contribute your questions at any time. So feel free to go ahead and plunk some in as we're talking here, and then I'll be able to turn to them. But I did want to kind of pick up on where you were going there and turn our sights on, what's going on today. The trouble with white women, indeed. And there is a chapter in this book for folks who want some historical perspective.
I'm not going to eat this right now because my character's not hungry.
About reproductive politics and about birth control and abortion. A chapter, about Margaret Sanger, and it's one that I think does some really helpful work in talking about how Margaret Sanger's white supremacy or eugenics have been actually also weaponized by anti-abortion activists.
Cooking proteins would be
Margaret Sanger being this
so easy if you just had a little yellow status
really
bar above your proteins that could tell you whether they're done or not.
You pair her with Dr. Dorothy Farabee in a way that really trains our eyes on what actual kind of work was Planned Parenthood trying and failing to do, say, in the South with working class black women in particular. And I guess, I sort of wanted to, ask sort of what do you see, and maybe it's not just this chapter on Margaret Sanger and Farabee, that's the most obvious place to turn, but do you see sorts of lessons as I think folks are just sort of processing, reeling, angry? I mean, I spend a lot of time seeing, people's reactions, for example, during the Supreme Court hearings last week, and it's just this kind
somebody's getting really heated
cynicism,
on the TV.
Pessimism, despondency, despair, this feeling that like, well, things are rigged and we're going to lose Roe versus
This
Wade.
might be my new base.
It's like
this
I was
house.
seeing these kinds of almost like there were these historical arguments being made, right? Like, wow, this is what you get, liberals or the left. You sat around for 40 or 50 years and let, you know, the Christian right and the Reagan Revolution out-organize you, outspend you, outmaneuver you, or this kind of much more clipped historical imagination that's much more about Trumpism and this sort of fantasy that the Supreme Court has only like recently been like this. And, you know, maybe the other side of that is this kind of, you know, Bader Ginsburg worship or whatever. But you know, these kinds of really diametrical narratives that feel like they carry, you were just talking about kind of purity tests. I feel like they embed so much purity around like what good politics are, and this just, I see a lot of anger directed at white feminism, right? At Amy Coney Barrett, you know, suggesting that pregnancy isn't a big deal because you can just drop a baby off at a fire station, right? It's like, what? Gestation is no big deal? Sure, right? Tell that to anyone who's ever done it, but or who's afraid of, you know, being forced to give birth. But I'm just sort of curious, like, you know, in this moment where I think I understand that people are really angry and also very scared, and tend to think that we're living through some sort of collapse in this historical moment that's unprecedented or just so bad that we're losing something we had before. Is there a kind of different perspective, or are there lessons that you take from this work that you've done in this book that you think could be helpful guides as folks are trying to understand
I guess it healed.
How to respond, how to organize, how to out-organize the anti-abortion stuff?
Yeah, I think
Okay, so we found the bandage.
And one is, you know,
We found the bandage. We found a sheep, and we ripped it into bandages.
You know, it's not eugenic in the way that
it took me quite literally like 4 hours of streaming to find it, but hey,
anti-racist for her time period.
Got it.
But she had
That's all that matters now.
Terrible disability politics.
So yeah, this house is awesome. I'm gonna turn this into my little base.
The world's people were unfit to reproduce because of physical.
I had to go back to town and get all my weapons. That should be my next thing.
Accusations of unfitness gets overdetermined by race and poverty and immigration status. But on its face, her belief in the vast inequality of people and that birth control would improve society by
my next build, I'm not going to do illiterate.
It wasn't actually especially a racist.
It's so obvious what a disadvantage that is now.
An idea that preventing the
sleeping tablets
could improve society. And then the other half of her agenda, of course, was to give women that she would call fit the opportunity to decide whether or not
there's plenty of food downstairs.
Right? So voluntary motherhood for the fit and remove fertility from the unfit via especially birth control, but also potentially sterilization for her. And that is a single axis goal of what a feminist reproductive agenda looks like. It's a goal that says we are about preventing births. That's what a women's liberation project can look like when it comes to reproductive health. But when I was looking at the Planned
Can zombies get on the second floor?
The details of her project,
I wonder if closing curtains on the second floor even matters.
Because I really wanted to understand, like, what was this project?
You have to do it on the first floor so they don't see you inside the house.
Accuse her of now, and it was
break in.
And one of the reasons I found this is because she worked with many Black leaders on that project.
Another thing that you can do, or you're supposed to be able to do on the first day if you're talented enough at this game to, well, competent enough, it's not supposed to be a great talent to be able to do this, is you can get a saw, and using tree branches you can make wood planks. And I guess with a hammer and nails you'd have to find that too, I guess. You can board up windows and things. And I'm not sure if that makes them invincible. Like, maybe a zombie can break through them eventually, but I think it reduces visibility and makes them a lot stronger.
Or healthcare or imprisonment.
Like, I don't necessarily know if zombies ever give up.
Parents can raise their children in healthy environments.
From what I've seen so far, if they know you're in the house and they're banging on the window, they'll just keep going at it until they break the window, and then they'll come in and find you. Okay, so I came down here to eat something. I'm crawling indoors because noise.
And that's the kind of approach that I think we have been desperately missing on a national level.
I saw other
where feminists, where the dominant
other people who
movement
are much better at this game than me. They also
reproductive choice
crouch.
put all the weight on
Sorry,
just
crouch
inclusive
indoors.
pregnancy.
Because I guess you just have to.
It does make us
I want to save my meat patty for the morning.
one, to being tied to a
Still
project like
peckish.
Famous, and also
Milk and butter.
to not having the structures when like even
Chocolate.
Cohen Barrett say, but don't we have the social structures in place for if you don't want to have a child, then then you don't have to raise it yourself. But we know full well as a society,
Well fed.
we do not have those kind of structures
It's
in place
me.
to enable children
I'm well
to
fed.
live like safe, healthy childhoods. That single axis focus that is characteristic of white feminism, right? Have one goal, which is in the case of birth control, just preventing pregnancy, has been a real liability to us. That said, I do not want to accuse feminism for being why we are possibly losing Roe v. Wade. I think that would be really backward, right? And the right has been tremendously
So at this point,
organized. This has
I'm
been
just
the number one goal for
depressed
many people
and
since
agitated.
the 1970s. I don't think it's feminist fault that this is coming on the chopping block, but I do think
But
that
other
it is
than
an
that, my
invitation
character
to think
is
long
healthy.
and hard about what a feminist
Got skills
resistance
going
politics
on.
actually looks like.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's a moment to think about
Should wash
coalition too,
myself.
as a sort of process. And you write really movingly in the conclusion about, intersectional feminism as not just a different perspective, right? It's not just, having better representation or inclusion. It's not just about a diversified feminism. It's not just about a feminism that leads from the bottom or from the people who are multiply oppressed through not just gender but also race, nationality, language, class, and ability. But it's also about being able to build political coalition across difference in a way that obviously white feminism doesn't want to do. Right? White feminism has a singular definition of a relationship across difference, and that's extraction. Right? White women will extract value out of people of color, the working classes, queer people, trans people, and will then discard what they don't want. Right? Whether they are,
Okay, my character's all nice and clean now.
Inclusive or literally eugenicists or TERFs or what have you, right? And so there's something I think really important in that lesson again too.
I don't have a pen.
Maybe part of what I hear you say is like avoid the kind of hand wringing gesture
I
that's
won't
like
forget where that
feminism.
is.
We failed.
I need to go all the way back over here to get my guns.
Right, of Roe v. Wade. So it's our fault.
So
So we
let's
obviously
go.
don't know how to do anything. Right?
I need
When
to make
a
sure I'm not
different
carrying
way of looking at
shit
that
I
would
don't
be,
need.
well, a reproductive justice
I need to get rid of
politics is
everything that I
expansive
don't
enough
need.
that and this leads me maybe to the last area I wanted to talk about. It
Okay,
intersects
so
with
let's
some of my
offload some
work.
things into here.
We've seen also this year, an unprecedented
Don't
wave, and
need
you
duct
mentioned this in
tape.
the book, of anti-trans legislation, more than has ever,
I can clean these.
Anti-LGBT legislation,
Don't
more
need
than has
lipstick.
ever been proposed and
Don't need the
passed
scissors.
in U.S. history.
Don't need the
Right,
screwdriver.
and a lot of that is focused on trans youth, on trans girls
Need
and
the sunflower
women in
seeds.
sports, and including banning, pediatric gender-affirming care. And one of the things I've been saying as a historian of trans people, but also as someone who's been speaking in the media, I've been like, look at what these GOP-controlled legislators are interested in. What are their priorities, right? And it's very consistent: anti-abortion, anti-trans, and anti-Black restrictions on voting rights. And it's like, well, now the problem with the single axis framework there, right, is that it doesn't understand the relationship between those three things. Well, if they're all going together, then it suggests to me that our politics has to be as big as that, right? Our coalition has to be as big as that or bigger, right? And I think we're not trained to think that way. We're not trained to feel comfortable that way. This whole history of white feminism is pushing back, right? All of these ways that the counter history was thrown out, or was not thrown out, but was certainly repressed and kind of hidden from view, not taught in school and whatnot, right? And so it really does seem like I think you're giving us a lot of opportunity to rethink, like, what are the actual pieces of coalition? Like, who are the groups? Who are
yeah, and what's feminism? You know, because it's really it's a little shocking. Another little shocking thing when I really think about.
I still
Okay,
have
well,
so
that
much.
typical definition
What
of
is
a
causing me to
feminist
have
is
so much
one who believes in
encumbrance?
equality of the sexes. Like that already is white feminism, right? That's already
Yeah.
deciding there is a central goal, there's a primary axis of oppression, and that is around sex and sexism. And it's allowing every other battle to have secondary status, right? Be relegated to a supporting
Trying to
role
understand why it is
may
that
or
I
may
have
not
such a high
tap
amount
into.
of encumbrance.
But you're quite right to say,
10.65
to
out of
point out that
14.
is
I need to
completely
carry the guns back,
ill-equipped
though.
for where we're
Is it really
what
all
we're
this
facing
shit?
now,
Let me see.
which is this interlocking position of trans rights, reproductive rights, and Black voting rights, right? And that's one reason why I really wanted to include a chapter on trans feminism in this book, because because I think trans feminists like Sandy Stone have actually given us some of our most useful ways of understanding gender itself as a concept, right? Some of our best theorists of gender, as you know well from your research, are not from feminism per se, but from trans theorists.
That's all this shit.
Yet are yet still most often trans figures and activists
I'm still getting used to things.
Queer theory.
You really must
but not
forgive me
feminism,
for being
when
so
the work is essentially about
bad at
how
this
we
game,
understand
to be
that
honest.
gender itself as like a medical, scientific.
I'm just now figuring out, oh, I can look at different containers. Okay, nettles. I want to put all this
really
foraging stuff up here. I have a baseball bat? When did I get a baseball bat?
Trans feminism to feminism at large. But then also, you know, the anti-trans position is just another iteration of white feminism, right? It says that there's one way to be a woman. There's one common women's history. There's a common experience that women have, and a trans woman couldn't possibly have that. But neither could Harriet Jacobs, neither could AOC, neither could Zakala Shah. Like women of color have been saying forever that there is no universal experience of girlhood, especially when you factor in race and class.
Yeah, it's so well put. I mean, I think the chapter.
Okay, so I've got a bat in both hands now.
On trans feminism.
We're gonna go get those guns.
Electrifying.
I've got plenty of room for them.
It's so welcome and really sorely needed and beautifully argued. And I wanted to read one part that you were just sort of telegraphing for us, but I love the way that you talk about how trans exclusionary feminism, so-called
scissors,
or sometimes now they like to go by the hilarious phrase gender critical. How they really think about the world, right? And part of why I want to dwell on this moment is I often see folks with great intention, right? Fire back,
I need
they're
to
not
disassemble something.
That's not feminism. And which again, as a trans woman of color, I've always been like, yes, it is. This is feminism, okay? This is white feminism, and actually saying that it's not feminism is not holding it accountable. But here's a really just beautiful, succinct explanation. This from your chapter. So. A biological binary motors the TERF universe.
I can't wait until I understand how to
women always
well, there are two things I can't wait for.
Exclusion is
I'll explain in a moment. I've got to take care of these.
Model of power in which sexism is the basic, underlying, most fundamental social inequality. Capitalism and colonialism and the racism that fuels the engines lay relatively
so effective.
Instead, maleness
are you kidding me?
Alone pins one place in the social hierarchy and determines individual behavior. In this simplified cosmos, rape and assault are the primary crimes, and women have a common experience of marginalization, assault, and abuse at the hands of men. And I think what's so clarifying about that, and I understand this, really intimately and personally
Does
too.
Does it tell you if you got bit?
There's an incredible rage that builds up for especially for trans women, right? Who these kinds of, you talk about Janice Raymond, who really sort of wrote the Bible for this
playbook. See if there's a way to tell
this former nun,
like
right? And it's just like basically is sort of lightly translating a kind of, really intense Christian worldview into a kind of feminist argument, but it's being parroted today all over the United Kingdom, all over the United States, really actually across the globe in this kind of global anti-trans network that is very intensely aligned with authoritarian, often xenophobic or ethno-nationalist political movements around the world, not just in the US and the UK, but this kind of incendiary, violent, strategic rhetoric that casts trans women as ontologically, by virtue of existing, as sexual predators, right? That Janice Raymond really inaugurates this, but we start to see this language in the 70s saying that trans women, by existing, commit rape, right? They could just be
it's
sitting
over
alone
for my
in their
character,
house, right? And
basically.
they're somehow raping women, right? And I think one of the things that's so heinous about that,
I was doing so well, and I just didn't put enough
really
space
violent,
between me and that
sexualizing
zombie.
speech. It's not just that actually, like, trans women in particular disproportionately experience sexual violence, right? And
Right there, almost messed up again.
They would be your allies.
Like,
it's also that it has
effective
this kind
this
of
weapon is.
it has this kind of effect, right? It's like soliciting a reactionary kind of intense response, right? And so that's where I think a lot of people's kind of quickness to say, well, they're not feminists. Anyone who sees the world in that lens is not a feminist. And sure, maybe by 2021
Very minor
standards,
damage.
someone's saying, yes,
So,
well, we know men
I was
are
on the
purely
Steam
violent
forums, and they're
creatures
like,
who only
if
dream
it
of
breaks the
subjugating
skin,
women,
it counts
and
as
women
infection,
are,
and it
you know,
showed scratch.
very vulnerable, frail creatures
Scratch,
who are
cut,
always
bite,
in
things
danger
like
of
that.
penises.
But
It's
they
like,
also
that
said
doesn't
minor
really
damage
sound
is
very
just
sophisticated,
chance to
but
die.
that actually misses the point, right?
A
And I
bite
guess I
is
wanted to invite
guaranteed,
you to
but
elaborate here,
a
because I
scratch
think
is
one of the
like a
things that
maybe or
people
something.
miss, right, is I think one of the biggest ruses people understandably fall for with gender critical anti-trans TERFs, right, is they fall for the single axis argument. I see it all the time online, right? People get into these ridiculous rhetorical battles with people who are obviously trolls, but they're using the single axis, right? And they frame transness as a crisis in the category of
So
sex, right?
effective.
Or they reject gender as an idea. Like, well, gender, that's what trans people have, right? It's all these hilarious, like, sure, sometimes it seems funny, like when people, today I saw on Twitter, it's like all these anti-trans people who are like, pronouns, that's what trans people use. And, of course, people clapping back like, you know what pronouns are in a language, right? And I'm like, I know it seems very convenient, but you're conceding to this single axis framework every single time you engage someone on those terms, and you can't correct them out of it. There's no rational discussion there. But so I wonder, I think one of the things
point
that
of
you help
lecture
us
for me.
see, and I've been trying to find better ways to say this too, is like, I think it works really well for the United Kingdom and the US to say that gender critical feminism is really classically white feminism. And in the UK, it's kind of obvious because these do seem to be people, who are like truly invested in the notion of the British Empire. That's like, ooh, honey, that ended a while ago. And in the US, they are invested in forms of, white political domination of people of color, and obviously are not showing up, right, around, the threat to reproductive rights or the threat to voting rights, because that serves their interests, right? But could you tell us a little bit more about what it means to call TERFs or gender criticals white feminists? Because, I think one, obviously it would piss them off, so that's great. But two, I actually think it's really pedagogical for those of us who are in favor of trans rights, but struggle, with this almost like rhetorical hell that we're living through, right?
Yeah.
How do you argue with someone who's making such outrageous claims?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, this, identifying this consistency of white feminism across nearly 200 years, and finding that the central, framework, right, the central theory in white feminism is that sexism is the most significant force of oppression, right? And that the discrimination woman faces is more similar than different. And when I say woman singularly, I mean that deliberately, also with a capital W, right? In the way that Katie Stanton and
Just
Susan
wanted to smack him on the
Yancey or
head.
Harriet Beecher Stowe, they're like, we need to
That's how
talk
annoyed I
about
am at you.
woman, and they mean this abstract universal woman, which of course always ends up being a default white woman, right? That claiming the universality that whiteness likes to claim, right? Not being unmarked. by any form of other. And I see that just at work just as much in anti-trans feminist positions. And part of that is because I realize that they're actually developing two forms of essentialism, right? We often talk about their biological essentialism, right, where they say that sex is real and there's only
Cool.
male
So
bodies and female bodies and it's very tidy and end of story, right? And they're claiming that biology is destiny when we know, and science people have been saying for decades, if not centuries, that bodies are way more complicated than that, right? On a level of biological diversity and also physical diversity, we make our bodies far beyond the spiritual image we have. And so there's that biological component, which is pretty obvious when people like J.K. Rowling say, well, sex is real.
having a
And
bat is so
you are
nice.
fake as a trans person. But there's also what I call in the book an experience essentialism, which is this idea, this fantasy, that there is that common universal experience of woman with a capital. And I think for me that is the part that makes the white feminism really clear, because and in the context of the book you can see how throughout, like, white feminists are fighting for the rights of women, and they're fighting to put women at the top of power structures because she will redeem them, but not at looking at what are all the other forces of colonialism or capitalism or racism that have put women in charge, right? That have meant that the only obstacles these people are facing are their gender, and not any other aspects of the forces of unequal power. Gaining only ever stronger. I also think it's really interesting, and I think this could be like my last comment, and maybe we'll wrap up if there's no questions. Is that we have on the one hand people saying, well, these anti-trans people aren't feminists, even though they're arguing they're going to kick trans women out of feminism. But on the other hand, I've been really moved by my friend and colleague Brittany Cooper, and what the argument that she's long made against saying that why it's important for her, for Black women to hold the term feminism, right? And like she's never been a big fan of womanism because she says to say you're a womanist but not a feminist because feminism is too white is to buy into this history of white feminism and to participate in the erasure of the counter history. And so there's a lot of work to be done for us to unlearn these icons of feminism, and to be able to tell this more complicated story about an anti-racist, anti-colonial feminism that also, at the end, I really make an argument for also what a spiritual orientation many of the intersectional feminists have, right? They're working for something bigger than themselves, even bigger than politics. They're working for living, developing a way of life and a way of solidarity and coalition where we can imagine a continued existence on this earth despite capitalist best efforts to bring it to an end as we know it. And I find that just so incredibly inspiring that we actually have a vision of a kind of feminism that is about remaking the way we live with ourselves and with our world.
That's so beautifully put, and I think it's really true. This is a book, like, if you are in the struggle, you are in the movements, and you are looking for a kind of deep dive that can ground you and help connect you to the people that came before you and struggle, like, this is the book for you. But equally, if you are feeling like so many people right now, burnt out, despondent, uncertain of what to do, and really kind of worried about where are we going to move next, as feminists, like, this really, I think, is an incredible not just companion and narrative, but also an opportunity for study and for critical reflection, and to really end up in just such a beautiful place in the conclusion to this book. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't give away too much more, because it's really a rewarding read to get there. And so I just want to thank you so much, Kyla, for sharing. Oh, it's been such a pleasure, and thank you to Books and Books for facilitating our conversation tonight.
What an amazing conversation. Oh my God. And I love how you wrap that up, Jules. I mean, I have nothing to add except we have a lot of work to be done, but the first step is order this book.
Yeah.
Order it from an independent bookstore, and you can start, learning and having those conversations. But
The first
we're so
thing you
lucky
can
to have
do is
had you with us
participate
tonight.
in the market.
Thank you so much on behalf of Books and Books, Miami
Sorry,
Book
that's
Fair,
just.
and to everyone watching. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
I think there's more you can
Thank
do
you.
than buy a book, even if it's a book written by someone who I adore and respect greatly. Okay.
Hello.
I don't know what this is that's on my screen right now. It's just that's what autoplayed. So let's find another. I've still got energy for another hour or two. And I'm invested in this character. Let me see if I can find. We've been doing a Dr. Jules Gill Peterson. We've been going on with the lectures that include her, so I think this next one is probably going to be okay. Kind of a sneezer topic, maybe. I'm not super into aesthetics, like academically.
Do we
But
start the show? I figure it's that time. I'm still clicking admit, but I don't know. I like to be punctual. My name's Mackenzie Walk. I'll be your host tonight. I need to do
Hi,
some
Mackenzie.
thank yous right at the start of the show. I got to thank the Gender and Sexuality Studies Institute for sort of providing logistical infrastructure to make the event work. Many thanks to Giuseppe and Kay and everybody. Oh, hi Kay, just joined us. That Kay, there's several Kay. Yeah, my thanks to them. My thanks to Culture and Media Studies at Eugene Lang College, which is my home department at the New School, which provided the funding to support our speakers. I want to thank Liberal Studies at the New School for Social Research, my other appointment at the New School, for their support. I want to thank eFlux Journal. This event came about because I'm editing a special issue of eFlux Journal on trans femme aesthetics that will be out hopefully next spring. And since the regular, I'm guest editing, the regular editor's in here somewhere, it's like, Kay, it's coming along fine. Trust me, it's all commissioned up. It's all coming in, including pieces I've commissioned from our three
Point 13 over my load. Okay.
About this
I've eaten the potato chips.
somewhat broadly defined area, trans femme
And now I'm ready to return to my home base.
You know, what we think about that and how we
I've got most of the items that I thought were useful from before. Oh, shh. Run! Run! Oh my god, I clicked out of the window because I was so startled. I'm using the bat one-handed because I'm listening to a CD, hoping it'll level up my character since they're illiterate and they only understand speech. They can't read things. So I've got to, I don't even know if it's still on.
Beautiful essays of Eve's Spider City Sex and more lessons from a starfish, which I taught yesterday for the third time, and I'm still finding new things in. I'd like to introduce Jules Gill Peterson.
Guess we're just going to listen to it again.
It's a really groundbreaking work of trans studies, which is histories of the transgender child, and mentorship that's happened in media in just the last 2 weeks turns out to be incredibly helpful sort of anchor for thinking about
I like these are all just little snippets from Aristotle. It's very cool. It's just like the main pointers of some of his writing. Just little sound bites. Aristotle is really cool, TBH. I much prefer reading Aristotle over reading Plato. 100%. I don't like reading Socratic dialogues that much either. I much prefer the more there's a kind of modern, like a modern style to Aristotle's way of doing philosophy, which is actually, like, it seems ridiculous, but there really is. Like, they're still a very modern philosopher, even though they're literally not a modern individual.
Get us going is tell me a little bit about what trans femme aesthetics is just for you in everyday life. Like, how does that just connect to everyday experience and practice of some version of being?
Why that is the case would require me droning on about something that is probably not interesting to most people, and I probably wouldn't be I probably wouldn't explain it very well either way, so I'll just leave it at that.
Sure, I'll start. Thank you so much for inviting me, Mackenzie. And it's really an honor to be on this panel with Ishka and Jules. Amazing work, and I'm excited to just ramble with you all, hopefully in some playful ways. I guess I would say in a very
I relate to her a lot already.
I see aesthetics as
I feel like
problematic,
when I'm not, when I'm not literally living in a house where I'm like afraid to even make a noise,
I see the ways in which trans
when I can just talk. I'm kind of bubbly like that.
For me as a constant navigation.
Right now I have to like hunker over my mic and whisper.
The symbolics demands of me to be a trans woman. What that looks like, what that sounds like, how I understand myself in relationship to that as a constant, aggressive,
Don't
hostile,
fight me, zombies. Okay.
With who
it's this way.
Might be as a trans woman. So I guess I hold aesthetics in tension with a sense of self, but an unavoidable and conflicted conversation between self and the social world.
So the next goal after this would be to find a saw or a generator or something, or start collecting rainwater somehow or something, because running water is not going to exist after a while.
There's something you hear me, by the way?
I'll be able to wash myself.
There's something I talk about a little bit in my almost memoir style, which is that I think on one level has to do with subculture, but also has to do with aesthetics. I think most importantly has to do with aesthetics, which is that
stretch break.
I guess I've always had a certain way of being which has always been defined primarily by appearances, which
my back is hurting.
Oscar Wilde maxim about that, but anyway, and for me, I think
I might have to call it just because I'm tired. I'm enjoying the game so much. It's a great game.
With a realization about gender, I was always concerned with a certain aesthetic, which I think has carried through.
So now I have
even now, and that
guns.
And the way I put it in the memoir.
I've got guns. I've got 2 guns. I've got a shotgun and like a fully automatic M14 or whatever. I think that's fully automatic.
And I talk about how
I don't know if I have ammo for everything. I also have ammo for a handgun, I think.
Into trans femininity.
But I don't have a handgun.
And I think
308 round.
at
I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's for the M14.
You know, I feel like I'm relatively something of a newbie. You know, I came out not that long ago, but this thread has carried throughout my life, you know, and it has guided me in a way. And I think I don't know what to call it or anything, but I think it's something that has guided me into a greater.
I don't think. I actually might not have ammo for the M14.
So whether that's a sort of.
Says it needs a magazine.
There are elements of femininity and darkness and transness that are all bound up together in this sort of channel for me in my life. And I don't know, I think in a way it's sort of like, it feels to me like a very rich hybrid mode and a sort of guiding principle that's very sort of multifaceted. So yeah, I see it as a very like a thread with many coils in it that are leading me through into my twilight years, I guess. But anyway, so yes, I think maybe I have come to approach trans femininity and the aesthetics that come.
I wonder how to use a padlock.
From a sort of oblique subcultural angle.
Oh, that's really interesting to me because it's you know, because I transitioned relatively late as well, and one could then think retrospectively about how the aesthetic leads into that in various ways. Ooh, we'll come back to that. Goth Girls Unite Heart, it already says, and I'm a little too old for goth. I go back to like the punk era.
Okay, so you can only use padlock on crafted crates.
Well, I'm definitely not a scholar of aesthetics, so I'll just go personally as well. And Ishak, I guess I really relate to part of what
aesthetics
you're saying.
It's an umbrella term, aesthetics, for a lot of things. My only familiarity with it is all the classes I took on philosophy of art in college. Sort of discussions about the ontological status of art objects, what makes things art, what makes things not art. You know, eventually, as interesting as I found all of that, it stopped feeling like there was any sort of revolutionary potential in it. For me, it didn't feel like I was learning anything super useful. I mean, I got a degree in fine art. Like, you didn't need to convince me of the importance of art. And I didn't really feel the need to analyze it in philosophical terms. But aesthetics is broader than art, and I think they're applying it here to gender theory, feminism, things like that. So it'll be interesting to hear something different, something outside just like more conventional topics and aesthetics. I'm trying to understand what they're getting at here. It's normally not a topic that I find useful.
Eminently a millennial femme, and so I'm forever chasing the 90s girl.
I should eat the burger. I cooked it.
A little bit of what I brought tonight.
Kendra's very tired.
About so aesthetic for me, yeah, as a way of coming into feminist.
Oh, I do have a magazine.
Like a lot of things in my life that have been.
So get rid of that.
Racialized gender, I felt really belated to something like femininity, or actually to femme as a category. And although I proudly use it in the first person now, it was I was a trans partner who started calling me that actually really only about a year ago, and it was, that would be nice, wouldn't it? And now I couldn't think otherwise, and so there is something about the kinds of processes, the sort of sensibility of transition and why it perceives as being about sensorium, as being about texture, color. I've just spent, I'm in the midst of trying to find a perfume that I would like right now, and I'm thinking about all the different ways that kind of coming into something that could be brown and femme couldn't ever quite proceed for me logically, which is to say in that sort of intersectional diversity rubric I was trained from birth to understand as the final form of statecraft, but rather has to be a joy, and yet also reflect on the fact that I don't really belong in that place either, because that land doesn't belong to me and other settlers. But anyway, so something like that, I guess, about tumbling ever into femmehood, which is for me rather new. But I think I'll say the highest compliment I have ever received, since I'm just going to move into costume mode right now. The highest compliment I've ever
Have a
received
key?
was from another
A key to
trans
what?
femme, who I had only gotten
What
to know
do I
recently
have a
during
key
the
to?
pandemic, and she was reading some work that I'd sent her, and she was like, "It's very strange to read about your pre-transition
Okay.
self, because I can't imagine you not being this femme." And I was like, "Oh, I'm done. I'm retired." So yeah, I'm just like, I'm announcing my retirement. I've accomplished everything in life, and please remember me only this way. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a milestone. Such a lovely story. So I'm just clicking admit crazily. We're still going. Here we go. Yeah, I wanted to pick up the thread of being non-white, having to navigate.
So these girls are talking about their different experiences, trying to understand femme aesthetics. My experience so far has been quite stifling, because for me it's very social. Very social. It's my experience of being a trans woman, a lot of it is very socially grounded for me. Mostly because I don't spend a lot of time with people ever, in my life. There's not really ever anybody around to talk to or interact with, and so, like, I can put on makeup and do my hair and wear my favorite dress and everything, but if there's nobody around to talk to or even hang out with, then the appearance that I work on, the way I present myself, seems to not really what's the word I'm looking for? And it doesn't come off it doesn't enrich my life, like, I'm just saying I feel a little lonely. I feel like my own perception of femininity and perceiving myself as femme. A lot of it has to do with things like compassion and relating to people, and just, the way I'd like to talk to people, the way I like to, the conversations I like to have, and like, so a lot of the aesthetics for me is very social, and like, I don't really know what I'm on. I should check myself on these little rants, because, if you're a streamer, you shouldn't just start rambling on about shit you don't know anything about. I was trying to contribute to the discussion somehow. The TLDR being just like, man, it sucks to not have somebody to hang out with, especially when you're in early stages of transition, when that sort of social affirmation is like incredibly useful and helpful and helps guide you, helps guide the decisions you make, and helps you understand yourself as a person. As you get older, you'll spend a lot more time by yourself, a lot more time than you probably even thought you would. Okay, so back to the game. Let these intelligent ladies do all the talking.
I'd be happy to ramble about that for a second, only because I've been thinking a lot lately about, like, the sort of millennial boomer cusp generation,
Never
which
mind.
is generating,
I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay,
93.4%
back to the game. The game that I'm playing. Okay, so I wanna.
And the sort of rise of, like, what
I need to find a saw.
with offense, the skinny, like, communist slut trans girl aesthetic, which, like,
I need
is
to watch
so
this.
inevitably beholden to whiteness in ways that are not even interesting to recount, but that I actually find, like, quite aggressive and difficult, and my sort of disidentification with the modes of brown femininity that I was raised around had entirely primarily to do with them not being very high femme. I was raised by brown women who were quite stern, pretty mean, and bared a lot of tragedy with a stiff upper lip. And so I didn't really have much of a space to imagine kind of flourishing in a more
So
sort of feminized kind of way or feminizing kind of way. And so I do think that there is the sort of mandate to like take hormones, get hot, post nudes on Twitter. That like, you know,
I got
is
confused
something
for a
to do
second.
at
Never
the
mind.
world, so I don't mean to besmirch it too much, is a kind of like narrow aesthetic project. And I'm very troubled by the conflation. For example, like the use of like communism as a political aesthetic, right? I mean, it's just like awful to me as an overeducated fool. You know, but like I do find it kind of frustrating in the way that it sort of is already starting to typify certain looks or feels, and to me it has the same air of every other white trans thing that has ever happened in the past, where there's one new look or one new idea, and suddenly it's the only one for 20 or 30 years. And you know, meanwhile, I think trans femmes of color, Black trans femmes from around the world have just completely other aesthetic repertoires and lineages that are not waiting to be discovered. They're not hidden. They're just busy doing their own thing. They're simply ignored. And so often I think the word trans, as a white word, is precisely meant to cover that over and sort of manage the relation to racial otherness. So I would love to see a more rich conversation around racial aesthetics.
Thanks.
Last thing I'll say on this is like I'm prepping to teach a class in the spring, a trans literature course that I want to teach as a course on comedy, on trans comedy and the situation of trans comedy and the impossibility of comedy as a trans genre. But one of the biggest questions I'm noticing in putting together a syllabus is that all the funny trans people are like gorgeous,
I don't know
beautiful.
what
They're either
I
very
would use
beautiful
these
white
for.
women who are satirical now,
I've yet to
or
find a
there are
can
like
opener.
campy older
It's so
femmes
annoying,
who
you know.
come
It's
from
really
gay
genuinely
lineages
so
that are,
annoying.
you know, no longer that popular. But there's also all these hilarious trans women of color who've been doing performance art, who just like are funny all the time, whose lives are read sort of ethnographically, as if all they could ever be doing is like marching forward in politics when they're like kikiing or throwing shade or reading someone, or just hanging out.
Oh, I never
And I just
slept.
don't understand why trans women of color's like only voice
fuck?
can be pure tragedy porn or trauma porn, and they're not allowed to be funny when they're obviously being hilarious all the time. So I think there's a lot more aesthetic
I
generosity
think that
that
happened when
needs
I.
to be kind of spread if we're gonna make anything of
Well,
this
now I have to do it again
trans
because
Aesthetic generosity is a nice phrase. I
I
adopted
think I
that.
cut
And
myself when I
I'm
left the
just
fence
cycling
there.
back to, and you know,
I
it's
didn't really
it
intend to
represents
do that
decades.
either.
I won't say which ones. I get
It just sort of
feelings.
automatically does it if you're
You
close
know,
enough.
communists were real people in my life who were central to my education. Like they weren't memes and they weren't like hot 25-year-old white girls when I was like coming through. They were like, you know, metal workers with bits of finger missing. So the cognitive disconnect I have with that one. But bless them. I don't mean that to be critical of everything about that, right? But it definitely has some things we might want to file off. Yeah, but speaking of aesthetic generosity, yeah, there are other sort of aspects that I guess
A
we need
gunshot
to,
went off.
you know, sort of gesture towards having to be on the table. And I'm looking at little pictures of Bashak and Ebert, thinking, yeah, what other sort of spaces do we need to include in the conversation? Or
Well, you know, I guess I should just preface this by saying I'm of South Asian descent. I'm Bengali, and if the characters in my comics are also trans femmes of South Asian descent, and so I've been, and you know,
I'm getting better at this game.
I've been reading a lot about you know my trans history, and
I wish this was like practical knowledge. You know, having these like simulation fantasies of surviving a zombie apocalypse, but
you know, as you were saying, Mackenzie, of generations and of where
I was listening
one is
to
coming from in terms.
I was listening to the Chapo Boys stream from last night, and I think it was Mike. He said something that was pretty funny. No, I think it was Tom. Doesn't matter. He was talking about how all these people who are really interested in, like, you know, bunkers and like what is that when preppers, yeah, people who are like really into prepping for doomsday or whatever. It was like, you know, the minute that like a nuclear bomb actually drops within like whatever, like 100-mile radius of where they live, like they're just all gonna, you know, themselves, like they're not gonna be able to deal with the stress of the situation. It doesn't matter how many barrels of macaroni and cheese you have locked away in a bunker somewhere, you know, radiation, all of the people you love going, like, getting obliterated, you know, having no network, running water, no doctors, no nothing. Like, it's a, you know, doomsday survival is a horrifying situation. It's not even fun like this game makes it kind of seem. It's just a really terrible, shitty situation. So it's funny that they spend all this time like prepping, like they're actually like, if the bombs drop, your stupid little bunker is just gonna prolong the inevitable. So you better hope those bombs don't drop, but they don't care. Sorry.
Of, you know, what decade
I get really annoyed at people who like are so like anti-communitarian, like so hyper-individualistic, libertarian, that they make life horrible for everyone and do nothing to prevent global catastrophes from happening because they're so busy LARPing in their backyard in their bunkers, just being like, well, I'm ready for the apocalypse. Why don't you get politically active so the apocalypse never happens? That would be more useful.
I think that's
assholes.
In a way, like a completely separate, almost separate.
Sorry, I went on that rant because I was thinking about how fun it is
and culture to what
to play this game, but how useless the knowledge is.
That they don't even some of them.
Not that you're really learning anything particularly useful from this game, but it is fun to like imagine, oh, this is what I would do in a zombie apocalypse. This is how I would survive. These are the moves I would make. If there's any indication, the past few streams, I would not survive at all. I would be dead within hours. Trying to find tree branches or cutting myself hopping over fences that I don't need to, or trying to kill zombies with girdle pans.
Interesting, and I wonder, you know, I went there in 2016, and I happened to meet some people from the community on the street, but I was too intimidated to go and hang out with them. Like, they were inviting me to be like, come and be with them, to spend the day with them, and so I just got so raised my defenses, and I was like, an outsider in this situation, even though we're part of the same kind of lineage, but not really, you know. And I don't know, it was a very like it was a moment of reckoning for me, and I'm still in New York.
Clip them. They came at me, and I came in with the uppercut with the baseball bat, and I took them out. Do you see that?
So yeah,
that was nice.
Yeah,
let's go.
What
is my character's name even again?
Oh, that's on Autostravel.
Desiree Littlefield. I'm gonna go with Desiree. Desiree sounds silly to me.
see
Desiree.
the illustrated version of that little anecdote.
Yeah, and obviously it's not my story, but I so felt for your character and like in a sense caught between these different understandings of gender and culture because yeah, as you're saying, there's another world there.
I'm just searching houses at this point. I
As one
need
finds
something
it,
useful.
one of the pieces I'm editing for eFlux
Ski goggles,
Indonesia.
super useful.
I think there's 7 different terms.
They probably are for something.
The text.
Sleeping tablets.
5 or 6 of which are different.
I already have those.
Terms even from different languages.
Knitting needles, those are useful.
And it's kind of an editorial challenge.
All of that is very useful.
Sort of keep open that relationship between what that transness is in a different set of categories. Example, yeah. So thank you for provincializing the European basin in this. Yeah, because that's a thing we need to do. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, could I butt in for 1 second? So sorry. Only because it just flows so much from that. Because yeah, I'm also a South Asian trans femme, but I have this sort of running joke with my brother in my family because my family's from Punjab in northwestern India. So we have this joke, they're Sikh, that we unfortunately were born into the one, subcontinental religion that doesn't have a third gender. Unfortunately, it's like kind of rigidly binaristic because it's a very young religion. And so I always my brother and I have this joke that we're this family of like feminists, queer kids, and trans people, and so we've just like utterly, made zero use out of our native culture because it has almost no sort of discursive or symbolic space for us. But part of what you were saying made me think about something that, yeah, I've been trying to think a lot about lately because it feels to me like whatever being trans and femme is, it's like not a bloodline. And I guess I feel the same way about.
I don't understand what the point of the gun case is. In the game, I mean, like in real life, it makes sense, but
I'm also wanted to think about diaspora in this
is
way.
it just?
I mean, I had
What
a
does
really
it do?
fated trip back to India with my family right before I
Does
started
it make?
transitioning, which I won't.
I guess it lowers the encumbrance of guns. Like if you're carrying guns and you put them in the gun case, they don't have as much encumbrance.
I've been reading Kiguru Macharya's this week and really trying to think about something that he talks about in that book, which is sort of writing against the genealogical impulse in this case, African diaspora studies, but that sort of impulse that we have to prove lineage actually to do anything, right? Even in terms of queer or trans life, and the sort of concept of frottage as a rubbing, as opposed to that kind of filial or lineage kind of model seem really helpful. But that's the only way that I've been able to figure for myself, either as someone who was born in Canada and just doesn't find any particularly useful.
Ooh, washer machines. Is there anything useful about that?
That same old story where if you're queer or trans, it makes you even lighter than you're otherwise perceived to be. I also have one white parent, regrettably. So, but yeah, I just think that there are other interesting concepts.
Avocado is so good. I love avocado.
In terms of building affiliation or affinity, and not just families and descent. Just wanted to hop on that and also say that I feel that
so
intimidation when meeting other South Asian trans
families. I was going to say it's,
So there is about an hour left of this lecture. I wouldn't even call it a lecture. It seems to be a conversation just between, smart people, just talking about smart people things.
Validation or something. I don't even know. And the more I
when
do
it's
it,
over,
like,
that'll be it for this stream. So another hour.
Am I straws? I don't know.
If you're listening, thanks for participating in my first queer positivity stream. Although I might need to work on the title because, some of the topics are actually quite distressing. So I need to find things that are more positive. I can have maybe a queer theory streams or something like that, where these more distressing topics. I am a cow. I'm here to tell you something beautiful. That's what it said in the game.
Going on within that desire to anchor oneself,
It's an advertisement for ice cream. Sorry.
It shouldn't all fall on your shoulders to either validate.
Anyway, I was just saying that maybe if I'm going to title the stream queer positivity stream, I shouldn't watch like stuff like that trans panic lecture. Horrifying topic. It makes me so angry listening to some of those things. So gotta work on my my stream.
And Ava, I'm sort of wondering what rural Vermont was like.
I'm just running around now, just endangering this character I've worked on for so long by running around.
How does one discover one's own femininity when it's not handed to you in a situation like that?
I'm gonna get hit by a zombie out here.
I guess I would say that I grew up in a context in which, men were men and so were the women.
She's just feeling very courageous right now. This is such a bad idea. I don't even know if there's anything out here.
And yet to me was, I think, in terms of aesthetics and aesthetic belonging, I have often...
I appreciate that the maps seem pretty big in this game. They kind of have to be, because I already feel like I've explored so much of the map. Maybe I haven't. I certainly feel like I'm just wandering around the woods now. This is not good. I'm so far away from my base.
Made possible by the very regimes that attempt to annihilate trans community and its many different formations. And so I often wrestle or struggle
here we go.
with this tension that I
get so annoyed when that happens. Okay.
In different kind of collectives. And one of those collectives, of course, is one that I write about personally, the desire for recognition, even though it still is foreclosed.
Things got really hairy there for a moment because I was out of sync.
The field itself,
I was swinging, but every swing was at the wrong moment. So I had to stop swinging for a moment and try again.
Trans bodies that are differently abled or living.
I can bite you really fast. I didn't realize that, but if like you just miss for a second.
So I mean, obviously, there's a way in which I desire these
fertilizer.
Of selfhood.
I should be marking these things on the map, but
how those various
I didn't expect this character to last this long, to be honest. This is the longest character I've had. It's been like a few days, I think.
that paradox is something
I don't know if it's been a week yet, but the power's still on. So I'm pretty sure the power goes off after day 3.
Oh, but that's the best way to answer a question, right? It's just like add a new thing to think about. Yeah, and it does make me think how much there's a focus on, like one versions of the aesthetic is ascesis, is sensation.
I wonder if there's a safe way to open doors without
the opposite of anesthetic, yeah, to be able to perceive.
making yourself vulnerable for a split second to an attack.
But yeah, what about the other challenges of the transgender body or trans bodies in general? Is a thing maybe that gets so much less attention, and one could
Because like,
table that in
I feel like there's a way to open up the door
diaspora,
without
race, different gender systems altogether, as being ways that one would process something.
potentially getting immediately attacked by a zombie.
Like a neutral term for, because that would not be possible.
I need to take a pipe.
I wonder though if the aesthetic always
I'm gonna pause the game. I'm gonna leave the lecture on.
Sort of selective production of identities, or if there's ways that it also lets you get out of that. There are ways that the aesthetic is ways we kind of can leave behind that sense of having to be known through a set of identifiers and slip into something a little less Does that make any sense to anybody?
Okay, I'll be right back.
Anybody want to pick it up?
No, it does. I mean, I was just thinking of something that Eva has said to me and has said better than I can, so I don't want to repeat it. But talking about how, yeah, sort of the gap between, let's say, a discourse or a narrative or sort of narratological reading of transness as a modern form, really has so little to say about the phenomenology of trans lived experience. And I think transition is a good example. It just doesn't feel, or one doesn't experience it at all in the ways that it is narrated. That's 100% Eva Hayward. Please do never cite me as having said that. But I've been thinking a lot about this, and I think that actually would even go for like our I mean, sorry to bring up naughty subjects like medicine, but I think that would even go for medicine, right? The history of medicine, the history of Western medicine is extremely. I mean, the history of biology is actually all aesthetics. If you go back to the Romantic period, but there are all kinds of spooky things that you could talk about. I mean, I'm obsessed as a historian with yeah, there was this surgeon over in Ohio, a couple hours from where I live, who in the 70s did a lot of trans bottom surgery for women, including for the artist Greer Langton, who died in the 90s, or sorry, not in the 90s, later, but was very famous in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And so the person who did, I mean, I'm fascinated by Greer Langton because she's this, impossibly beautiful, wasting away addict trans girl artist who never really became nearly as famous as she wanted to be. But also totally is, yeah, she's also like this incredible Midwestern girl, right? Like she's so close with her family. It was literally her parents' church collection that paid for her vaginoplasty, right? So she goes to this surgeon in Ohio, gets it done. She's very happy. Turns out the surgeon, okay, was also an artist and a visual sculptor and was really interested in the relationship of the plastic arts to plastic surgeries and had this whole, whatever thing going on that I've been trying to reconstruct to poor effect lately. It's been hard to find out. But, I think there's actually a lot to be said for unexpected disrupt. So that's not, I don't know what that would have to say about that surgeon or the process of trans surgery. Nothing yet. I haven't figured anything out. But I was just thinking about this today, TMI. But I was at the doctor with some lady troubles that just didn't work discursively. Right? They involved things that medicine deems to be sexed as either male or female, and so it has taken like a month to get a proper diagnosis. There's no way to understand the role of hormone replacement therapy in affecting this diagnosis or the bodily systems involved. It was extremely hard to find any medication that I could take, actually just antibiotics, because our old girlfriend spironolactone just loves to interact with things and kill you. And so, I spent part of today, inside a hospital wearing a gown, being misgendered by this nurse, and then the doctor was angry about that, but didn't know what to do except sort of follow up with me in a bureaucratic way, and I was just sort of head spinning, and I was like, well, none of this feels like what I was expecting. I mean, when I thought about like how would I deal with doctors, right? Would it be like, well, we'll have this discursive Foucauldian kind of tete-a-tete where I'll be like, I know your power, you're trying to solicit this thing from me, allow me to be opaque and disobey you, I'm the hysterical woman. And it doesn't play out like that at all. I mean, well, maybe the hysterical woman is actually a good example. But in any case, as I was lying on my side waiting for a doctor to like stick her hand inside of me, I was like, well, this isn't exactly what I thought being a woman would feel like at all. But part of what I mean to say by that is not that it was just like shitty, because it was awful. But there's a sort of disruptive, yeah, I guess like I felt like really rearranged in that moment, and I was like really tired after. I had to come home and like take a nap, and I was very confused, and I was like, I don't know what I feel anymore. And there was something about like the whole medical encounter that was just completely disrupted, because the doctor was really upset, I was upset, everyone just felt weird, and I think there's like more going on there than I have the distance from to interpret at the moment. But I just sort of wanted to offer that as like a very fresh, bizarre experience, also because I'm an extremely confessional person. But I think that I think even our sort of, yeah, worst objects, right? The things we think are somehow aesthetics will oppose, right? Oppression. We can oppose the state, oppose cops, oppose prisons, oppose doctors through our aesthetics. They are all entangled together, and they always have been. And actually, sometimes those are the nexus points through which the very distinctions are transacted in the first place. And very often, it is that strange aesthetic object, the body, that one finds oneself both
Hi,
having and
I'm back.
occupying as it's been objectified by said structures of power. That is the aesthetic object du jour, that is generating all sorts of troubling sensorial data and affect and feeling. And that is nothing if not unbecoming and undeeming.
Well, firstly, I'm sorry you had that experience. Not that I'm surprised, but yeah, that's how it is. That aesthetics is on both sides of power is, I think, really worth pointing out here. Yeah, yeah, because like we would like to think we're in some camp that's exempt from that, but if you're thinking about the space of aesthetics, that you're kind of not. I'm glad you mentioned Greer Langton, who I encourage people to go look up. Had she lived, she'd be 3 years older than me, you know. So I kind of feel like I feel the loss that she's not there to talk to. Yeah, that there kind of aren't the people that I would, you know, I really wish were there in a way. And that story you told about her surgeon, I hope you find enough evidence to write that one down. You know, I just hope that that's another thing, right? Is often there's just no trace. You know, where can we find any trace of lives that were lived, given that their aesthetic quality was not one that was able to be raised to the level of an artwork. So yeah, it's the aesthetic of people's choices of literature that you can't even read from black and white pictures. Yeah. Eva, yeah, you're mute. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I love what Jules is saying here, and I think, you know, as I'm describing the problematic of aesthetics, the ways in which it sets up foreclosures, some of the ways in which, maybe not escape, I'm not sure I would describe it as escape, but one of the ways in which we might begin to intervene is exactly what Jules is describing, the kinds of bodily differences that construct our experiences, that both subjugate us but also differentiate us. And that in that, we begin to break or at least intervene in the symbolic or the social order that wants to deny us existence. And I think that we should be less afraid in general with describing those differences bodily as one instance
Stale.
of those differences.
Stale dead mouse. Oh, don't you just hate that? I really don't like having stale dead mouse. I much prefer it fresh.
That is specific to my particular bodily difference, and that
I don't know why did I eat
trying
that?
to be legible within
So
an
now,
aesthetic
oh,
regime
I'm
that is
well
on
fed.
the
So
foreclosed
there you go.
trans, that we might demand more how our differences
I drank some alcohol
deserve attention and care,
and
not only from others
I have
but
sleeping
also
toads. I wonder
ourselves.
if it's
So,
a game
you know, I'm
over to
really
take the
just
sleeping
echoing
toads
what
too. I wonder
Jules
if they
has
went
said
that far with the
beautifully,
simulation.
which I think is crucial.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
my
how far away
category
am I
in
from
my
my
medical chart
base?
is
Oh
postmenopausal
boy,
woman.
very
So
far. Because I ran
all
through the
my hormone
woods
readings
here,
are in the red. Like they're
which was
all
stupid.
wrong. They're all red flags all the time because obviously the benchmarks
So now I have to find my
go
way
along
back
with it. I kind of
here.
like
I
that that's
could
the
go
way it
through the
is in a
woods
way.
again.
Yeah, well, I kind of feel a little tension about whether I want to be a thing that is an existing category or if I want to
I think I'm just
myself
gonna
out. Maybe
sleep.
that's a
I'm not gonna
tension
take the
around
sleeping pills because I'm worried
trans
that'll kill
aesthetics
me.
as well. We got to talk.
I'm just gonna sleep.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I missed the first half of this thread because my Wi-Fi crapped out. Thanks, basement. But on the subject of just of facing doctors and such, I was just reminded of when I was choosing.
Gotta stay hydrated.
I was on a new health insurance plan, and choosing a doctor, and I thought, oh well, I was looking down the list of names, and I found a Bengali doctor because I thought, oh, he'll understand me. And I went to the clinic, and yeah, the person, the receptionist was confused about me because my chart said one thing and I presented as something else and so on and so forth. And the doctor came in, and I said hello in Bengali, thinking that this would put her at ease and stuff. And she was so, so baffled. We started talking about body parts that weren't sexed correctly. And she just didn't look me in the eye, which was strange. She's like, you have these bits, but you look like this, and I'm like, yeah, that's because, and that's felt like I was having to explain this to a medical
This poor lady.
Once I did,
being humiliated at doctors, especially when you thought they would be understanding.
She's like, oh, okay, and I'm like, well, why is that not on your radar?
I just want to comment because, that is one of the ways that, this is how I feel. I'm speaking from how I feel, but this is one of the ways that cis people do engage in a little bit of transphobia. They can't do it explicitly, so they'll just act like it's so confusing. Oh, I don't understand what's happening. What's going on here? What's happening? I don't get it. You're a doctor. You know what's happening. You know who this person is. Okay? You don't need to act confused. You're doing so intentionally to make it seem like it's such a burden for you to have to, look at a visibly trans person. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry that you, a doctor, can't figure out that this person is trans, and you just have to act so baffled and so confused about it. It's such a big deal to you. I find that's one of the ways that people try to sneak in all transphobia is they just act really confused by it. Maliciously so. Not just I just didn't realize. Not in a way where they're like, oh, I just didn't realize those were your pronouns. That's fine, but it sounds like this poor lady had to go through quite a lot just to make a receptionist and a doctor understand, it shouldn't take that much effort, especially. It's crazy.
It's so bizarre, right? But then she eventually warmed up.
She almost got a little teary-eyed, I think, because it's a distressing experience.
But this is around the time that I was coming out, or just after, and I was like, okay, there are, I'm going to go to Aperture now because maybe there's a better chance that I'll be understood now. But I'll have to say just briefly something about in addition to kind of the somatic aspects of how we confront the world. For me, there's a lot of psychic and emotional
chicken
confrontation that, or I don't know what to call it confrontation, but
I'm not checking these cars. I should be, but
sometimes in the workplace where I attempted to use charm.
I guess I did sleep, so it's not like I'm in a rush to get anywhere.
And I attempted to calm them down with my softness.
Nothing.
And I found actually that was working. I'm not sure if that's on topic or not, but I think that extra somatic aspects of transness are interesting to ponder and to think about how this is before I transitioned or before I came out to speaking to my coworker in a soft voice.
Yeah, I totally understand all of this.
Turned into my normal voice.
I don't understand any of it. I don't like cars.
Which I thought was
I'm about as interested in cars as, I'd much rather ride a train or a bus.
I chose specifically trans-femme aesthetics.
What a surprising opinion that I have. Queer lefty who's really into trains. Very surprising. I genuinely just don't like cars all that much. I find them to be a ridiculous burden on society, and I think
But yeah, it does
Outside of the ones that cost like $500,000 that can do all the cool stuff, a lot of them are very boring machines that just, you know, they need to work, but they never do, and they end up costing you so much money, and everybody has to make cars an aspect of their personality.
This is where we started.
It's so weird to me, you know. It's harmless, usually, just... What am I on about? Shut up. Sometimes I'm like, shut up. What even are you talking about? Shut up.
Yeah, what do we take from works of art in the broad sense?
Who cares? Okay, you don't like cars, whatever.
From which we got to figure shit out.
Broke into the church. And smacked the cross.
Just a couple of things. I mean, one.
There's nothing to do in
for
here.
me, art has been central. The essays that you cited at the beginning of this, I've always written in relationship to trans.
Oh, it's the graveyard.
Regards to art and art forms, as a way to critique or offer a critique of the kind of ontological investments that happen in trans studies that I find maybe limit the kinds of imagination that we're describing now. One artist I'm currently thinking about is a trans woman.
I
She
want to
passed
know what
away,
this does.
died now in the early 2000s.
Dug a fur. I guess I can plant things in there now.
Partner, Gail. And one of the things that Erica Rutherford, she was a Canadian.
Is this person dead for real?
From
They're gonna get back up.
South Africa, moved to Scotland, and then eventually
yeah.
She would take could not be the photographic demands of trans femininity, as I'm sure all four of us.
I've killed a lot of
a lot of
zombies this run.
What it is to be scrutinized as
good.
particular kinds of visual objects.
It's very good.
In the Zoom platform, why sometimes hypervisuality is a defense mechanism. But one of the things that Rutherford did was to paint her photographs.
This game is so fun.
To imagine a trans
but I can also see myself like
but they began to explore the painting,
more cigarettes. I get really into games and then I burn out on them. You know, it's a shame. It's just an aspect of my personality. Is I can't.
And it made me wonder about.
I can't just like stay in one place. You know. I feel like there's so much to this game and I'm worried I'm just gonna burn out on it.
And might there be
take away all the joy of playing it because it's so much fun. I don't know. It's so deeply simulationist that I might actually be able to get about like maybe 1,000 hours of gameplay out of it, which would be very unique for me. I don't typically put a lot of time into any video game. Like I was just saying, I usually give up on them after I burn out.
Shaq, I want to ask you there about like visual repertoires as an artist and where you went to sort of.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything useful in here besides food.
Gorgeous, but in a way that's
let's take the food.
Not too expected, shall I say? You know, there's a charm to it.
Oh, yeah, I would not unsurprising.
I've been looking for a saw.
No, not surprising.
Or nails.
I was in my artistic youth. I was very drawn to the pre-Raphaelites, right? And that vision of femininity,
pre-Raphaelites,
which at the time seemed kind
based.
of unattainable, slightly distant, but also a kind of a space of comfort, you know. Alongside that, there were also a lot of Indian influences in my life, which, you know, I blame my parents for, so thanks, Mom and Dad, for making me dream.
Maybe the keys are in the
very
house.
specific, and these very fierce goddesses that are very dear to Bengalis in particular. So there are images of these goddesses all around our house when I was growing up, and there's a kind of there was a power and fierceness that I always thought was kind of like this is a given. This was like that's the way it works because why not? Only to find out, only to be disillusioned much later on because that's actually that kind of reverence in certain Indian cultures also comes with a lot of hostility. It's like it's a mixed bag. You can be, like even in 2020, we just in India that we had a Kali Puja, and a ceremony of worship for
Taking a
goddess
long
Kali.
time.
It was sort of like
Let's go.
uber femme, like destroyer, but also bringer of life in a certain sense. But like, there's reports of temples that were denying women, like barring women from coming into the temples. I'm like,
Okay.
how does this make any sense at all? But anyway, the aesthetic or the kind of
I'm gonna wash my clothing too.
confidence of femininity and power that I grew up with, and those images really stuck with me, and I think inform a lot of what I do. And then the last person I was going to give a shout out to was, and I don't know quite how this person works in terms of
This should have been called the Queer Theory stream.
in terms of trans histories or histories.
We need to make a playlist for queer positivity.
I've always been very drawn to Aubrey Beardsley.
I know, it's difficult to find stuff that's just affirmative, like just positive.
Even though my work is not nearly
That isn't like, just some like Netflix documentary that's just, forced representation for, the shareholders or whatever.
Visions of femininity and of masculinity that
Like genuinely like good content that is just
that I processed in a very
positive,
specific way.
affirming.
And I think I'm now trying to emulate and work out in my own.
Like I was saying earlier, finding that on YouTube is incredibly difficult. And
I loved his work so much that he's always going to be attached.
there's always a chance that you're just gonna end up watching a video by some crazy person. It's got a very distorted concept of the transgender experience.
Yeah, I think last time I
Or
saw
just
you and Dean Thornton
a lot of other things too, like just queer people in general. Just people can be so weird about those topics and then upload the most deranged shit to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably through an aestheticism that could be read.
One of my
as
favorite
homosexual male
YouTubers,
culture, as queer culture.
they do a lot of like horror.
Maybe a thing we're not quite
I think I can just say their name
talk about yet to sort of
on stream. Like it's fine.
what
I don't have anything negative to say about them. I like them a lot. John Wolf.
like in the epicene
I used to watch a lot of his horror let's plays. He's played like every indie horror game under the sun.
yeah, and it's like, holy sure,
He has thousands of hours of him just playing horror games. I like, he's not for everybody, but I like him a lot. And he did cosplay once. This is somewhat representative of trans femme aesthetics. He's not trans, he's just a cis, dude. But he did a video where he did cosplay as a woman, as a character from Resident Evil 8. I can't say her name. The big-breasted witch lady. I think if you know the Resident Evil 8 game, you know which one I'm talking about. Very tall, very much booba. He cosplay as her, but he didn't shave his beard in the thumbnail because it wasn't necessary, and also based anyway. Like, but he lost like so many subscribers just from that thumbnail, and then he had to make a video afterward, denouncing the, like, he was basically like, I'm more upset that they were in the community to begin with, so I'm glad they're gone. But I just want to say how disappointed I am that you people are so sensitive to any form of trans visibility, even if it's not actually like a trans person, just somebody who has the appearance of someone who might be trans. You know, just a thumbnail of that is enough to make people be like, oh, I can't do this. I've got to unsubscribe from this person. Just ridiculous. I felt so bad for him, but like he made such a sweet video where he was just like, listen, you know, being trans is not a costume. You know, they're going through so much, and it disgusts me that I had trans folks in my community to begin with, and I'm glad they're gone. And you know, he said a lot of really sweet, endearing things. And I'm sure it was illuminating to a lot of his viewers just how phobic some people really are. That they would just unsubscribe from a dude who's otherwise, in every sense of the word, just a cis dude, just playing horror games. But he had one thumbnail that was mildly queer in presentation, and they just lost their shit and unsubscribed. So gross. I feel like there's more than just these zombies. Oh, there's a key. I wonder if there's gas. Oh, this car looks all beat up.
Excruciating pain, and I would have to, do nothing until I arose the next day to write again.
I had the key.
I was like, well, maybe there's another way. And another way sort of possessed me. I have to admit, I just sort of felt possessed by fragments. I also happened to be starting, EMDR trauma therapy at the same time. So I have no idea writing.
I have to equip it in the secondary slot.
Therapy that I would liken to dropping acid and just, well, it was until we calibrated it right at
So
first.
here, I'll switch the
Totally psycho, like fragmented experiences that were shutting down my conscious mind, blowing my body.
What else is in here?
And then I would have to sleep for a day after. And the writing kind of felt like that, I suppose, which is to say, I wanted to think about this kind of problem, which is mine as we've all been talking tonight, which is the way that
gotta work on your UI. Okay, so I'm now learning. Ooh, definitely need that. But now I'm over encumbered.
The mere fact that a brown trans femme walks down the street is ontologically so violent to a cis white subject that she has struck first, and therefore anything can be justified to her. And it's like, well, what kind of genre or form?
What she's talking about right now is what I mean. Just being visibly trans, these people take it as an affront to them, and like they see it as like the first, like if two people get in a fight, they you ask who swung first, like who was the person who instigated the confrontation, and people will usually blame that person. They'll be like, the person who swung first or the person who created the conflict, they're responsible, and whatever comes from that confrontation is their fault because they started it. Well, a lot of people see a trans person being visibly trans as the first, as a confrontation. Like so they feel justified in whatever they do after that. Like if they decide to call them a horrible slur, or they decide to like actually physically assault them, it's in their mind they're justified because the first swing was them just being trans. That was the first offense. And a lot of people think that way about it too. Like people who are normally just you would think would be just a layperson with no bias either way. They'll side with this person being like, like, oh, I can understand you just panicked, right?
Possibilities arise
I'm
out of
getting
such
all
a
worked up.
situation? None, right? And so hence we see all the lionizing and the just sort of heinous idealizing of trans women
These
of
are
color.
things I have to think about a
I
lot.
actually think this is a common trans trope now, or trans gesture amongst white authors, which is
The less
basically
time
to
I spend,
deconstruct their whiteness.
indoors and start
They
navigating the
just
world,
create a woman of color character who is perfect, like who knows everything, never makes one political misstep, subordinates the
Okay,
white
I'm
character.
just, my character is lost, and where is my bat?
Trans mass characters who are like
Is
sort of
my bat
cocky,
broken?
roguish boys that get put in their place. It's very cute. I love the erotics of it. Don't get me wrong. But it actually has precious little to say because
I
a
think it's
trans woman can
because
either be, an antisocial aggressor or a know-it-all goddess. That's not really. There's nothing there, right? There's
I think
actually
it's because I equipped the key.
for someone like that, and so my writing practice has been about thinking to myself merely that, oh, well, I felt actually rather either of those that's not true. Largely accurate. And so I was like, well, that should be easy. Let me just write about what it felt like. And then I would sit down and be like, I don't even have the language to describe something that happened to me yesterday. I remember it in my head, but I cannot describe. So, like, for example, there's this whole chapter where I'm trying to write about the problems of describing trans happiness or brown happiness. And I was just like, I don't even know how to begin to describe what it means for a trans woman to be happy or a brown woman to be happy, let alone both at the same time. And just to talk about aesthetics and something a little bit earlier, it seems to me that most of the formal experiments I've devised so far in that chapter have been kind of just hyper sensory rich slices of experience that have to do with a whole bunch of things: eating
My
food,
base is the other way.
fucking, like eating food after fucking, but also things like, co-intimacy with other trans people, fluid dance parties, drugs, I don't know, a whole bunch of things that like just feel close but not quite there. So that's sort of what being brown is a lesson on being pretty close but not quite there. And trying to think of that as actually a form of relationality that's not suffocating, because it's neither being fully visible and therefore governable, but nor is it the idealized winner of the revolution on everyone else's behalf, two demands on which I just don't think any trans woman of color's lives can ever depend. So that's sort of a weird and wacky kind of reply to your question.
I'm just thinking, we need like the trans version of the Bechdel test for, is there more than one trans character in the
Okay.
in the
I was like, do I only have
work?
2 shells?
Do they actually talk to each other? And do they talk about something other than trans?
Okay, I have a shotgun now. I think I should use it just for fun. But I shouldn't use it this close to my base, because it'll attract all of the zombies. They will all come swarming here, and I don't want them to do that.
It's pretty recent that we even have them.
So I should probably equip something else.
Might think of as kind of essential or fetishistic or idealized versions of us that even we would produce, right?
Okay, I've got a screwdriver. That'll have to do.
Subjects in cis world is the idealized version of us, is the idealized version of a pornography or spectacular Christine Jorgensen.
Hungry, tired,
Whatever, and it's only
exerting myself. Got a heavy load. Oh, I've got a really heavy load. Why is that?
Maybe, and I, the aesthetic is not your main line of research, but are you finding traces in the archive?
Okay, because I didn't organize my inventory correctly. Whoops.
By us and for us, yeah?
Yeah. And just one last thing on the trans Bechdel test, very easy. Can a trans woman be inconsistent? That's the only thing I'd ever love to see. It's never been done. There's always, you have to
when you are marginalized, if you ever
I'm interested. I don't know why that is in my watch tonight. Sorry, those are like not great words.
if you ever have any
Yeah,
sort
something
of
I've been
like
interested in though are like incredibly
inconsistency in your
pathologizing
language,
bears.
that will be exploited and used against you far more than if somebody who is in step with the prevailing ideology would suffer for any inconsistency in their language.
Decided that those are past categories that don't exist anymore or have racialized and exported them out of the global north. So now transvestites are, don't really exist, but maybe and there's an even intelligent question about the relationship to travesty, which is
Okay, I was wondering what was
nice.
happening there.
So cross-dressers, here's an aesthetic I'm interested in. Here's a question that I have as a historian. Why do trans women always have to take pictures of themselves and send them to each other? It is like the number one thing that, as far as I can tell, as a professional historian, trans women have been doing since the invention of the camera, right? So, of course they wrote letters to each other too, which I want to talk more about. But I think there's a question here that has to do with what are your
It's because we're happy.
points of leverage when you've been pornified and
We're happy, and for the first time in many of our lives, it's the first time we've enjoyed our own appearance.
And sharing pleasure with other trans women in such a context, exactly what this
Of course, if you mention this to anybody else, they'll be like autogynophilia, onogynophilia.
We have our, there are beautiful
Oh,
uplifting versions
I'm
of
just
this,
happy.
but I think one of the
I'm
most
just happy that I don't hate
of
myself
the
anymore.
20th century
I'm
in
just,
terms of
it's a lot of emotions. It's hard to hold them all in. You want to share your new experience with everyone because you just feel so overwhelmingly happy. And then you start to realize it kind of looks a little silly to be sharing this much about yourself with everyone.
Right? And so scholars of visual culture do much better things than me. But I don't do that. So one thing I've been interested in is like the most sad version.
My character's so tired.
What's up with that, right? So I'm talking transvestites, kind of middle class gals who only lived part-time as women, who happily went to work as white straight men during the day to cash in that post-war paycheck, to live
I
with
didn't
all of the benefits
properly
of
mark
the
where my
nation's
place
liberated
was.
white supremacist post-war consensus of the United States, the GI Bill, you name it, okay?
I'm pretty sure it's actually
to
up.
also keep a secret closet in a rented room across
Shit. I don't know. I gotta sleep somewhere else now. My character is so tired they can't even walk.
put on. And women who would sometimes drive, they would leave the city, right? This is like total opposite of what we've been told queer people are supposed to do. Femmes who would leave the city, drive to the suburbs, find the most nondescript motel, get a room, close the door, lock it, light up a cigarette, pour a cocktail, get dressed, and just sit around all weekend and take pictures of each other. I mean, like, I kind of tried to read between lines. I don't even think they were like sleeping with each other very much. I really just think they were kind of sitting around most of the time, talking and like kind of being really mean to each other. A lot of the reports you read in the transvestite magazines are like, well, so and so doesn't even try with her voice. She sounds like a trucker, like really mean shit. Just reading each other to fill about their, facial hair, razor burn, etc. Or these just heartbreaking stories. The story I can't get enough of, which is like someone writes in a transvestite magazine in the mid-60s. Businessman by day, family, 2 kids, everything, very successful. Loves going to San Francisco on a business trip, and gets to every few months. And of course, the reader, you think, oh, well, of course, San Francisco. She's going to go out. She's going to have a great time. No, because when she goes to San Francisco, she locks herself in her hotel room, spends 18 hours shaving all the hair off of her body, dressing in a gorgeous gown, does her makeup for like 6 hours, puts on beautiful gloves, has champagne and steak sent up to her room while she's hiding in the bathroom so no one can see her. And then she sits in front of the mirror and eats the steak and drinks champagne while staring at herself all night. I mean, it is the most like incredible narrative. Like, imagine that. I mean, it's pure aesthetic excess, but it's also devastating. And I just think there's so much more to be said about fetish, right? So the erotics of femininity has been completely tossed out because, of course, psychologists did a terrible job with it. But like, what's up with that, right? I mean, there are all these letters between trans
I mostly send
fossils over petticoat
pictures
archaeology
to my
or
Instagram.
I mean, these are our aesthetic archives
I don't actually
of
share many
trans
pictures with
femininity
other
as
trans
a
femmes
sexual
unless it's in like
as a
a
mode of
server that we're
aesthetically
all in.
prefiguring the body in ways that look so bad on paper, narcissistic,
I think it's probably more so that I
whitey,
just don't have a lot of trans femme
they're
friends.
utterly American.
Wait, is this my house?
They're just addictive, and they make you feel.
I think I found my house again. Oh my gosh, I'm so
I
tired.
just don't know what to make of them, other than, as you can tell, I'm quite possessed by them.
Well, we could talk about horse femme. I never understood, but hotel room in another town, and I may have done that many years in a previous life.
Don't we all do that when we're staying in a hotel in one way or another? I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanted to. We're starting to get. I'm encouraging people to put thoughts and questions in the
The
chat.
most I spend my time on is my makeup. I spend a lot of time on my makeup every day.
Any of our panel have comments
Probably
on
more.
how
I've been trying to wake
lines
up
of
earlier.
dysphoria shape the aesthetics and
I've also been trying to
sociality
figure out a way to
and
just do it
access
more
to
quickly,
kinship,
but
among
just
trans
to get it to a level where I'm just satisfied.
Eva, Bashak,
Takes about an
any
hour.
takers for that?
You know, factoring in everything else like showering and hair and all that
I'll
stuff.
say just one thing. I mean, this is what I meant at the beginning.
There's no food in the house. I do not have food. This is so frustrating. I feel like every time I think I have everything I need, I'm missing something critical. Like I don't have
to articulate ourselves.
can opener, so I have nothing to
This
eat.
is what I mean by the problematic.
Except a stick of butter. I could try eating that, but I feel like it's so gross. I don't even want to pretend to do that.
Progressive or liberatory potential. It isn't to say that we oughtn't to pay attention to them, and in fact, they may be.
I wonder when the power is going to shut off.
Intervening in the aesthetics such as dysphoria, but I think that
maybe in this mode it doesn't. It's a builder mode, so maybe it just stays on.
Many different approaches to expand.
Okay, check this out. We're gonna eat butter. We're just gonna eat butter because I don't have any other food apparently.
Various kinds of differences.
Peckish. I would be violently ill after eating a stick of butter. I would just feel like throwing up.
Yeah, and maybe I want to think about dysphoria and euphoria as well. There is that other part of coming to trans femininity through euphoria, which was always regarded as the bad kind. I mean, that's your AGP.
I want to use a gun before you end tonight's stream. I want to use a weapon.
I don't know if I said it, but thinking about dissociation as a trans aesthetic.
So, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put.
It's a thing that happens to other people for other reasons as well, obviously, but it seems like
I'm carrying right now.
Sort of common thing, and how you
put away my knitting needles. Put away the gas can.
It's like high functioning dissociation.
There's no system at play here. Trust me, I'm just shoving shit wherever it will fit. Paperclip. Oh, I do have food. Eat. Eat the processed cheese. A stick of butter and a slice of processed cheese. Come on.
Oh, hi, Emma's here. Hi. Had to give a shout
Doesn't that sound delicious?
And sorry.
And a radish. You need some fiber. You need some fiber.
Oh, Aaron's asking about
you can't just eat butter and cheese.
Particularly
you need fiber in there. Or else you're gonna get constipated.
And connecting that to the contemporary like online version of
it's surprising how many people don't realize that you can't literally just eat like soft foods like and butters and cheeses and dairies and meat. Like I know people in my own life who are just like all I do is eat meat and cheese and like occasionally a vegetable. It's like, are you just content with living your entire life constipated and feeling crappy all the time? Did I just put food? No, that's fine. Swim trunks. People really underestimate how important your diet
dysphoria,
is
like
to
so
just
people is so humble
enjoying
because
your
that
own
concept
existence.
is allegorical, right? It doesn't even refer to anything.
And like your
So that's
stomach gets
not
used
very
to the
helpful
food you
because it,
eat the
you
most
know, but
frequently.
as far as dysphoria itself goes, I feel like the big problem with
So
it is that I don't think
if you're
people
only
know
eating,
what that
you know,
means. And also dysphoria seems to be
meat
so
and
different for everyone
cheese and
that I think
high
it's really
sodium food
resistant
all the
to
time, then that's the
new
only thing
interventions.
you're ever
So
gonna
that's
crave.
something that I find, yeah,
Because
like the relation of
all
non-binary
the
to
the brain
other
stomach
trans folks,
relationship
right?
has
Because
become
obviously
in your
it
body.
is very unpredictable, and that seems great. But I sometimes worry, I
I
guess,
think it's
about
something
how
to do with the
that
bacteria.
puts pressure on like older
So
folks
like
because it
if you
makes
want to
this
change your diet, you have to stick to it for a while so that your body
the
learns
second
to
time I went to see my doctor, she
crave
describes my
that
hormones. She
healthier
was
food.
like, oh, she was upping my dosage of estrogen. She's like tapping on my
Begins to
computer,
form
and
that
she was like tap
relationship
tap
between
tap,
the
and she
brain
was
and
like,
your stomach
oh,
and all the
I
other
have
parts in
to
your body.
diagnose you with gender
You know?
dysphoria for this. I know you don't have that, but is
That's
that
why you
okay
gotta
if I
eat
do this?
healthy.
And I
You
was
can't
like,
just
what? And I was like, oh, because I don't discuss it
can't
with
just spend
her.
your
And
entire life
you know,
eating
so just to say, like, I
sticks
think
of
it's
butter
very so.
and
And in
cheese
relation to dissociation,
like I
you know,
am.
dissociation is a kind of anesthetic, right? But actually, it does
Okay.
produce a certain anesthetic sensibility.
I'm like
And then when
so
you
like
divide it by
actually
sort of
tired in
by
real life right
dimensions,
now
you know,
that I'm not
that's
even.
how I often experience it. And you can like think a lot of things when you're stoned or dissociated, right? But they just feel different. It's a way different wavelength.
Maybe I'll take the zucchini with me.
Yeah. Yeah, it totally works for me.
I'm already
I
running out of
was
space
just gonna say,
in this house.
also, sorry, again, on the topic of dysphoria, I also kind of don't know. I mean, I think I've
I don't need to
approached
carry sleeping
my own
pills.
selfhood from some other
I'm
angle,
carrying
you know,
so
and I'm
much
not
shit,
sure
yo.
how much dysphoria has been involved in that or not, you know.
I have a
But I think
holster.
it's kind of hard for me to analyze that. But I always felt, and then maybe it goes back to what I was saying
Got like
earlier
2
about
sleeping
subculture
tablets.
and aesthetics, and whether that was sort of an easing into like another category where I felt comfortable. So it never felt like there was something I was, I don't know, either missing out on or
Actually, no, I should keep
apart
that.
from, or I don't know. I'm still trying to work that out. But the original post about dysphoria was interesting because it was talking about an acute divide between people who feel or who like affiliate themselves with this sense of acute dysphoria and those who don't, and those who don't maybe falling more into the non-binary category. And I'm like, well, no. I mean, I feel like I'm certainly not one of those. I'm not in the non-binary camp, but like I'm also someone who doesn't come from a background of feeling acute dysphoria, but and yet the femme, you know, feeling the sort of somewhat binary femme feeling has been something that has just been lodged within me for a while, and I don't know. I'm not sure whether how organic that is or how much what that essence is, you know. And that's still something I'm trying to work out, I guess.
I mean, I guess the thing I do in my work is try to track different aesthetic moments, movements, and try to look for when they get interesting. And I maybe think trans art is getting interesting because it's starting to have this like massive bifurcation of all the different possible stories and images finally. But
Sorry, I'm
where
just
that
listening to what they're
portion
talking
begins to
about.
make sense. Because yeah, you're describing something which, like my story, would not fit in the fairly conventional narratives of the 50s and 60s. Jan Morris just passed, and she wrote a wonderful book called Conundrum.
I was just gonna chime in. I struggle with that too. Like the previous lady, what she was talking about. Like I'm a pretty binary femme. Like that's just how I understand myself. I don't see myself as a non-binary person. But as I spend more time, you know, communicating with queer people and forming queer friendships, I'm starting to understand how it's not really important whether like I identify as like a binary femme, like, or I think another friend of mine said, like, you know, when you're first starting out, like, there's like definitely pressure to go hard femme, like to be as femme as possible. And you know, I feel like I'm probably in that stage where I feel very adamant about presenting as femme as possible. Just because there's a lot of shit in my life where people are just like trying to act like it's so, you know, ambiguous when it's really not. And I'm just like, it's sort of my way of defending myself, you know? Just being like, no, this is who I am, and I'm not being ambiguous about it at all. I'm being very explicit. But of course, like, if I had more accepting friends and family, I might loosen up on that. Just, you know, be myself more. I was just sort of bouncing off what the other lady was saying, you know.
Let's just not mention what a fan of the Empire she was. But I couldn't find myself in it.
Very chatty tonight, I'm sorry. And a lot of it is pointless. I'm just talking over people who are smarter than me.
I can't keep up with all the questions, but there's one I wanted to not lose track of, which was for Ava, which is about the rural. And if you have any thoughts
Oh,
about,
right. I wanted to get the gun. I've been trying to do that for like 10 minutes now. I have the gun, I don't have the bullets. I don't think, unless it's already loaded. And, I think I put the bullets upstairs. I don't know if they're the right kind.
I mean, there's a way in which for me, the question of the rural is fraught, and perhaps it is the ways in which the space of ruralness responded
I can put it in the other
to
dresser.
femininity in a particular kind of
Right,
violent way. And so I think that it, you know, I think I'm probably not in a good position, despite having grown up there. I'm actually not in a good position.
I need 45 auto rounds.
Articulate rurality in a way that would be, I think, useful.
Yeah, and it's sort of, but it's worth at least worth gesturing towards as an absence that we can't. Yeah, there's a like yeah, who is able to speak from that space? That's an interesting question. I'm just thinking through my head of trans literature that I know, and that's not common. You get your ass to the city as soon as you fucking can because that's survival. You know?
Okay, there's the rounds. I have 4 rounds in this gun.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's
Okay,
kill 4. Let's try and make it 4 kill shots if we can.
Lost track of what was going on in all of the questions because there was like so much stuff, and I do apologize to folks.
Let's wait until we're far away from here.
Pass all of it out into things that I can ask our panel. But actually, where I want to go, and we should wrap this up fairly soon. We've been at this for a while. But do our panels have sort of thoughts or questions for each other? You thought that was coming. I want to know about Ava's writings. I just taught this lovely essay, More Lessons from a Starfish, which is a revised version of Lessons from Starfish. So there's also 2 versions of it. Because it's not confessional, and my stuff is, and I think maybe where Jules Band is that, and there's a lot of Bashak in Bashak's work.
So I'm gonna quickly read the names of the people in this discussion right here. I want to try. I apologize if I say it incorrectly. Jules Gill Peterson, the lady we've been watching all her stuff tonight. Ava Hayward and Bishka Som. That's my guess. If you're interested.
Get back to that too, as well, maybe.
The video is Trans Femme Aesthetics, a conversation with Jules Gill-Peterson, Ava Hayward, and Bishka Som. I'm pretty sure that's not how you would pronounce her name.
So obviously, I mean, I think it goes back to the
Sorry, being a total white girl right now.
I was trying to articulate not very well earlier about the effort to find
Acting like
a way
names from other cultures is so hard to pronounce. It's really not if you ever, if you spend 5 minutes learning. Just look up a video on pronunciation. Okay, here we go. Zombie.
Not as a narrative
I missed it. Did I just miss all 4 shots? Is that what happened? I missed all 4 shots. And now all the zombies are coming. And I'm like, I should not have done that. That was really stupid of me. What happened? Did I just miss? I don't get it. I looked like I was dead on. I guess it's like stats based or something. Like you have a shitty aim. Now my place is gonna be crawling with zombies. I can't attack anybody either. How do I unequip this? Oh, this is not good.
Both against me, and then also that against me. And so it's really written from that vantage, not as a universalizing logic, but really me trying to delve into a body that I have no, to use Jules's kind of articulation earlier, there are no narratives. And so I have to be interested in what narrative is being written against me, and I'm also desiring through.
Yeah, I think my favorite gesture in that text is the word some. You know, some trans woman X happens more than once. And even when it's not there, in the sense that, yeah, it's not actually yeah, as you can tell, I'm a huge fan of that book. I do have a
I feel like this entire run has just been me just running around house to house, trying to find things, trying to stay alive.
multiple things in their absences that you can't deal with, but its connection to
Haven't been really doing anything productive. Oh, this guy's got a knife in his back.
modes of peer affiliation. Do we want to get into how it edges into adjacencies?
Yeah, for surprising affiliation. The fag femme genealogy is so profoundly overlooked. It is like genealogy,
I'm pretty sure a letter opener is more effective than a screwdriver. That might be wrong.
I'll just say this as a historian. You can please encapsulate if you'd like, but as far as I'm concerned, trans emerges entirely as a form of social feminization relationship.
Okay, never mind. A letter opener is actually not effective.
And so that to me is a better way of saying it than once upon a time inverts were vulgar. That kind of gets not
Where's my
scary. So
lunch?
for that reason, like I love fags. I used to be a faggot. I still am a faggot, and like I love hanging out with them. And I've written a bit about this thing I'm working on. I wasn't birthed into femininity through other femmes. I had been so unable to get along with them because of my own aggression, my own intramural aggression, my own fear of them, by which I mean not color, but fags. Yeah, they're all was a lot more queer fluid and something really interesting to think about, just because they already have. For example, the whole entire history of drag, right? So when people feel stressed out today about whether drag is like offensive or not to trans women, it's like, oh no, but drag was the original contested site because it was the only legitimate place to be femme if you weren't doing sex work on the street as a poor street queen. Like, this is the original fault line. Like, we have been fighting this battle inside the community since at least the 1940s, right? So I think there's more room to just muck about in there and see what happens because you don't, yeah, it's like
I
who might
agree.
be your allies and who might be your friend and who might be your lover. Like, you just don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for tabling all of those things that we hadn't spent enough time on, including sex work, including, and we're allowed to say it, faggotry, because we're adjacent, or I also
I'm
tried and
wondering.
failed to be a fag.
I'm worried about
3
TOS.
times.
It's educational.
I want to put in a good word for the
It's not being
possibility
used as a
of
slur.
adjacency with cis lesbianism, because that actually worked for me for several parts of my
I need to
life.
talk to other streamers about stuff like this, like
embrace
how to avoid TOS violations. I'm such a nobody that I don't think it matters. I don't think anybody would report me. But like,
cis sisters.
Can I just say one thing about cis? Most of you already know my
just so much
hostility to
alcohol.
this,
Is there any point
partly because it is also
to alcohol in this game? I'm pretty sure it just fucks
and the
you up.
ways in which we use cis
Maybe you can
and
use it to make
trans
really
as yet
nutritious
another
food.
imagined horizon of each other.
Maybe it
is,
helps you chill
an
out.
aesthetic I would be really eager
I know
for
it
us
probably
to
does help you
abandon.
chill out because cigarettes help you with
I think
depression
that
in
it
this
does
game.
not do the work we hope that it does.
Oh, a pipe
And so
wrench
I just
and a
will
box
say
of
that since
screws.
we don't have a lot of time, that we might be freshly hostile to the use of cis.
Yeah, I think I've heard that one from you before, and I think that needs a whole other panel discussion to get into that, or some forum to get into that, because it's sort of taken for granted that we're supposed to defend that as a category. But it's kind of our job, if you're working to produce knowledge or art, is to ask whether these sort of fixed identities and ideas and tropes are really necessary at all. Yeah, that's sort of why I'm interested in understanding. So,
I just wanted to say,
okay.
like, as a sort of counterpoint to what Jules was saying, maybe not strangely or not, I'm not sure, but in my formative years, I kind of never felt any queer affiliation, strangely. Like, I always felt like I was always in a liminal space, like, and that's just, and I wasn't like.
That is exactly how I felt too. I relate to this girl so much.
One of them, and I won't be one of, one of them either. But I kind of didn't have the vocabulary to.
Growing up, there were a lot of things about me that people would say were very queer, but I grew up in a very strict Catholic household. There was just no option for me to express that, and I think it just got shelved when even the slightest inclination occurred. It just got repressed immediately because it wasn't possible. It was going to be beaten out of me. I was dealing with so many problems just being, just myself. I didn't need that on top of everything else, and so I just shelved it for years. And now here I am in my 30s, and finally, I'm safe enough. Or at least I thought I was until a few days ago, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'm out and I'm never going back in.
And weirdly trying to be a punk and then go to the disco after on the same night. How do you dress for that? And I'm in 78, something like that. But I pull that off, so getting both of those.
Okay. Alright.
And dealing with gender without a language. Doing it in enough for me. I wanted to get in a question from Kay about the role.
I shouldn't have my.
Which I just thought was really super interesting. And there's a way in which the word diffraction comes up in Eva's paper, the essay that we were talking about. But also like the mirror as being like a encounter or a problematic encounter. What do you think?
I think it broke. I don't think I can go in now.
She says, looking at her face in a little mirror image.
And I'll just say a tiny thing. For me, the ways in which I'm conceptualizing this is in terms of psychoanalysis. For me, the mirror for me is about the mirror stage itself, and the ways in which
I'm changing my shoes.
image of self is itself an aesthetic one, and so that always one is dealing with the questions of desire and sexuality as it relates to aesthetics. And of course, in that connection, there's always an ethical demand between the self and the other. So if we think about ethics, is that aesthetics is always in conversation with ethics as it relates to desire. And so for me, it's a conceptual baseline for trying to unpack or think through some of these other dimensions.
This game is infinitely more interesting than pretty much any zombie movie I've ever watched or zombie TV show. It is shocking how much money has been poured. Has been just like, hold on one second here. I don't think I can actually close the curtain on this window because you can't get over there. It's a little annoying. I wonder if I can do it from the outside.
Yeah, alright, so I'm mindful of the time.
I was just about to say, it's amazing how much money has been poured into the zombie monolith. Like the early zombie movies, which were very much focused on the theatrics and just being incredibly theatrical about it, like Day of the Dead type shit. And they had some, whatever zombie series takes place inside like a mall or something, you know, that trope.
There we go. What did I just say? 7th of December.
There's like elements of realism in those movies. Like what would you do if you just had the mall all to yourself? What would that be like? And like, you know, exploring that in film. But like every fucking movie about zombies just gives up like the hard realism like immediately. I mean, because the premise is obviously so corny and ridiculous that it seems a bit stupid to try. There's somebody in the house. This is not good. I don't have glasses anymore. I just realized that. The door is barricaded.
Alright, that's all from me. Anybody's got last words that you want to get in there?
Yeah, I want to, Jules, I've got a shipment of Victor and Rolf flower bomb coming to me, and that's my olfactory jam right now.
Oh my god! I love it. Ooh, yes. Well, that's
That
the
would
most
be really
beautiful
nice.
note to go out on, so I won't try and top it, but just say like
Her outfit is so
thank you,
cute.
Mackenzie, and thank you, Vishak, thank you, Eva. I think there is something, yeah, just really, I don't know, really impressive about anchoring conversations amongst trans women and with trans women of color. That just it actually does not happen. Even in our home turfs, where bad word, but where we're working. So I just like thank you so much.
Alright, that's all from me. Good night, everybody. Thank you to everybody. Thanks, Giuseppe. Thanks, the Gender Studies Institute. Thanks, Media and Culture at the New School. Thanks to eFlux. Good night.
Good night. Okay, so that's enough of that. We're just gonna find out who's in this closet and call it a night. feel like they're gonna break through eventually. The door's barricaded, but like... I feel like they always break through. I also don't want to sit here waiting forever for it to happen. Okay, so there's a feature to this game. Okay, so this sucks. It's like, I don't think... I think I need glasses. I don't know if they're my prescription. Okay, so new goal. New goal. Explore this stupid house. Take what I can. And then find another place to sleep, and then that'll be it for the night. I think I've grabbed everything that's useful here. How much room do I have for food? I'm overexerting myself already. Oh, I should not have brought the ammo. I don't need it. There's a zombie outside. It's because this other zombie's making all that fucking noise. Okay. I think I can fit. Okay, I've got everything. How am I overloaded again? Okay. Time to get out of here. My character is very hungry and very tired. Let's do a perimeter check. Quick perimeter check. Here we go. We just need to take these people out. think he's wearing a helmet. Oh, shit. This fucking sucks so much dick right now. Come on. I'm trying to find a place to sleep. I'm so weak right now that I can barely run. The character's freaking out. None of my hits are connecting. You can hear my character's heart beating. So hold on, I still hear a zombie. There's a zombie in there. What to do, what to do, what to do. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Oh, shit. Why did there have to be a zombie in the fucking house? Open the fucking window. Okay. Okay, so I actually like this house a lot because there's no windows in the bedroom. Nice. It's very small and compact. You don't have to defend so much ground. There's not much in here. Eat. Very hungry. Eat. All of them. What else do I have? I know I have. Unhappiness plus 20 from eating a TV dinner. Come on, they're not that bad. They're not good for you. Usually taste like crap and they're high in sodium, but... Oh shoot, it's burning. See, it made me sad. I'm not hungry anymore, but the TV dinner made me sad. I don't know why. It's whatever, it's just TV dinner. Not that bad. Okay. I have 5 bottles of water. Why do I need so much water? Christ. Okay. I'm still hungry. I must have been like just absolutely starving. Okay. Moderate exertion. Let's see if I can offload some things that I don't necessarily need. I know I don't need this key anymore. I don't want to throw it away though. Like, you know what? That was actually really stupid. I should not do that. I should keep the planks. Let's put all the alcohol in there because I don't even know if I really need alcohol. I'm gonna put all my food here. Well, some food. I thought I heard a zombie. Okay, I think I put away. That was enough. I just need to put the booze in there. Drink from the toilet. Drink from the toilet. It's potable water. That means it's safe to drink. Engineers understood that it didn't make sense to have some water that is drinkable and some that isn't for your toilet, because it would make, you know, plumbing much more expensive and complicated than it needed to be. So all the water is drinkable, even the shit in your toilet. Don't drink out of your toilet because there's other shit in there and there's like bacteria, but in theory the water that comes to a toilet is supposed to be drinkable. But of course, you know, a toilet is covered in disgusting amounts of bacteria, so it kind of defeats the point of what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yes, sleep. Getting a tad weepy. Seek some excitement or human contact. Is there human? Can you interact with NPCs in this game, or do they mean like multiplayer? Like, what does that even mean? Okay. Anyway, that is all for this stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're out there, if you're lurking, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate